Here it is. Draft day.
Draft day. So, to our fans of the Slumpbuster, now it is official. You have officially seen our face on camera. So we aren't troll demons, aside from Aris. That has been confirmed.
Definitely am.
But we are happy to provide you draft day coverage 2020. See who the Giants foolishly take in the first round. See whose hearts get broken. We're not going to have any draft day meltdowns, though.
Sure.
At least not that I believe. Anyone?
I might cry.
You might cry a little?
I might cry a little.
I mean, I don't have a first round pick, so I'm just here for the fun.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Minka was worth it, right? So
yeah, I totally think Minka Fitzpatrick, right away, got an interception, several pick sixes even.
Yeah,
and so
definitely boosted your guys' defense from a fantasy standpoint as well.
Yep, absolutely.
Did he make the Pro Bowl?
I don't.
He was right.
He was close. I don't think he did. If he did, sucks on me. I'm a bad fan, but I really don't think that he did. But he's close. He's right there.
He definitely make the Pro Bowl. There was no way he
Did
didn't.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure because
stats and info.
Even when he was
All
straight,
right.
because he played the entire season.
No.
He played,
But even still, he's still in the
3 or 4
AFC
games.
the entire time. It's not like he switched conferences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, he did a fantastic job.
I think he still led in
He
forced
was.
fumbles too.
He was.
I want to say he led the league in forced fumbles, which was insane. In that 5 turnover game where you guys lost to the Niners, but
Barely.
barely.
With our third stringer quarterback.
No, he had Mason Rudolph in there. He's
okay.
second,
No, he might as well
he
be
was
a
the
third
third.
stringer.
Duck Hodges was better than the two.
That was pre-concussion Mason Rudolph. So
Okay, before he got his brains
I think
back.
post concussion was better than pre because
Yeah,
maybe knocked something into him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still kind of curious to see what happens with Myles Garrett, coming back this year. I know his suspension is officially done and whatnot, but that first game,
Please have the Browns play the Steelers week 1. Please.
That would be glorious.
I mean, they generally do try to do a couple division rivalries at the first week, generally, and then you'll have your sprinkle here or there, and then you have the last 3 or 4 weeks is all division. So
Yep.
and hopefully we get that matchup right away, and we don't have to worry about waiting for that revenge game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. So also check out our IG live story. We're going to be going on there whenever our teams are up to draft. So Niners 13-31 tonight. Got this guy
6.
here going out. Yeah, 6. We'll see. Who you guys got?
Nothing.
Jacob Eason? No.
Let's see. I'm really digging Adam Vinatieri's nephew. I feel like if he has that pedigree of his uncle, might just bring Super Bowls to
If you guys drafted a kicker at 6, that's enough excuse to kick the Chargers out of the league or deport them to London.
No, we're not going to London.
Mexico City.
Fine.
We're not going.
Phil Rivers is still part of your team, so you could keep off at least 30 children.
I mean, they should at least move to Albuquerque, so they'll at least have one fan in attendance.
That's true.
Guaranteed one fan, yeah.
Probably one and only
one.
fan.
I just picture the live broadcast. You just hear Aris. Yeah! Go team!
I mean,
yeah.
just don't park your car in the parking lot in Albuquerque.
Sound advice.
Don't park your car anywhere in Albuquerque except for your own garage.
Your garage.
You guys have seen Breaking Bad, right? Kind of like that. It's kind of like that.
No, it's very much like that. It is ghetto down here.
And this is why I moved to Austin, Texas to avoid all this. Granted, I'm back now for the time being, so join that furlough life.
Hashtag coronavirus 19.
Mm-hmm.
COVID-19.
COVID-19. We want to sound smart on this. We want to sound smart.
I mean, we're Niners fans.
Listen, we already look dumb, so we might as well sound smart. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to be better or worse than Mel Kiper. At least we don't have the stupid hair to get in the way. Granted, after a month of no haircuts, who knows what we're going to be dealing with here, guys.
See, all you have to do to be better than Mel Kiper is just keep your mouth shut. That's all you got to do. Just sit there quietly, and you'll never look as dumb as Mel Kiper.
Never talk about Jimmy Clausen being the next greatest thing to touch a football since Joe Montana.
Supposed to be better than Brady. Yeah, no.
Mm-hmm.
Who was it? Was it Cam Newton that he was supposed to be better than?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you think about it, so Jimmy Clausen got drafted in the first round the year before, and he just didn't really cut it. So that's why they were even in a position to draft Cam Newton at 1 the next year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was just a wild.
And, if I remember right, too, Jimmy Clausen was wearing number 2, which was Cam's jersey at Auburn, right? And
no, he was 1 at Auburn.
No. He won it. It's kind of – I think Cam Newton's a good number 1, right? I think it kind of fits his personality, like everything like that. It's kind of like that movie where The Rock played football and he's wearing the number 1. I kind of get that.
Generally, you think of the guy that wears number 1 as being the most egotistical guy.
Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of like Cam, That's kind of Cam.
And he backed it up for much of his career. I mean, lately he's just been injured, right? And we haven't been able to see.
I mean, if you look the year 2 years ago when he was on his MVP case before he got hurt, they were 8-0. They were pretty. They were in the running for the playoffs. He was an MVP candidate, and then they lost the last 6 or 7 games and got knocked out of the playoffs. So I mean,
your big old dog's laying on my foot.
That's not even the big
putting my foot to sleep.
That's not even the big dog. There's 2 bigger dogs outside that are 77 and 75 pounds. So he's little compared to those other
I'm
ones.
pretty sure if you've listened to multiple episodes of our podcast, you've probably heard Aris's dogs going off in the background at least once or twice. Not all stuff you can edit, guys.
Yeah,
not all
stuff. Dogs.
Especially when your house is extremely tiny.
Yeah, I feel that in the ghetto.
I'm not in the ghetto. I'm ghetto adjacent.
Right next to Central Avenue.
If we can show you guys the outside of Aris's house, you'll be like, I can't believe he lives in that part of town.
Okay, look.
Didn't I have to edit out a gunshot or 2?
Okay, maybe, but you have projects over here. You have my house, which is nice and pretty and quiet and, middle America. Then you have $1 million homes on the other side. So ghetto adjacent.
Here's the problem. So in Albuquerque, New Mexico in general, you just have several things you could consider the ghetto. I'm coming over from Sub Valley. We're like old ghetto. You're like new ghetto.
The only place you can
say like old money and new money,
I think really the only place that you can't say is ghetto is La Cueva area.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
There's some trailer parks there.
Neil Patrick Harris from La Cueva.
But I mean, I'm talking Paseo and Tramway area.
Now, here's the problem. Though. Even our upscale areas, you talk about Neil Patrick Harris coming from La Cueva. You also have Demi Lovato came from La Cueva. Now, Demi, kind of ghetto, as we learned this past year.
A little bit more hood. Yeah, no, and just to put things in context, I'm pretty sure I saw a drug deal right outside of your house as I pulled up.
I mean,
90%.
Not to say anything.
How else am I going to get through this podcast?
Somebody on my street has cars, drive up, walks out, walks back in, drives off. I'm not going to say anything, but it does happen. So
yeah,
it is Albuquerque.
Watch that guy's a loyal subscriber, and you're just going to scare him off.
Probably.
Yeah, these guys are dicks.
Or I might get a strong note and gunshots through my front door.
Let's hope it out.
Not right now, at least.
Let's hope. Let's see. Oh, Goodell is on, guys. So it is that time. We are ready for this draft. So let's see. Some Bengals on the clock.
We already know who they're taking because they.
Are we sure
they announced it? So
are we going to completely discount this Godfather offer, though?
I'm going to.
Yeah.
I'm going to be that guy.
I'm going to give you enough that you can't refuse.
Yeah, I'm going to say.
I mean,
was that? I think that was a good dumb. What are we on? Not too bad.
Okay.
We've already decided that we suck at imitation, so we should all just stop doing it.
Hey, we had some fun with the Stephen A. Smith challenge,
That was a good one.
With that said, I mean, Dre and I did it, obviously, so
I've not.
You gotta get. Come on, just give me a stay off the wheat. Just off the wheat. Do it for the kids out there.
Stay off the weed.
You did have the duh. You did.
That's pretty good.
I'll give
you have to have the duh at the end of it.
Let's see. I'll be nice. I'll give it an 8. I'll give it a soft 8.
I would have given it a 5. That was terrible.
I wonder what Gary and Harry would have given it.
Gary and Carey. Bottom Line Sports Talk. Mm-hmm. Good guys. Check them out.
So, yeah. What do you guys think of this setup right now where Goodell is? And do you think?
I mean, if I saw, he's going to do it from right there. I was hoping he'd have a podium of some sort, but I mean, he showed the behind the scenes in his basement man cave.
Mm-hmm.
is pretty sweet.
I mean, I would expect nothing less than
the
commissioner of football.
multi-millionaire.
$20 million a year. I mean, he's kind of expected to have some good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, being an NFL commissioner certainly better than being, XFL commissioner. Shout out to Oliver Luck in your pending lawsuit against Vince McMahon. That should be fun.
20 mil.
They're
They're definitely going to settle out. He's probably going to get, roughly right around 10.
Yeah.
They're going to settle it.
But, the problem is he has to beat Vince McMahon first in a Money in the Bank ladder match.
Now, I would say give him 10, and if he could beat him in a ladder match, give him the other 10.
Okay, gotcha. Let's see.
Just make it interesting.
Vince McMahon will do some crazy-ass spots, dude.
He would. That's what I'm saying. Like,
he's been not afraid to die since, his 20s. It's like the swollest grandpa on planet Earth. You ever seen a picture of, Jack Vince McMahon?
Yes, back in the day.
Not even back in the day, dude. The guy's 80 and
he's still pretty jacked. Yeah.
I'm sure there's some chemical enhancement going on there.
Oh,
but,
definitely. WWE, there's definitely stuff going on.
Yeah. And probably some plastic surgery type stuff too.
I don't know. He doesn't really have that carrot top muscles.
Yeah.
You know?
No, but
have you seen carrot tops ones? Those look bad, dude.
Those look pretty bad.
It's like he's got the pec implants and shit like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I don't think that he has those implants, though. I do think that if he ever has to lose fat or anything like that, he just goes and gets it sucked out.
Gotcha.
Wow, I've actually never seen Carrot Top, and wow.
It's pretty bad, huh?
Wow.
Shout out to the viewers. Go check out pictures of Carrot Top. It is very cringeworthy. He has come a long way from being the regular prop comedian.
Yeah, alrighty.
Yeah, it's
I knew he was a redhead, but I just had never seen him.
No, that kind of comes with the territory, Carrot Top.
Mm-hmm.
It's just wild.
But yeah. No, I like the shout out that they're giving to our first responders during this time.
So, yeah.
Shout out, mom.
Mm-hmm.
Urgent care nurse.
It's pretty depressing, though. I tell you, guys, you know what probably sucks the worst about this? You go to the supermarket, you see everyone with the mask. Doesn't it just put you in a downer mood?
Yeah, I mean, I like apocalyptic movies and stuff, end of the world type stuff, so I'm all about it. But I'm a little weird.
So you did the time in China or Japan, it was right? Japan.
China. Well, so we spent a little bit of time in Japan. Only about a day though. We had just a really long layover.
The whole population had it, right?
Constantly, and you even see that on a regular basis without there being a pandemic.
Well, yeah, it's because all that smog. You came back and you were hawking up gunk for 2 months.
No, literally. And Juju, I don't think you saw me when I got back.
No, I was already in college by that time.
Yeah. No, I was literally coughing up globs that thick, right? Just straight up, just coughing on my lungs. And the funny thing is, we had been told hey, take these N95 respirator masks, right? The ones that are in really high demand right now with the coronavirus. And me and my friends, we brought a bunch. We brought
shout out to Fago Franklin. I know you're watching.
Hey, what up, Fago? And
how's it going, my guy?
We bought all these masks, and we're like, yeah, we're not going to need it. Let's throw it away, because we started off in Chengdu, which is one of the more less populated cities. Mm-hmm. When we got to Beijing and Shanghai, our lungs got jacked up. It was terrible. So bad. Yeah.
If we get into it tonight, you should tell the viewers that story about your friend. Who's his name? Jose?
Oh, yeah. I think it might be a good time to mention Manscaped, right? As our sponsor, right?
Well, shout out to Manscaped.com, the distributors, the proprietors of the Lawnmower 3.0, the best manscaping product on the market. Not only that, but they of course have the Perfect Package 3.0 kit, which comes with the crop preserver, which fantastic. Obviously anti-chafe boxer briefs. They come in that set as well. Great value package right now. If you use our promo code SLUMP, you will get 20% off plus free shipping and handling. 20% off. Now here at the Slumpbuster, we're all about busting slumps. Part of that comes with good male hygiene. So come on, bust that slump. Type in slump into that promo code field. Get 20% off and free shipping and handling. Be the Joe Burrow, or more so, have your package be the Joe Burrow of your lady loves. I don't know. We're on fuck it, we'll do it live. You know, guys?
Live spot, no notes off the top of the head.
We're just winging it. You know, we had wings, we're winging it. You know, things are going pretty good. We got some Wingstop in. We're not doing social distancing too well, so apologies for that.
No, this
one,
is
guys.
6 feet right here. You just can't see it. That's 6 feet.
It's like a rear view mirror, right? The proportions just fall off. But so, anyways, no, going back to Manscaped, right? Thank you, Manscaped. The reason why we bring this story up is while there was an individual who will not be named. It was not Jose, but that's close. It's not Jose, but it's close. This individual decided to take it upon himself to begin to pleasure himself with a sock on a particular part of his body.
Now, Drake, come on. This is the important part in terms of like our Manscaped sponsorship here. Do you recall if it was full bush or no bush?
So I personally was not there. I did not walk in. It was actually his roommate, right, on the trip, his roommate and some girl that his roommate was trying to bang that night. Needless to say, there was no action that happened except for the individual and his own sock. And so hopefully in this embarrassing moment, he at least had the bush shaved, right? At least kept it a little bit clean since
you know,
his roommate got
down to earth, you know, like at worst, maybe a landing strip or something in there.
Yeah, you know, like if you're going to have people walk in on you while you're doing your business, you got to be clean shaven down there.
Now, you know, he had to be prepared for this level of outcome, having a roommate and everything. You know, like it's not like a victimless, blameless crime here. Let's be real, guys.
Yeah.
I just don't understand.
It's a bold move. It's a bold move, Connor.
Yeah. I mean, especially the time that it happened,
Dr.
it was already a little bit late. Oh, it is Dr. Fauci. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a bold move. Just if you got roommates and, you know, you decide to please yourself and pleasure yourself, just make sure you're clean shaven down there, guys.
Now, here's the great part about living alone. If you want to leave the door open when you're taking a shit, that's a legit possibility.
That is also true.
So I have a barn door on my master bathroom, okay? So it slides.
Okay.
I'm a closed door pooper, all right? I have 2 dogs.
Okay. Oh, fair.
It slides. One of my dogs hates when I go poop with the door closed. She'll come and just nose the door, and it slides open. She'll stare at me for 2 seconds awkwardly and then walk away. Not a lot of fun. That's just like, come on.
I think dogs know kind of like that embarrassment, you know, like how they look at you when they're squatted over. They know what's going on there, and I think she gave you that moment of privacy when you needed it.
But it was just like that awkward 2 seconds of her just staring at me in the eyes while I was
Full
pooping.
eye contact.
It's like looking into the windows of your soul.
Yeah, it was just,
you know, it's like, well, it's better than her catching you in your vinegar strokes.
very true.
Yeah.
The
Ah,
league.
Bengals fans. So
Oh.
let's see what we got here. Oh, we got Deadpool in the middle. Yeah, this guy got his jersey turned around. Fucking idiot.
They're Bengals fans. Come on, give them some slack.
All right.
Hey.
Oh,
Aris, what state is Cincinnati in?
Cleveland.
Good enough. That's just going to be the running joke that we have. For
If
the
you know, you
entirety
know.
of our podcast.
If you don't know, tough shit.
Hey, you know, downloads are going up. Downloads are going up. Hey, tell us about fantasy football season.
Fantasy football season is starting up right after the draft. We're going to come out and start breaking down position groups. We're going to start off with quarterbacks. I'm going to follow in these guys' footsteps, and I'm going to bring on some other fantasy podcasts. We're going to collaborate, just kind of bounce rankings off each other. And then we're going to go into probably some mock drafts and whatnot. And we're going to run full steam ahead. I mean, that's really about it.
Who do you have lined up right off the bat?
So we have our guys at Fantasy Geniuses. I also have our guys from the Face Off Hockey podcast. One of the guys is a huge Detroit Lions fan. Sorry. I mean, that's going to be wrong.
That's the South Valley accent.
I mean, it's just when you have an odd name, it's just you're just used
to. So is Aris how you say your name in Canadian?
I guess so. But yeah, so he's a Detroit Lions fan, so I'm gonna bring him on. I think he said he won his league 1 year, so
hey, we might as well get this for the listeners here.
Oh yeah, my defending trophy right here.
So this is proof that he's not entirely a scrub.
Look at this. Beautiful trophy. I got to get my name here. So right here. I got to get that decal in to put it on there. But defending champ right here.
You got to take a cool pic with it, man.
I need to, but.
Yep. And so officially the Bengals are now on the clock.
The Bengals are on the clock, so we're going to go ahead and turn it on. Right. Now let's rank their setups. I feel like we have to do this.
Ranking their setups. I mean, oh, God.
Zach Taylor had
These are rough stats here.
Yeah,
29 seasons without a playoff win. Yeah. I'm bitching about my team losing the Super Bowl twice in the last 10 years.
At least your team's gone to the Super Bowl since you've been alive.
Yeah. And, technically, they even have won one in my lifetime. I just don't really count it because it's little baby. I mean, they got to beat up on, Steve Young. I think threw like 20 touchdowns in that game. Coincidentally, in that game, Eric Bieniemy was playing running back and offensive coordinator for the Chiefs. Woo! Guess he got his revenge.
I guess so.
But yeah, so ranking those setups. I mean, right now, Goodell's got a sick setup, though. There's no podium, but
I was hoping for a podium from him. But so far we've seen the GM for the Bengals and the head coach. It looked like the head coach, Zach Taylor, had a Bengals backdrop that you'd normally see at their press conferences. Like, it almost looked like a folding table. And then, just his two screens. And then I didn't get really to see the GM setup. So hopefully that will pop back on the screen.
Well, here's an interesting thing to talk about, though, with the Bengals, right? So, obviously, you mentioned Zach Taylor, right? So, they're drafting QB right now. Do they give Zach Taylor some run? Because I always hate that whenever, they bring in the coach, right, the year before they draft a quarterback, and then they only keep the coach around for 1 year. So, I would hate for Zach Taylor to only have 1 year with Joe Burrow. If they're going to do it, they need to.
I think at this point, Zach Taylor is going to be there for at least 18 years, right? Is that how long Marvin Lewis was there for?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's be all relative to how it handles, Paul. What's the owner's name? Brown, whatever.
Paul Brown?
No. Mike Brown, right?
Something Brown.
Whatever. But, basically it's just going to come down to how he can handle his owner's cheapness.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't Mike Brown.
Mike Brown.
So, yeah, no, I think they got to give him a little bit of leeway, especially that you were the worst team last year.
Yeah.
You're getting a quarterback, and even though everybody thinks that he's probably – a lot of people would argue he's top 2 quarterbacks in this draft, right? You could argue Tua's maybe a little bit better if he's healthy, right? But even then, it's still a leap to go from college to the NFL. So Joe Burrow struggles a little bit, and the pick hasn't been announced, by the way. I'm just saying I think it's going to be Burrow.
I mean, yeah, it seems like it. Where are we on the clock? 6:40 to go. Don't you kind of hate this? We have to count down, but it's we have to pick.
You already know you're picking Joe Burrow at this point.
Exactly.
Unless, again, the Dolphins are just blowing up your line right now. Here, come on.
Do you think
we'll give you 10 first-round
What
picks.
was the movie, Draft Day? Behind the scenes, they're flopping 3 1s, 3 2s. Punt returner.
I never actually saw Draft Day, to be honest.
No, it's a decent movie.
That's a get your popcorn right there.
Let's do
Actually,
it.
we should have done that. Why didn't we do that? Come on, C-Money.
It's all your fault,
You're supposed to be the ideas man here. What are you doing?
You're in Texas, so we're gonna blame you right now because you're not.
Slacking.
El Paso doesn't count as Texas.
It doesn't count as New Mexico. So what is it?
It's New Mexico white.
Is it Mexico then?
It's New Mexico white. It's
Texas light.
It's New Mexico.
New Mexico. I mean, New Mexico is Anthony and Texaco. Because Anthony straddles the border, and so does Texaco.
That is true.
Okay, well, how about New Mexico?
Just stop.
Yeah.
New Maxis?
I'm trying to mix in that old Mexico, New Mexico.
All right.
Texas
Also, he
vibe.
does actually have a computer desk.
Yep.
Seize the day.
And I like the 2 monitor setup. Got the printer to his right hand.
What do you need a printer for at this point?
Hey, he might need to.
Okay, so the GM's got. Looks like he just moved it into his living room.
Oh no, that's director of player personnel.
Oh,
Duke Tobin.
So Duke
What's
Tobin.
up, Duke?
I actually like his sort of setup right next to the
Right next to
kitchen.
the
It's
outdoor.
got
No,
his
that's
bit.
the
pretty cozy.
outdoor. Yeah.
Or is that
cozy,
outdoor?
you
Yeah,
know,
that's
like,
the outdoor.
kind of makes you feel
there's
at
the grill.
home and everything like that, you know.
He definitely had Chip and Joanna go and decorate his house for him.
He did look like he had a nice house, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, why didn't we get into being player personnel directors?
You know what's really interesting
Terrible life
is
choices.
now that everything's being done virtual, you could definitely tell that nobody was getting dressed up for this draft. Like, Joe Burrow is just chilling.
Oh, Michael Irvin, look at him.
So Michael
Okay,
Irvin
does,
styling
does,
and
does he have
profiling
pants
right
on?
Now I'm thinking about it.
maybe he has like jorts or something like that.
But I
Like,
mean, up top, man.
Up top,
Like,
he's
he's
crispy
styling.
clean.
He's profiling that like.
Okay,
red
now Booger
suit.
McFarland, who says that he pooped his pants on the sideline, does he have pants on?
I think. Oh my God! Just he gets caught with his pants down enough times on fucking Monday Night Football.
I'm gonna say no. I'm saying Booger does not have pants on right now.
Does Booger look like the type of man that would wear pants to this kind of thing?
You guys can't see it. That's Owen.
No, these guys though, they just
Now the
showed
real
up
question
and they're
is,
like, I'm
who's
not
going
gonna
to be
be
0-16? Sorry, I had to squeeze in a dad joke in there.
Alrighty, hold on. I'll be right back.
Are you gonna get a beeper or
I'm
something?
gonna get a dad joke counter for this.
I think you need a whiteboard back there. We're just kind of like telling him up and everything. Oh shit! Do you think he's got a whiteboard? No. Oh, okay. We got a whiteboard, guys. Dad joke counter is live and active. Can you also make like another column for like Goodell, like booze, virtual booze? I don't know.
So they're showing Joe Burrow's
Up to
his
one.
Heisman speech.
How long is this? Like 34 hours? I guess we did
very impoverished area.
Oh, you can't really see, but close enough.
Just know that's at one. We'll be at 101 here in this few.
Yeah. And so yeah, so the pick is in. It is Joe Burrow, as expected. Why it took so long, I don't know. I'm not surprised by this.
Maybe they were just seeing if somebody would throw the kitchen sink at them.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of wondering if they were like fully sold on him, like coming in, like, or it was just like they got pressured into it because of like his background. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's always talking about how the Chargers need to sell tickets. Him being a hometown grown kid, I mean, it's almost kind of had to take him.
Yeah.
But you know what? We had Middlecoff on the podcast a couple weeks ago, right? And he mentioned some good points. He doesn't necessarily have like the strongest arm, which may not translate that well once you actually get into that Cincinnati weather when you're playing on the road in Pittsburgh, playing on the road in Baltimore. Hell, even Cleveland if they're better. You know, you have to watch out for. Well, you gotta watch out for Myles Garrett swinging a helmet at you. So that's something to watch out for.
Yeah. No, I mean, I
got
think
a little baby giraffe.
Yeah, they named it Burrow. You didn't see it? It said Baby Burrow.
It's almost the same. It's almost a shame that the Saints didn't have like a draft pick or something like high and everything. It would work.
All righty, so the pick is in. Burrow has a Bengals hat already in his hand.
Did you hear
The
that?
writing is on the wall.
Did you hear that they gave like merch to all 30 picks?
Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals select Joe Burrow,
Yep.
quarterback.
I almost wanted it to be someone different when he read the card, though. Like,
especially
Full of
after
Steve
all of
Harvey.
us, it's not
Yeah.
Full of Steve Harvey.
just forget like the last 3 minutes of things we said.
All righty, so on that note, they picked up Tua.
Tagovailoa.
Okay, so is Tua the Khabib of the NFL at this point?
How do you compete with the NFL?
Say Khabib's last name.
You're saying as far as Nurmagomedov. That's close enough, right?
I mean, his is pretty hard.
Tagovailoa
It's like Hawaiian, yeah, it's a
and
Hawaiian name.
Khabib. No, I'm not.
Nurmagomedov.
Nurmagomedov.
But yeah, no, I'm really not surprised. And like you said, Aris is, you almost have to pick Joe Burrow, being that he's a local kid, right? Even though he played for LSU. I think
He graduated from Ohio State. He
Yep.
was Mr. Football
Yeah.
his senior year in high school. So, I mean,
I mean, that Texas game, So again, like I'm coming over from Austin here. That city was electric during the LSU Texas game. I was bummed. They had a chance too. Texas, God, they just kind of fell off the cliff there towards the middle of the part of the season.
Texas is back. Texas is back. Texas is not back apparently.
Yeah, no, I like Sam Ellinger too. He's good.
Yeah. So do you think this makes the Bengals better?
Makes them better, yeah. I mean, they're in a better position than they were with Andy, and I like Andy Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that it was time that they kind of made a change. And if this helps keep AJ Green around, then I think that that's all the more reason to, draft the guy.
We'll see what they did tag him.
Yeah,
he hasn't signed it yet, so.
Well, I mean, AJ Green, I believe, is interested at the prospect of working with Burrow. And I know Burrow kind of threw it out there to the Bengals that maybe he might have held out from them drafting him if they didn't keep AJ Green. So, it was one of those things that kind of had to do. And as far as the other quarterbacks in the draft, I guess I don't really care for Tua in that spot, to the Bengals. I mean, Herbert might have been a fit just physically.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still a lot of question marks about Burrow or about Herbert.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
his accuracy.
Yeah, it's more so you just kind of look at how much he really loves the game, which is one thing that I've seen thrown out there about him. But he does have all the physical tools. Now the question is going to be like Josh Allen.
Yeah, the only physical tool that's held against him is he's 6'6".
Yeah,
and typically any quarterbacks over 6'5" typically don't fare well in the NFL. The last one being Brock Osweiler.
Yeah.
Any decent sort of success.
And it's mostly just because of that release, right? You're slower physically when you're running, and the release takes just so freaking long because your arms are so long.
We almost get past, did you see that quote from DeAndre Hopkins a couple weeks ago? I put up decent numbers with Osweiler throwing the ball. So. I'm
good. And thank you, Osweiler, because that was the 1 year that DeAndre Hopkins sucked, and he was on my fantasy team.
It's how it be sometimes.
Thankfully, this is the first year that my first round pick actually, went out, did something for me, because I had David Johnson the year that he broke his wrist. I had DeAndre Hopkins the year he had Brock Osweiler. I had Le'Veon Bell the year he tore his ACL.
Mm-hmm.
So my first round picks were always just busts.
I can't wait for fantasy football to get back here.
So you guys are taking the SAT, huh?
That'll be our.
Heard about the draft stipulations we're throwing out there, huh? Yeah. So we were talking about, worst draft day punishments, postseason finishing last place punishments. Yeah. One of my friends in his league, the last place finisher had to take the SAT and then publicly post it on their Facebook, their score.
Why don't we try to get our hands on the Wonderlic?
That might be a big point of thing after talking shit about Tua's Wonderlic all this time.
You got a 13 and we end up getting a 7.
Here's the thing though, I feel right out of college you're at least somewhat more prepared for it because you're studying this stuff actively.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask me to do fucking trigonometry right now,
I have no idea how to do it.
Listen, I know there's a lot of jobs. Yes, you still have to use algebra.
Mm-hmm.
Kids, for the most part, I'm gonna be real with you.
Unless you're in engineering or accounting.
Now, if an American high school added a class about balancing out a checkbook, that might be something to look into.
Do kids nowadays even know what a checkbook
is? Education. Come on. Let's fix that.
I don't even think kids know what a checkbook is.
Ooh, the pick is in for the Redskins. Okay, guys, what are we feeling here? So we didn't get announced on the trade.
Chase Young.
You think it's Chase?
Young.
Yeah, I think so.
Ron Rivera gets his DN. He's a defensive coach.
I just couldn't see him going after Tua or anything like that because I personally don't believe in Haskins based off.
No, that's why they got Kyle Allen.
Guess so. I was pleased with Kyle Allen at points last year. But
he had some good games and he had some pretty terrible games.
Yeah, I think where it went bad for him was pretty much that Niners game where we even said it in our picks that week. We're this is first tough defense he's had to play since he came in. He started that 4-0 start and everything, and then sure enough, plays the Niners, gets sacked I want to say 6 times, and that was the game too. Nick Bosa had this insane pick on him too.
Mm-hmm.
rocking the Bosa, last year's number 2 overall pick. We're about hitting number 2 overall in this draft.
So
and it's also going to be
DN from
also going to be
Ohio
edge
State.
rusher.
Yep.
It's DN from Ohio State. DN from Ohio State.
I think that's pretty much because what was it that Joey got drafted?
He got drafted in 2015.
What pick?
He was third.
Third.
He
Yeah,
went behind Zeke and a quarterback. I don't remember who.
Could you imagine if all 3 of those guys were like on the same team in college, like Chase Young, Joey, and like Nick?
It would have been.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Susie, Joe, thanks very much.
Looks
Congratulations.
like Chase Young is on the phone, so
Mad respect. It looks like they have like a pick of, I'm guessing, like a
Grandfather.
grandfather or something. I'd say too, like Graham's styling profile, and I like love his hat and everything like that.
Tell you a little bit about Chase Young.
It is cool. It looks like the NFL sent all of the top picks.
I think they sent out
Camera.
60.
60
The 60 players, so top 2 rounds essentially.
Yep.
Guaranteed they're going to probably get somebody in the 3rd round with the setup still that falls or something like that. But I think they said that they sent out 60 prospects. And then they partnered with Verizon, so they sent them a phone and a microphone or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, and it looks like it's pretty high quality equipment, right? Like they've got the lamp, right? That's right there next to the camera.
Better than ESPN sports coverage.
Yeah, much better.
I mean, I was.
All right, so 2 more.
On that, though.
Oh. We didn't really get to see their setups. It was more just their couches that they showed on there. So.
All right.
With the second pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select Chase Young.
Yep.
There it is.
As expected.
Defensive head coach gets his edge rusher there. His very prolific edge rusher.
So now Detroit is on. Now this was the spot where
Potential trade talk.
potential trade. So if not, they're definitely going to go Jeff Okudah here.
Makes
They
sense.
got rid of Big Play Slay. They need somebody on that back end. So if they don't trade out of here, it's going to be another Ohio State person. So
Here's the thing, though. Like, I look at this. I feel as though with Matt Patricia, you're in a position where you need to win this year, right? He needs to win. I don't think that like necessarily drafting Jeff Okudah is going to change the landscape of your team enough to do that. So honestly, I think the Detroit Lions need to trade out of this pick and get a few more guys to fill out that team.
I could definitely see that. So it does look like Chase Young is another local to his team. So that's a big plus.
You know, I think
Grew
that
up
was
10 miles. Sorry.
I think that was very important in this year's draft, though, like getting guys that were like fairly local and everything like that, because you have so much more access to the like local scouts than you do, and we're dealing with all this bullshit with COVID that you can't travel across the country. Ask some kids. I mean, you bring up phones, but like I think there is a missing element of just being able to just go down the street and like say, hey, what's going on?
Yeah. And that face to face, right, is you can see like, hey, this person's lying to my face, right? If I ask them how were his grades, how was his behavior, all that stuff.
That's why I read an interesting report that this year's mock drafts, like NFL executives were saying that they were the most soft they've ever been.
And I think it's because scouts are starting to form their own opinion.
Yeah.
Whereas you're not with the same scouts, the same group of scouts for 2-3 months on end, going to each pro day, going to this or that, or talking, at the hotels that they're staying at. So now you kind of, instead of getting one collective, essentially, mock draft or something like that, you're going to have each individual person rating a person differently than he would if he got, talked to by Aundre, who's the Ohio State, he mainly deals with Ohio State people. So that's just probably why you're seeing all the different mock drafts out there. I think Miami would be the more likely.
But they don't really need it because you're not at no risk of the Giants selecting,
a quarterback.
Well, I mean, if they both want to go offensive line, but I don't see the Dolphins wanting to do that unless they want to go all in on Lawrence next year.
Mm-hmm.
But all things considered, I mean, that's an interesting fallback option for a lot of these teams that they really just want to punt on this year.
See, but then you're taking a chance that what if we don't have sports next year?
Oh my God!
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying because Joe Burrow wasn't the number 1 overall pick; it was Tua. So say we didn't have the college football season this
Everybody
last
would
year.
have chosen Tua.
Tua would have been. Granted, he probably wouldn't have gotten hurt or anything.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel like you can't necessarily punt to next year with all the question marks we do have.
That's true, but I mean, you don't really need to know that much more about Trevor Lawrence. We already know what he is.
Yep.
And you can make the argument that he could have went pro after like his freshman year. But
Very true.
with that said, I'm okay with him not. Like we had a very interesting discussion, like I said, with John Metcalf a couple weeks ago, and he said that it's hard to evaluate kids when they're that young and everything like that. So it's good. When
Joe Burrow took about 5 years to fully develop. But it does look like the Lions pick is in. So it looks like Jeff Okudah.
Yeah, I mean,
unless they go crazy off the wall, but
yeah,
he kept
Trey
tackling the player, then getting their flag.
No,
The other
I agree
players
with you. I think it's going
complained
to be
and said, "This is
Jeff Okudah.
fair."
Honestly, though, like their defense lost them a few games that they were really close in my opinion, or even that tie right at the start of the year with Arizona, is they were able to build that lead, and they lost it because they didn't have good cornerbacks.
Hold on.
So Matt Patricia.
Matt Patricia, I think we gotta flip this one back.
I don't have a Ty Conderoga, but you can try that.
All right, let's see here. There we go.
With the
guys.
third pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jeff Okudah.
Okay, I mean,
Defensive back.
they're really Slay, but I think it's just a net neutral for them. Like I don't think it makes them better or worse.
Yeah, no, because now I mean, who would play opposite of him?
Yeah,
they don't really have much.
I mean, if you told me they had Okudah and Slay,
definitely big.
Yeah.
But okay, so you replace the spot that you gave up on this off season. It will be interesting to see how they fill out the rest of the team with the trade they did make, getting rid of Slay. But I think they need another weapon. I think this is kind of a missed opportunity there in terms of, and Okudah's could have a great career. I'm not saying like he's a bad player by any means, but I feel like if you're the Lions, you need more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't turn out like Malik Hooker from Ohio State. He was drafted very high. He still has a very good career stat line.
Yeah.
He's just not the highly touted pro that people were expecting him to be, but he's still a very good starting safety. So hopefully you don't, you just waste a third overall pick on a decent safety.
Well, they're still going all in on that like Patriots philosophy and everything like that. So it'll be interesting to see how obviously one of the big things that got with Slay is like he didn't agree with Matt Patricia's like handling of like showing him the tape and everything. So I don't know. I mean, this guy obviously been under Urban Meyer, Ryan Day. Ohio State is one of the more disciplined programs, and well, kind of relatively. I mean, it depends what you think of Urban Meyer, but it's more about disciplining his coaches and his Florida Gators teams of old. Aside from Tim Tebow, Tim Tebow was sane.
We need a 30 for 30 on that team. Mike and Marquise Pouncey, Tim Tebow, Aaron Hernandez.
Well, we already covered the inside the mind kill. Aaron Hernandez.
We did, but they need to do a 30 for 30 on that team because
I think it'd be good. I'd watch it. So New York Giants are on the clock.
So now they could trade out of this.
He could.
There's also a lot of people talking about they're going to draft Derek Brown from Auburn, but now there's also been a lot of
Simmons.
A lot of talks that they're going to go offensive tackle here to help protect Daniel Jones.
Yeah, which would likely be.
I don't see
Iowa.
I don't see Simmons going here. I could see the earliest Simmons going would be 6 to the Chargers, and then probably wouldn't go again till maybe Carolina. But he might even drop out of the top 10 if some of these defensive needy teams don't pick him up. That's a problem. Which would be a huge steal for maybe 13.
He's not going to drop that far.
Yeah,
I'm just saying like that.
And
your scary defense already gets scarier.
Nah, I mean, if anything, in terms of like what the Niners are going to do, they're either going to get like one of the premier weapons at wide receiver, or they're probably going to try and load up their defensive line where they messed up. Not messed up, but got rid of Buckner. Just try and find
Derek Brown probably would still
Insane.
be there. Now, would you rather have Jerry Jeudy?
Out of the little trio
Lamb?
there. Now, I love what Jeudy does as a route runner, but I do think that we kind of have that role filled with what Debo does, right? Debo's a great route runner. He's physical, everything like that. And I kind of think that's a little bit of what Jerry Jeudy does. What I really love, though, is like someone that has game-breaking speed.
CD Lamb.
Yeah, and the size. Like, he has the size over Ruggs, which I do appreciate, and his speed is up there. Now, he does take a
Lamb's actual name is Sedarius.
Darius, huh?
I heard an interview where the coach said, "You're a star player. I'm not going to be saying Sedarius the whole game, so let's give you a nickname," and named him CD, and it stuck. So, fun fact of your day.
I do feel like a name makes a big difference, though, right? Like, would everybody
Well, yeah.
be as into him if he was just Sedarius?
So here you go.
Darius Lamb? That's kind of badass.
Is Tom Brady, okay? Is Tommy Brady just as good as Tom Brady?
What about Thomas Brady?
I go Tom.
Is Ted Bridgewater in the NFL or is Teddy Bridgewater in the NFL?
What about Theodore Bridgewater?
No, see, that's an account. That's an account.
Yeah, exactly.
That kind of always sounds like a refined quarterback.
Theodore.
Theodore.
Michael Theodore.
So there's still 3 minutes on the clock. Pick is not in. So do you think maybe New York is actually trying to?
No. Gettleman's just trying to figure out his internet connection right now. That's what.
I think he's on the wrong page of that big ass book that he had. So he's flipping through one by one.
You think he has the rotary cards? Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Oh my god! When that picture came out,
here's what I'll say. Maybe we're a little too hard on Gettleman, to be honest. Like, he's done some decent picks, if we're being real. Like, there were moments that Daniel Jones did look okay.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, Saquon
was he there for Saquon, or was that?
Yeah, no.
He was there.
That's touched by the hand of God, Saquon.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he has a tendency to make these over-dramatic statements about the players he drafts. And there's the story that he was at the Senior Bowl, and how he ended up drafting Daniel Jones is you saw him at the Senior Bowl and said, that's a quarterback right there.
You saw like his first pass or something like that.
He didn't even see him throw. No, he didn't even see him throw.
Oh no, I thought
he
you saw one.
He just looked at Daniel Jones and was like, that's a quarterback.
Because he looks like Eli. Yeah.
And he had Clyde Christensen.
Gettleman has no tie to Eli.
See, I don't know. I feel like the New York Giants organization does, though. And so I feel like as soon as Gettleman got in, they're like,
Hey, blame him. You won them 2 Super Bowl titles.
I mean, yeah, but at a certain point, you become almost incestual as an organization, right? Where it's all.
I didn't think we'd be talking about incestual relations.
I'm just saying that's what it seems
on this
like.
Live stream, that's where we're going.
Is that Daniel Jones came from the Manning
took a
camp?
turn.
What are you doing?
A Manning? So that's all I'm saying. They have this weird relationship with Eli where they're like, hey, we got to do whatever Eli wants.
Off camera.
So
got to put the star of the show on the camera.
But yeah, no, I don't know. It's getting pretty close. So about one more minute left.
I wonder if they're on the. Oh, there's it is. So
Okay.
pick is officially in. Well,
if their clock runs out, they should just get best available, man. I feel like that should be how it works. Or
See,
they get a kicker automatically.
We were talking about this earlier. Whose board do you go off of, though?
Who, I mean, not that we have anyone particularly in the chat right now. You guys can chat at us if you are watching. Whoever you are out there.
I wish we could see, like, Instagram Live. You can actually see who's
who's
actually watching.
Yeah, I think you can here. See, we're just as bad as old people who don't know how to figure out the
Huh? How do you work this stuff?
Gotta get the horn put in here.
Old school.
Pat Shermer. See, they gotta get the coach right too. That's another thing.
Well,
Joe
now they
Judge,
have
I have, like-
so
It just lacks judgment.
let's see. Grad assistant.
Wow, you just let that one go by, huh?
I didn't even hear what he said. I was trying to read.
Sleeping on the job.
I guess so. Was that a dad joke?
Yep.
That was.
We all missed it.
Let's see. Yeah. So I I agree, Aris. I think they're going offensive tackle. I'm going to say that they either go with, what's his name, Worth from Iowa
Or the
Alabama
kid.
Yeah.
I think
Just
Georgia,
better.
the kid from Georgia, I think his name is Johnson or something like that. He's definitely going to be the third tackle taken.
Oh, you got
A very basic setup for Joe Judge.
It's a nice TV, though.
Looks like he's in a
That's a
studio.
painting.
Looks like he's
Is
in a
that a painting?
studio apartment.
Oh, over here.
Thickness starting here.
Oh, Gettleman actually has TVs. Whoa.
Why does it look like Gettleman's on like a plantation right now?
How big is that TV, you guys think? It's that close to him.
75 is what I'm saying.
You think that's as big as this TV here?
I think it is.
Isaiah Simmons, outside
I think it's
linebacker
75.
Clemson, but you think about Gettleman, the offensive tackle spot, so critical.
Here's
for
Sam
Barkley
Eagle,
and
Mel
Daniel
Kiper.
Jones. All right, listen.
Sweating
it
up a
certainly
storm.
seems Dave Gettleman has
He
made
is
it
pretty
clear
awfully
he
sweaty. I don't know
loves
if he has,
what
doesn't
he
have the
likes
right
to
makeup
call
person there.
There's
There's no makeup person there.
the big guys up front.
It's hair
Isaiah
bigger than
Simmons
usual
is still
because of
there.
this.
Dabo Swinney has called him a beautiful football player. What will the Giants do?
If you look at-
We're going to get the pick or no?
If you look at
Oh, here it
90s
is.
Mel Kiper, it's like the
With the
Bride of
fourth pick
Frankenstein.
in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Andrew Thomas, tackle. Georgia.
Whoa, I thought Georgia's tackle was going to go third. He's going first. All right.
But perhaps
He was touched by the hand of God,
This
Guess so.
lineman, Andrew Thomas.
So they got the left tackle to shore up the blind side for their franchise quarterback.
He was the percussionist in the Pace Academy band in high school, guys. Percussionist. Not a simple job. Not a simple job.
Not one bit.
At least he's got some rhythm.
I wonder if he was a big fan of drumline growing up.
That was terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like the
little bit.
one good thing that Nick Cannon did before Eminem buried him.
Yeah.
Actually, no, Eminem did bury him, right? He just kind of ignored him.
Yeah, you just
Which is kind of like,
which is
very
That
worse.
was worse. Yeah.
you think you rank less than Machine Gun Kelly. That's
Yeah.
what that means.
That he didn't even have to put out a diss track.
It's like, there's like Nick Cannon, 50 pounds of shit, Machine Gun Kelly. Well, actually, I would say mumble rappers below the 50 pounds of shit, and then Machine Gun Kelly, and then you start getting into, your actual rappers. Man,
Yeah.
you know what? Actually, I'll say this. MGK doesn't have, he has a decent one out there, yeah.
I actually
You
like MGK.
You actually have to look for him, you know?
Mhm.
Like, in that whole, like, dispute, did you like Rap Devil?
It was all right.
It was all right. I think it was a good like thing. Come
The
on,
Nick Cannon ones. The funny thing is like the beef was with Nick Cannon, but he pretty much had the walling out guys do all the dirty work for him.
wasn't it about something about like wasn't Nick Cannon like dating like Mariah Carey, which is like I think Eminem's ex or something?
Yeah,
That he went above
Wolves.
Alabama and Iowa. Yeah,
Mhm.
worse than and Wills.
Maybe they just feel like, why are you putting your mask on? You
yeah.
didn't have your mask.
You're by yourself.
Gettleman. So if you can't see, Gettleman is putting on a mask in his own home, and he couldn't even do that correctly. So
It was like a struggle for him.
Oh my god.
he was having some difficulties putting on his mask.
Here's the thing: if it doesn't work out for him this year, if like they don't show improvement, then I think Gettleman will be gone.
Mm-hmm.
With that said, I feel like what's improvement? Like we're talking 6-10 year, we're talking 7-9. Because I don't think they're going to be competing with the Eagles or the Cowboys.
No. They're going to be battling with Washington for last place in the East.
Well, the Dolphins. Here's the big question mark here. Herbert.
Well, so they have their whole board essentially is still available to them.
Mm-hmm.
Herbert, Tua,
If I don't see
the offensive tackle.
if we don't see a trade here, then I was wrong. I thought we were going to see a trade within the top 5. So
No, there's not. They're going to definitely take this. If they have 3 picks, so if they're going to trade, I think it'd be one of the later ones.
But they should fill out that roster a little bit. They do have kind of like pieces where they have to get going. I mean, Tua looks like he's ready here. I don't know.
Yeah.
No phone call, so maybe not Tua.
Waiting for that phone to ring.
Beautiful flower.
The kid in the back looks mad as hell, though. The
He
one
does.
right
I don't know if
behind
it's his
Tua.
Oh, that's
younger
Tua.
brother.
That's his younger brother who also plays for
Oh, okay.
Alabama.
Okay, so he looks mad to be there. But they are in Alabama, which is weird. Why would they not be in Hawaii?
I will
Unless
say
they
Tua
moved
did
down
dress up, so he went the whole 9 yards, put on the suit.
Wow, he looks pissed. Brian Flores looks mad.
Maybe he just has resting bitch face.
It's possible. I mean, being around Belichick all those years, I'm sure some stuff rubs off on you. He's probably tired of these kids.
Photo.
I do like the wall art that he had back there.
His career, okay.
Decent setup. It's some game balls back there. Looks like maybe candy.
He's got his candy, man.
Russian nesting dolls up there.
How much work do you think some of these guys did in like figuring out their background?
A lot. Except for David Gettleman.
Just the pure white wool.
Yeah.
All right, so the
It's a
pick is
medical
in.
issue. How do you weigh the medical versus
All right,
the talent?
Aris, you're gonna have to leave the room here in a sec.
Yeah, it's all about managing risks, right? It's all
I
about
guess
future
we'll wait
performance.
just the 2 seconds.
We're just trying to get that magical Goodell moment. You know, the swag.
Let's get ready to go live here, guys. Good question. How the
So, are we thinking that they went quarterback? Either Herbert or Tua?
Well, it didn't look like it was Tua, so if anything, it was Herbert. Or they're going to go either Wharfs or the Alabama tackle, which then that puts the Chargers in a very weird predicament because you could go
The other of the two.
You can either go the 2 tackle or the 2 quarterbacks, the tackle, or you have Isaiah Simmons and Derek Brown there to shore up that defensive. D-line was a big issue for us, and linebacker was a big issue for us.
Here's the thing with the Chargers, before you have to go on IG Live, check us out at Slumpbuster Podcast. I just think you guys just need to draft one of those 2 guys, regardless of
one of the 2
who it is.
quarterbacks.
Because Tyrod, is just going to be a bridge, so you might as well have someone on the bench who can take over.
Easton
And
Stick.
if you are worried about,
He can
shut the
dribble.
fuck up.
He can dribble a football like no other.
I don't think he's going to stick around.
There's another one.
Put it up there.
All right, we are at 3 dad jokes for Juju.
I'm working on him, trying to crank him out here. Promo code Slump. Haven't said it.
All righty. Looks like they are
And see what happens.
going to it. Here's moment of
With
truth.
the 5th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Tua Tagovailoa,
There it is.
They did tank for Tua.
Alabama.
The tank is complete, and they didn't even have to go all in on the tank. They were able to actually win some games, have some pride.
It's time to go live.
Alrighty, so I need to show you.
Yeah,
how to
we're
go
gonna go
live.
fucking live.
So, anyways, while we're figuring out how to go live on Instagram,
I never gone live on
here.
Instagram.
I think this is a good pick for him.
Julian doesn't even know how to go live.
They were going to do.
Yeah, it's because you have this dang Android. These
Androids
assholes,
are the shit.
these assholes
all right?
have to turn my chat green all the damn time.
Hey. It's the way to do it.
No. Let's see here, because you're gonna go on like our mic time here. Go to the other room. We'll yell at you.
I gotta.
We'll yell at you.
I'll turn on the
just
TV
share your
there.
thoughts.
All right, so we are on the clock now. The Chargers are.
We're just gonna let him be in there, guys.
Hey.
This is really the main show. The Slumpbuster with
So we
Julian
are
and Aundre.
live.
So, anyways, no. What do you think about? What do you think about this Tua pick? Do you think it's the right move?
Yeah, no. Worst case, come on. He sits behind Fitzpatrick for a year.
Yep,
They still
I
have
agree.
Josh Rosen on their roster, which is interesting.
Also agree.
What do you think we do with Rosen here? Do you think he goes? They trade him off? Does he have any value? I mean, they got him last year for a 2nd-round pick.
I mean, I think maybe it is the safer bet to leave him now that you've gone with Tua. It's like, hey, if we really don't trust Tua's hip right now that we can get our own doctors to evaluate him, and we want him to develop a little bit more, you have Rosen as your backup, and so not only that, but you've got Fitzmagic, right? As probably your starter. So,
I mean, Fitzpatrick's like a good person and like sit behind. You know, he's a veteran, he's tough. Like, if you want to learn kind of like how to play quarterback and like that right mindset for the NFL, I think Fitzpatrick's a great guy. You know, like,
especially given last year, right? He overperformed after they were shipping off a whole bunch of talent from the team.
He made Devontae Parker a star, which, you know, I'm interested to see. So Devontae Parker, they finally gave him some money, gave him a contract after his rookie deal. So, you know, like, does he kind of like continue that development process? And ultimately, it's going to be interesting. So, like, with the Dolphins, you have still 2 more picks in the first round here. So you can say, okay, we're going to get a lineman to protect him, and we're going to get him a weapon. You know, maybe get him someone good as far as like a wide receiver or something, which would be good.
Yeah.
Aris, shut the fuck up.
Calm down. Jesus Christ.
So I'm sure you can hear Aris in the background going crazy.
God, he just never shuts up. It's
No.
always.
Chargers fans.
Whether it's dogs
Three
or
of
like
us.
The door, the chair.
the door, the chair, Lewis. No disrespect, we love you, Taco Lou. Thanks for supporting us. But
Let's see.
we'll see. I'm happy we have a lefty though.
Yeah, I think so. And you know, I brought this up with Fago when we were having our conversation. So shout out to friend of the show, Fago. Is
the third.
Yep, the third is, you know, left tackle and left guards come at a premium in the NFL, right? You got to spend a whole lot more money just because that's the blind side of your typical right-handed quarterback. Now, you know, you still want to protect Tua from all sides, of course, but you may be able to skimp out a little bit more on left tackle.
No, I don't buy into
Reinforce
that
right tackle.
because you're just shifting the money around on the line.
You are, but at right tackle, I think you could get more value out of it though, and save a little bit on
because,
left.
I mean, if you're basically what happens with lefties is you're shifting your top tackle, whichever they are, left, right, whatever. Go play on the quarterback's blind spot. Ultimately, I mean, there are certain things you have to prepare for, but ultimately, what you're trying to do is keep the edge rusher, the premier edge rusher from the other team, off the guy's blind side.
Yeah. Well, my standpoint is right tackles in free agency. If you look dollar value, they are always paid less than left tackles.
But that's because there's a lot of right-handed quarterbacks.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying is you can get the top right tackle in the league, right, for less than you would get the top left tackle in free agency.
I think it's ultimately all the same because you're paying the line as a whole.
You do pay the line as a whole, but I think this allows you to get a better line that fits a left-handed quarterback.
Well, here's
Whereas
the thing.
you have to pay a lot more money if you're like, hey, we got to reinforce left tackle. Left tackles always get paid more, especially in free agency. So if you go out and get a good free agent left tackle, that's a lot of money in that one position that can't be spread throughout.
If I'm an agent, though, I'm saying, like, okay, I know you have a left-handed quarterback, and you're approaching me as a right tackle. No, I want left tackle pay.
I could say, okay, go get that from another team.
Yeah, but you also want, if you're talking about a stud at right tackle, you're going to pay him because you have an injury-riddled quarterback in Tua that you want to protect, that you don't want getting in on the back end.
Yeah, I think if you have the leverage as a team, though, to always say, we will make you the highest paid right tackle, but it will be less than the highest paid left tackle.
I mean, that's a possibility, but...
And if not, you could go find another team because there will be a right tackle.
Go find another team is how you end up with, the Patriots max exodus right now.
I mean, that is true, but I'm saying from a free agency standpoint, right? Like, I wouldn't tell my own players that.
All right, but pick us in. How do we operate his? What do you mute? Which controller is it? This one here?
That one. Yep.
Ow! I gotta stretch. What? Oh. Johnny Manziel. Money Manziel here.
All right. Do you think they go quarterback? I don't think so.
Boy, that was a Pizza Hut moment
we should.
there. We appreciate the draft.
Like I said, they're going to go for Trevor next year.
Mel, what are we thinking here? With
But their team, I think, got a lot better in this offseason. And
Tyrod's not it, man.
There, you obviously have offensive tackle Jedrick Wills and Tristan Wirfs there that can come in and be right tackle starters immediately. But I think Justin Herbert at quarterback Oregon, he nailed the draft process.
Now,
He's got to go
thinks that
somewhere
it's
in this
Herbert.
area. And if he doesn't go here, then you get into that no man's land we've always talked about.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's the right thing. I mean, even if you think you want to roll with Tyrod this year, you need someone who's young, who could, in theory, be under contract for a few years. First round pick, you draft him here, you have him for 5 years at least to evaluate him, get him trained up. And if Tyrod is good enough to keep his job for a couple years, cool. Unfortunately for Tyrod, I think this is going to be a Baker Mayfield situation. He loses his job middle of the season again. Because we've seen it too often. If you're a rookie quarterback, you're kind of drafted in the first round. You're just expected to start.
Expected to play. Yeah.
I mean, right now, even fans get antsy about a 6th round quarterback like Gardner Minshew. You know? So, I mean,
all right.
The 6th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Justin Herbert, quarterback.
So I think Aris is surprised. It was Justin Herbert out of Oregon.
I don't know if you guys hear that. It's a WTF moment. I mean, listen, they needed to go and get a QB, so he's your boy now, Aris. Better get used to it.
Justin Herbert. I bet you Bridget from After Orange Slices is happy because she gets her Oregon quarterback for the Chargers.
I mean,
We'll see how well he performs, though.
Hey, I mean, Justin Herbert's used to styling and profiling with the sickest jerseys in college football, the Oregon jerseys. So, I mean, as much as we diss on Aris, I'll always give his Chargers jerseys a shout out. Yeah, they were pretty cool. Out of those jerseys, I think I love the all navy blue ones.
I like those ones.
Those are pretty sick.
Those are really nice. Yeah. As far as Justin Herbert,
Should he said what the duck? Oregon Ducks.
4th.
You hear what I'm saying, right? You get it. Quack, quack.
Do you think this is the right move above Love?
Yeah.
You think so?
Well, Love, here's the thing about Love. He's very unrefined. I mean, he does have a world of potential. He has a high ceiling. But of all things considered, Justin Herbert has all the proper tangible evidence to...
What the actual...
Especially after their stance on we're going to go with Tyrod no matter what, right?
Yeah, they kind of that spits in Tyrod's face.
You weren't keeping Tyrod as your QB for years.
I'm just saying, but how are you going to be like, yes, we're going Tyrod, we're going Tyrod,
Because
we're going on Tyrod?
Because they're probably still going to start Tyrod for the first 6 games. Fans are going to get tired of him once you guys start 3-3 or 2-4, and then
what fans? It's just me.
It's true.
Yeah, the half-empty soccer stadium.
All right, so I see Isaiah Simmons going in now, but
I don't even know if they're going to be playing in.
No, I don't think the stadium. I think us, the Rams, and the Raiders are all pushed back. I think the Raiders are looking at San Diego to play some games next year.
You know, here's the interesting thing, though. They've said, too, there's a possibility that California as a whole
doesn't have sports until 2021.
Yeah, so if that happens, I don't know.
Maybe they just move all the California teams to neutral sites.
Hey, bring one to Austin. I'll watch.
Yeah.
I'll actually show up to a Chargers game. I'll be one of the few.
I do think that Isaiah Simmons getting back to the draft is probably the best available player right here. And the Panthers, they do need a linebacker.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, they definitely, they lost their Hall of Fame linebacker, Luke Kuechly, this offseason. We can't forget that. Mm-hmm. Now, I do definitely think Simmons is more of a pass rusher, edge rusher, but I still
they need that too, though.
He's a smart guy. Oh, they got Brian Burns last year.
It's true.
So they did load up on that specific category. Now, it's going to be interesting because you definitely do have a new role in Carolina. Yes.
I'm fielding messages from fans. My mom.
Oh,
it's my mom.
Okay.
She just laughed that the Dolphins took Tua and didn't even have to tank for him.
I mean, they didn't. Jason Huntley. We just got a question from good friend C Money about Jason Huntley, the NMSU prospect. We won't see anyone get drafted obviously tonight, but I'm interested to see if that guy can actually get drafted in this year. Have you seen those highlights I sent you guys?
Nobody likes NMSU.
Pretty good. He had a sub-4.
Everybody's a logo, all right?
4.3.
Yeah.
Just because you bought the shirt at Walmart now.
I went to UNM before I dropped out.
Well, with that said, we're all podcasting now, so it doesn't matter.
Well, there you go. There's the first memes popping up of the draft. I am now seeing David Gettleman memes start to pop
Is it
up.
with his mask?
That's right. You guys talk, Udo. I gotta post a meme here.
Oh, here we go.
Mo stank.
No, I'm not
Do
surprised.
follow the page
Mhm.
on Instagram, Slumpbuster Podcast. Dankest memes. What's your tagline? Come for the memes, stay for the pod.
Come for the meme, stay for the pod. Woo! Bust the slump.
Bust the slump. Use slump on manscaped.com. 20% off and free shipping.
We're also brought to you by Big Red. If you don't choose Big Red, then fuck you.
Oh,
I was watching Talladega
Oh my
Nights the other
God,
day,
that's-
and
I don't know what to do with my hands.
So
But I do think they're going defense for Carolina.
I think so too. The pick came in pretty quickly, so the pick
I mean,
is already in.
The only other thing I can think of would be
this guy.
the only, the hell's the guy? Robbie Anderson. So they have Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore. I still think it's way too early for a tight end, which they kind of need since they lost Greg Olsen.
Mhm.
But it has to be defense here. I'm thinking Brown from Auburn or Isaiah Simmons. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe tackle. I mean, you still have two elite tackles.
You
Still
could,
on the
like, if you're
board.
going the value wise,
Mhm.
right? And you're like, hey, we want a really good value player. But still, like you said, Simmons, though, is a good value at that pick.
Everybody thought he was
ranked
going to go top
third.
5. Now he's in 7. But like I said, now he might even drop out of the top 10 if they don't get him.
And that's a steal, in my opinion, if
Yeah.
you get him,
Very much so.
less than 10. So
C Money. Oh, I have to go to bed soon. Oh, C Money. I'm sorry, I have to go to bed, buddy.
Is it night time?
It's night time
him,
for
it
C
is.
Money.
He's an old man now.
He is an old man.
He is actually the oldest of this pod, I think, by a year. But still, we're the youngins.
We are the youngins. Aundre is the youngest of the youngins.
I am.
We had to wait a whole year for him to turn 21.
Yep. Yeah, just so I could drink with you guys out at a bar.
But Panthers pick is. I hate why they take forever.
I know. Once the
Once
pick
the
is
pick
in, they
is
should
in,
just
come on.
They gotta add that drama element to it.
They're pulling their best Ryan Seacrest after the break.
Can we stop to acknowledge just how great Brett Favre's draft day photo was?
Oh yeah, it's the best one ever.
I don't think it will ever be topped. And I have to
Matt
dance
Rule.
around this large dog.
That's not even the large dog. I
Was
told
there?
you.
He's large enough.
Matt Rule actually has
It's
a
a
pretty
big
nice
guy.
setup. I like the cabinets sort of in the back. I'm guessing this is his home office.
Nice little built-ins.
Like little trophy areas, right? Or
And I
memorabilia.
feel like he's gonna start singing "You Gotta Pay the Troll Toll" to get into this voice. For all my Always Sunny fans.
Never seen it.
You never seen Always Sunny?
That's
What's wrong with you?
hilarious.
I still need to watch Dave.
All right. Dave is awesome.
All right, here it is.
With the 7th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Carolina Panthers select Derek Brown, defensive tackle, Auburn.
Okay. Well, I mean, add him with Burns. I think that's a good little 1-2 on your defensive line. And hey, we've seen it with a lot of the teams that have had success in recent years. You build up the trenches first, and it tends to matriculate out to the rest of your team.
Very true. If you have an elite defensive line that can get pressure, you don't really need elite corners.
And linebackers you can make up for a little
Exactly.
bit.
If you can get to the quarterback, pressures, get him off of his spot, get him out of the pocket, running, kind of trying to make a play, especially with old ass Tom Brady, old ass Drew Brees, and somewhat old Matt Ryan. They're not the most
They're not
mobile
mobile guys.
quarterbacks
Yeah, that's
in
not
the
their deal.
league. So if you can get pressure, especially Tom Brady, it's generally been if you can get pressure up the middle on him, he struggles with that. So it's a very good pick for at least this next year, maybe 2 years with Tom Brady being in
the
Tampa.
division. Yeah. No, I get that. And we'll see. This the big thing that's going to have to come out of this is like how Matt Rule goes with that offense. Can Teddy Bridgewater have success over there? Can Theodore Bridgewater maintain?
Theodore Bridgewater, I'm telling you, is an accountant and not a quarterback in the NFL.
Theodore Bridgewater is the starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers until PJ Walker dethrones him.
No, I mean, I think you guys are right. This was probably the right move for him. I could have seen Simmons. That would have been a good pick. But now Simmons, like you said, is probably going to fall. I don't think Arizona quite.
With the first pick that didn't go to Houston. Drafting with a first-round pick that did not go to Houston.
Oh, you mean, yeah.
But looking at Arizona's draft spot, though, it does kind of make you think that, like, well, is DeAndre Hopkins really worth the number 8 overall pick? I don't think so. You could talk
no drops, though.
You could talk me into it if it's like more middle first round. It's hard to trade away those like top 10 picks.
Yeah.
So it might have been like more victim of where the Cardinals draft one was. Now, if you want to say on Bill O'Brien, it's like you could have found a better trade partner. Someone that was willing to part with the first, maybe lower in the first round.
Mm-hmm. I think that is the main criticism of Bill O'Brien is that it seemed like he did not do his due diligence and that we've already seen some of the other wide receivers that are nowhere near as good as D-Hop, right, still fetch a first. So Stephon Diggs, I believe, went over for a first.
He did go for a first and I think like a fourth.
Yeah. And I get it, it's a much lower first, but it's like, come on, you could have found a better trade partner that would have been willing to give you maybe a middle of the first, right?
Definitely middle. They could have gotten a first. I'm surprised they didn't go shop him somewhere. Like, hey, this is what we got from a team. Mm-hmm. Unless they're just that high on David Johnson, I just don't see how David Johnson is.
Yeah, I mean, I could see a bounce back season for David Johnson. I know he had that. I mean, it could also we talked about David Johnson's season without considering he had to change offensive schemes this year for the 2 offensive schemes.
I kind of like his house, Cliff Kingsbury. Nice house.
What I'm saying.
You're doing well with everything you own.
Very true.
Those windows are as tall as your wall.
Check it out. All right.
Put all his first contract into that one.
With the 8th pick,
So you didn't think
the
of Wells or
2020
what?
NFL Draft, the
I-
Arizona
this is-
Cardinals select Isaiah Simmons,
okay.
linebacker, Clemson.
Well,
Best value at that point,
Well,
best
it is hard
available
to fault
player.
anybody
Yeah.
picking Isaiah
Chandler
Simmons.
Jones. That's gonna be hard to defend.
That's gonna be a nice little duo there.
And
Um,
even when Chandler Jones, he's coming towards the end of his career.
Here's
Yes.
another.
He has to go check his younger brother.
Yeah. No,
Take
I
some time
mean,
off, check his younger brother into rehab.
yeah.
Is John Jones the youngest of the 3?
I think he's the youngest. Yep. So no, I mean, I think you're right. I think this was a value pick. Is Isaiah Simmons? There's some people that even feel he's a top 3 player in
Yeah,
this
he was
draft.
skinny as fuck.
It's just that all of the other teams they didn't necessarily have a need for him.
I mean, the Chargers had a need at linebacker. Our linebacking core was
But you had a need at quarterback. No matter what you're telling yourself.
whatever.
Yeah, I mean, either way, right? Like the Chargers would have been debatably the only other ones that would have had that need. So
And-
Isaiah Simmons, I think, is a good pickup.
Go back to
But look at
saying too.
he could play everywhere. Safety, inside linebacker. He played some
Oh, yeah.
corner, some slot corner.
He's one of the most versatile athletes. He's there with like a Derwin James type.
In Gus Bradley's defense, like that, I feel like that would have made our defense even that more scary.
Mm-hmm.
But no. I mean, with Arizona, they couldn't stop anyone. So they did need to shore up that defense. Now you can say that maybe they could skimp on the line a little bit because Kyler is a little bit more mobile.
Yeah.
And if they can build up that defense where it's like sustainable, at least hold up, then the offensive line is, secondary.
Yeah. Yeah, and we did see, that Kyler can put up some points for him, right? As when he's running the offense, he could keep you in games. I still thought that they were going to go offensive tackle, but I could see, like, they went for the value pick, and like I said, Isaiah Simmons by a lot of people is projected as a top 5 pick.
All right, now let's talk Jacksonville here. So they basically shipped off their entire team, and Yannick Ngakoue doesn't want to be there any longer either.
Fighting with the GM son, or the
It
owner's
has
son.
to be the most petty argument I think I've ever seen. If you haven't seen this Twitter exchange, let me pull this shit up.
You unfollowed me. How is Mo a? Is that just like a Jacksonville thing? Like that's a insult? He called him Mo. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he said, like, why are you hiding? And the guy's response was like, I'm not hiding. I'm social distancing responsibly.
Yeah.
You know, like
preparing for the draft, like you should be.
Like Tony Khan. Like, come on. Like, and a lot of people respect Tony Khan. So it's like, what are we doing here? You know, like you're fighting with your star player. Like, if you look at Ngakoue's stats, you could argue he's the best pass rusher in the league. Like, in terms of pressures, he doesn't always get home, but like he's always in the opponent's heads or in their backfields. So, like, whoever could get him, if they trade him during this draft, good luck.
I feel like you could still even get a first round selection for him.
Yeah, I mean, even this late, I mean, if you told me, I don't know what would be a great trade partner for him.
I am surprised we haven't seen any trades yet, but I feel like everything kind of fell where people were expecting it to, so didn't really need any.
Well, people are saying
trades.
As far as the draft pick itself, people are connecting them with potentially Jerry Jeudy, you know, CeeDee Lamb, that top tier of wide receivers. Get Minshew at least someone to throw to. But you can also work on protecting Minshew here, too. You did mention Worth is still available from Iowa.
Same with the Alabama kid.
Yeah. And, you know, they
did
struggle a
get
little
rid
bit
of-
in pass protection.
They got rid of Marquise Lee. So really they only have freaking number 17. I can't think of his
If you
name.
told me that Jacksonville was all in on next year's draft, I could believe it. You know, because
Same
like
for Trevor Lawrence.
yeah, because like you look at some of the moves they've made, like they're really shipping off everyone. Leonard Fournette's now on the trade block too.
They got rid of Calais Campbell.
Leonard Fournette's he's a great follow on Instagram too. He literally like 2 weeks ago deleted all his like Jaguar
All this,
stuff.
and he deleted all his friends.
He even deleted his
year
profile
before.
picture and everything like that, and he wants out of there. So and Ngakoue or Fournette are still on the team after the draft. That's going to be interesting. Who out of the veterans we're expecting to get traded, who do you think's more likely? I mean, Trent Williams, I'm surprised we haven't heard news that he's gone yet.
Yeah, I could see him getting shipped out. I'm surprised maybe Andy Dalton, but we'll probably see maybe a later round trade for him.
Yeah.
Who else would really be on the trade block at this point? There goes my dogs again if you can't hear them. And what other big names are on the trade blocks that we could see being moved for first round picks? AJ Green possibly.
No,
but
I think they already committed him to
keeping-
Joe Burrow.
I think they're keeping him. So at this point, I really don't see any big name players getting traded tonight. That'd
Well,
probably
the
be
Niners
day
have talked about
2.
moving like players like D Ford and Vaughn Alexander.
You already lost. You guys already traded away one of your D line. Now you're going to trade away another D lineman.
Depends what you get back. You know, like
You
and
guys don't have any day 2 picks too, so you kind of need some sort of depth.
that's the thing about like a cap sport. You know, you lose these guys too quick sometimes. So you always have to constantly be thinking of reloading, like who fits in here if this guy leaves. So, I mean, it's worth it to, like, make that investment. And if you're looking at a player like D Ford who has an injury history, then it does make a lot of sense to look into who's there after him. I wouldn't want to trade Quan, but he does also have his injury concerns as well. All right, Jaguars pick is in. Let's see what we're looking at here, guys.
I'm posting something now, so.
Posting something. You posted.
Say thank you to all the doctors. And
Posting,
nurses.
welcome to the team, Justin Herbert. All right.
All
Even
right.
though I'm a little weird, I still have to make some of my posts for us.
Even after the what the fuck.
It was just surprising. Like I felt like they were. I mean, they were saying all in. I felt like we could have gotten defense there. So
No, I thought you guys want to short up the defense a little bit more, especially given how vocal you guys were about keeping Tyrod Taylor as your quarterback.
Well, look,
We'll
are
see.
all in this together. Please
But
help us make a difference.
I think my question is,
Huddle up for
what-
COVID-19 relief
who do you think is the
efforts,
better
join
long-term
players, teams,
prospect,
fans,
Simmons
communities
or
around the
Herbert?
country in the NFL
Simmons.
draft.
I think
And
so
let's
too.
Give them those high hopes.
That's why I thought you guys.
No,
you always go relief
for those affected.
We've
Visit
seen many
NFL.com
quarterbacks, though,
to
not
donate.
We've seen lots of it.
Shop.
You would rather hit on a quarterback than hit on a head rusher.
That is true.
And you would rather bust on the quarterback than bust on the head rusher. You don't use
I feel like that's more of a flashy sell tickets pick.
Super Bowl
More than
classics,
Chargers.
old episodes.
Well, you have to
show
at least sell your fans on it.
So you want to sell your fans on something? Go back to San Diego.
Put Tyrod Taylor on a poster.
Go back to San Diego and you'll sell out. You'll sell out stadiums. They had sellout before they even talked about moving the team. They had a lot of support in San Diego. We moved to LA. All the San Diego fans are burned bridges. So that's
All right. Goodell is on the corner, guys.
With the ninth pick
Boo.
in the 2020 NFL Draft,
Boo.
Jacksonville Jaguars select
Make Phil roll.
C.J. Henderson, defensive back, Florida.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Well, there you see.
Well,
CJ
they got rid of
Henderson
Bouye.
getting a phone call and
They got rid of
realized
Ramsey.
He's not going to go far away
Yeah.
from where he's.
You know, they had to think about that back end of their secondary a little bit.
And Henderson is the best corner probably on this draft. Yeah.
No, Jeff Okuno.
Oh, Okuno, yeah.
But you know,
Exactly.
just fine.
here's my thing. You know, like I think that just solidifies it there. We're all in on next year.
Tell us a little bit about CJ
If-
Henderson.
Listen, if the Jaguars finish more than 3 wins next year, I think
Yeah. I agree. I think they're if they're not tanking, they're accidentally doing it. Like they're just that bad.
if you look at like the teams around them too, like regardless of what they love Bill O'Brien, Texans, like they're still gonna be good. Indy's gonna be okay. They have a solid roster, and we'll see how Rivers does there. And then Tennessee also too. Let's face it, they're in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
I don't know how Ryan Tannehill's gonna do in his second year there, but you know they paid him, so
No question about it.
worked out pretty well.
It's
Browns already picked us in. That's going to be a tackle. It's going to be one of the 2 tackles.
Yeah, they have.
And then the Jets, I'm going to say it's going to be one of those receivers.
So it's worth.
I think it's worth
Or and then it's just Jets on who they feel is the biggest receiver. Best receiver on the board.
Yeah.
They need weapons.
They need Sam Darnold to have something. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have anything because they got rid of Robbie Anderson.
But Adam Gase is weird, man.
Adam Gase is weird.
He just needs to be
Yeah,
more
like,
consistent.
you don't know if he likes you or hates you. I feel like as soon as you're on his team, he hates you. All right, let's read this. All right, so I mean, like you said, like you know, nothing against Henderson here. Like you definitely need a cornerback, but you know, this is a pick that's not necessarily going to change their season. It's not going to put them from drafting in the top 10 to being a contender again. They're a long ways away from being at that AFC Championship game level that they were a couple years ago.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Again, tells you how quick teams break up. And look at the Rams. Now.
Oh, and the Rams. That's probably
this year.
the like biggest.
The Rams don't even have any draft capital either to rebuild.
No actual capital. No, it's just they're screwed in so many ways.
Mhm.
They paid Goff and just
Yeah,
shipped him
that
out.
Goff contract is going to be one of those that we look at. And I don't know if Jared Goff is terrible, but I don't think he's good either.
Yeah, he's I would say he's a good quarterback. I wouldn't say
Is
that.
Sean
he's
McVay
great.
tied to Goff though? Is that the thing? Like, does he get another job if they fire him?
What's going to be telling? Do we see the Rams pick a QB in this draft? Later rounds.
Later rounds? I can see him going later rounds, but definitely not
They're not
first.
going to go in that first 5, but I'm just saying.
All
They don't
right.
even have a
Browns
first.
There it is.
Thank you, Fletcher. We are so happy to see that you're home and doing well. We're very proud to support you and St. Jude in the fight in childhood cancer. And we're all in your corner, Fletcher. Go get them. So I have the Browns pick. With the 10th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Jedrick Wills, tackle.
Oh, they went
Alabama.
They
Alabama.
went Wills. Okay, so like I said, one of the tackles.
I'm not surprised that they go offensive
Okay,
line.
well, you know, they needed to do it. They needed to go
Biggest
off.
need that they had.
Yeah. You have to protect Baker. Now, this kind of went quiet, but do we still see Odell getting moved?
I don't think so.
I think now that we're out of like that range,
I think they'll give him one more. They'll give him one more year before trading him.
I think so. And everybody knew that the line had issues, right? And so
but
they have weapons. They have 2 tight ends now, 2 really good receivers. So this is really the biggest need to kind of try to solidify everything on your offense. So,
yeah, well, it's going to be interesting to see how they change up their offensive philosophy, with Stefanski there. Like Stefanski's offense is kind of like an offshoot of the Shanahan offense. You're going to see a lot more play actions, a lot more boots. So you definitely do need to shore up that exterior line so they can be able to move with the pocket. And you're going to have to get Baker comfortable moving again, Yeah. Like, he has to get quicker. He has to get in shape, which is a pain in the ass right now.
He is getting in shape, so...
Last year, I agree. He can't look like one of us.
Yeah.
No more dad bod for him.
No,
Too many beers.
He's good up there. But with Stefanski, you will see a few shots. They did tackle like Diggs deep, and Thielen was more the possession guy. So if you translate that to the Browns, you have your possession guy in Landry
and your deep
and
guy,
then your deep guy Odell. They weren't taking shots with Odell last year. That was one of the biggest problems. They were running a lot of curls, a lot of slants. They weren't really getting him like open deep. And I think that late as the season progressed, Baker started to lose confidence in throwing deep because he didn't have enough time.
And also, you got to think of how Odell's going to react to the season now that they brought in Hooper from Atlanta, who's going to be eating up target shares as well. So, can he be more of a team player, or is he going to go back to the old Odell and
here's the thing,
worry about target share?
If you're Stefanski, you look at the weapons you have on that team. Come on, Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb. I would double down on that running game, if anything. Like, yes, and that's why it's more important that he does have a good play action game. If you're able to establish the run with Chubb and with Hunt, then you're going to open a lot of things up and down the field. And this might be a year that we do see some, in terms of fantasy production, like a little bit of a bounce back from Odell, if he can stay healthy, which is the second fact. He did battle all last year with a hernia, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
and then he hasn't played a full season. He's only played 1 full season, I think, in his career. So that's a bit telling.
Yeah.
He had the hamstring his rookie year.
He's had a battle with hamstrings.
Dislocated his ankle.
That is a testament to him because he did have the hamstrings his rookie year, and we're still setting rookie receiving records. So that's why people remember Odell so fondly. I do think that Odell isn't the same Odell that we saw make that one-handed miracle catch, though.
No.
I think we're a long way from that Odell. It's just going to be a matter of can he evolve as a wide receiver.
We'll see. I don't think he can. I don't think he's mature enough to actually.
Yeah.
He's still kind of.
Especially with the LSU incident, right? Like, we see that he
handing out
like
fake $100 bills.
That's true. I didn't really think too much of, like, Odell's immaturity, and then that position pops up. And I wasn't advocating for him to get arrested on the spot or taken off in cuffs, but it does show that the guy does have some character issues. But we're all idiots when we're drunk, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's excited, right, for his alma mater, but still, like, you gotta have better judgment than that.
If you have millions and shit like that, and people laugh at the NCAA all the time as far as their money restrictions and rules. So I think he was just making a joke at that,
Yeah. But
we got the Jets here. So.
Jets, they're definitely going receiver. Just which one are they?
They could build up that line more too.
They could, but they have no weapons for Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
so the
Adam
smart
Gase is
play.
Still pissed about the Le'Veon Bell deal, though.
Very true. Can you see Le'Veon Bell getting traded?
It's a possibility.
Lev Bell to the Niners for number 13?
No, but I'm not saying I wouldn't actually like Le'Veon Bell because the Niners actually did pursue him last offseason, but they just going to come to a good contract. The Jets were the only ones who were willing to overpay
Pay
it.
that much.
And Gase said, what the hell are we overpaying a running back for?
Now, the thing for the Niners that has been talked about is we have a loaded backfield right now. We have a crowded backfield with Breida, Mostert, Tevin Coleman, McKinnon. They restructured his deal to keep him because Shanahan likes him, I guess.
He's a really good back. It's just he tore his ACL 2 years in a row.
Well,
when
he was in
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Tear his ACL 2 years in a row. He tore his ACL and just hasn't recovered.
I mean, he was a hell of a good back in Minnesota with that 1-2 punch that he was.
Just don't know what back he'll be when he recovers.
Very true.
So, I mean, there has been talks that they can move Breida out of there. As far as Le'Veon Bell, though, like, could I see him being traded? Yes, but I don't think they'll be able to reach a deal because what is Le'Veon Bell's value? Because we know running back has gone to value quite a bit. Le'Veon Bell, we know he's on the top of his game, is great, but the Jets last year with the Jets was terrible by his standards, and now we kind of know the formula for Le'Veon Bell. You need a team with, well, for starters, a good line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And maybe that's more incentive for the Jets to consider going after like a Worth or someone, you know.
But if Gase isn't bought in on him, why would you try to build around him and not your young quarterback?
Well, true, but I mean that's an extension of your quarterback, you know, and you are going to have Bell. I want to say, I mean, in theory, NFL you get cut at any time, but I think they got at least a couple of years with it.
Oh yeah, they're going to have to eat a year or two more on this deal. So
yeah, I mean, let's see. So I mean, as far as Mel Kiper's mock here, he has Jerry Jeudy is the best available, Tristan Wirth, Javon Kinlaw, the defensive tackle of South Carolina, C.D. Lamb, who I love, and then Xavier McKinney. So,
all right. So their pick is. I'm going to say Jerry Jeudy is going to be.
I think that's likely, but I wouldn't hate it if they went Wirth either, because I do think too you could protecting Sam Darnold wasn't a bad idea either. He was also pretty sacked, and he's not as mobile as the other QBs. He's not a Lamar Jackson.
No.
Yep.
So you got to keep him on his feet if he's going to be able to even take advantage of a wide receiver. They let Robbie Anderson walk though, which is kind of dumb on their part.
Yes, that was their only receiver.
Yeah. So I mean that's the only thing. Unless the Jets feel they can get some value plays later on at the wide receiver position,
because it is a wide receiver.
Well, yeah, you have the three elite in CD, Higgs and Jerry Jeudy. But after that, you have a slight decrease, but it's still loaded. I mean, you have the kid from TCU. You have the
Rager.
You have the guy from USC. I'm terrible with names, so that's why.
No. Let's see, Rager. I'm trying to think USC. I know who you're talking about.
But there's a lot of
Justin Jefferson. From
LSU. So there are some really good receivers in there.
Yeah, IU. Is it Arizona
Yeah,
State?
IU. But IU kind of mixed things on. I hear
You have two,
he's a budget N'Keal Harry, and N'Keal Harry didn't really pan out last year.
And he was just injured the whole year, really.
Yeah,
I think he could be more like.
But I think he was also injured by the coaching staff not trusting him.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here's the pick for the Jets. They're going to boo. It's just Jets tradition.
In the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Mekhi Becton, tackle Louisville.
Wow,
so Wolf's is still on the board. The tackle I thought was going to go first,
you know,
is now going last.
Now here's the thing:
is it just because he's from Iowa and they don't play a lot of big schools, so they're not trusting him?
But you know one thing though, they sure as hell teach them how to block. You look at players like George Kittle, Will Fant, those tight ends that came out, T.J. Hawkinson. They all know how to block, and that extends obviously to their line. Well, you know, I'm looking at my Niners right now at 13 now. I'm even thinking Wirth behind Staley. It's a possibility.
So 12 with Vegas.
So, I mean,
I was so
Raiders,
sure that they were one of the three receivers was going to be off the board. Now the Raiders have a choice of their three receivers.
Yeah.
Or do they go quarterback, or do they try to wait for their second pick in 7 picks for?
What do we know about the Raiders? They like speed. Henry Ruggs the third.
Henry Ruggs the third.
I'm going to put
the
it.
Fastest player in the draft is usually who they go first round.
Fastest player in the draft. John Gruden is a little, L. Davis in his own right. Can I just stop to mention, why can't the Davis family get their hair situation figured out? This is pre-barbershops getting closed down.
Yeah,
the Chucky Doll hair.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what their situation is with the haircut. Is it against?
They know it looks bad. They have to know.
He has to know it looks bad. Unless he just cuts off all media, social media,
But then
it has nothing but yes men around him that say that hair is nice.
But then again, at the same time, you look at him every time he goes to the UFC events. She's got a nice lady looking around his shoulder.
Yeah, that hair
That's what
is
happens
terrible.
when you're famous, though.
And rich.
Exactly.
There is that move to Vegas is a great organizational move. Honestly, they were getting nothing out being in the city of Oakland.
Yeah, Oakland didn't
And
want to.
if you're the Davis family, so they make their entire fortune as a football family. They have no outside businesses like a lot of ownership groups.
Mm-hmm.
So, like moving to Vegas, you look at just the presence they have in the area. Like already, you see
That
John Gruden and Davis at all the UFC events, at all the big time shows. They instantly up their fame, and I do think that they do need to make a splashy move here to kind of go hand in hand with it. Now, I said Henry Ruggs the third. I wouldn't be surprised if they go with any of those three wide receivers, but I do think that
I can see CD Lamb going here.
he also has that kind of speed.
But I will have to say, the Raiders are one of our rivals. I don't like them, but that Death Star Stadium
It looks nice.
looks dope.
Really nice.
That thing lit up at night looks absolutely.
And it's going to be
Raiders,
one of the
big-
funnest
big
stadiums
fan.
to go to because everybody likes to go to Vegas. You're going to party, right? You're going to
That's-
show up drunk. And
That's going to be an interesting thing. It's not going to be Raiders fans in the stadium.
it'll be everybody else.
It's going to be NFL fans.
It's going to be like a
cas-
London game.
It's going to be casino owners saying, "Hey, you gamble at our casino, you're a
Yeah.
VIP. Here's some free Raiders tickets while you're here for the weekend." So you're going to see a lot of upper class fans in that area.
I could see it being like one of the London games where
It's going to be a big celebrity mecca.
Mhm.
That's why I can see it being this. I think it might even be a bigger celebrity hub than even LA.
No, I think LA is still going to be the mecca because it's in LA. You don't have to leave your state to
but-
go watch a game.
But Vegas has such a culture behind it, such a nightlife that even LA, I feel like, doesn't even necessarily have. Like going to all these big casinos and everything, and then going
Why
to
is he
Raiders
showing
game
his
on
whole
Sunday.
board? His whole draft board is just on.
Exactly. You could just zoom in and see everybody that they want.
That's a good call. Yeah. I guess let's see who they got. And we got binoculars. Zoom function. Where's the Zoom function, Aris?
Yeah, no. I mean, if
Well, hey, if anyone would know about these mock drafts being wrong, it's Mike Mayock. He's been doing the mocks for years, which is interesting, to talk about, like the GM pipeline, how it seems to be like guys like Mike Mayock, Kuiper, McShay got an interview, I believe, Louis Riddick are having opportunities now to pursue GM jobs. Now, you got to give it to Mayock. He did really good in last year's draft.
Let's
He did.
find out.
Max
Does
Crosby,
Daniel
Hunter
Jeremiah know what he's
Renfrow.
talking about?
The only miss they had is Clean Farrell, the number one
There
pick.
are many first
First
evers that are part of this draft, including the first ever official draft selection by the Las Vegas Raiders. And I've got it right here. So with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Henry Ruggs,
Yep.
wide receiver.
Ruggs,
Hey,
there
they
it
like
is.
the speed.
They like the speed, so that leaves it. If you're the Niners, you got CeeDee Lamb, you got Jerry Jeudy,
I like
And
CD Lamb for
you got Tristan Wirfs. So we'll see what they do. They could also trade out of that pick. But it is time for me to go on IG Live, so at Slumpbuster Podcast on Insta, and I will be back.
You are slightly behind in there, just letting you know.
Okay.
No, I think they're going to go.
I think they're going to
Wide
go.
receiver.
They're going to go receiver.
Especially they lost Sanders, right? And Sanders really was one of their better wide receivers that they had, even after trading
Yeah.
for him. And Sanders is a little bit old and injured.
What the heck is his name? The Marquise Goodwin.
Yep.
Like he's been hurt as well. So, I mean, just another weapon with Deebo Samuel coming into his own. You have Kittle. You have your plethora of running backs, so you don't need like DeAndre Swift or the guy that has 18 names from LSU. You don't really need that. So I feel like it's going to be receiver here. Their O-line was pretty good last year, so you saw Wolves there, but I feel like that might actually go to Tampa Bay. I feel like he's going to go to Tampa Bay at the to help out, shore up that O-line for Brady. But I feel like this one is going to be one of those receivers help out your quarterback that kind of lost faith in almost. I feel like during the Super Bowl.
Which really, like, outside of that one play at the end, right? The fact that he couldn't
They
make
just barely overthrew him. If he didn't overthrow Sanders there, it's a whole different story for the Niners. But I'm going to go one of the receivers. I'm going to say CD.
I think CeeDee Lamb as well. So,
What? Oh, you guys, your pick would have been like 17 or 18, right? Probably, I think it was.
yeah.
And it definitely would have been a defensive player because that's what the Steelers do.
Yep, and we're sure enough, bringing back the steel curtain. So for a while, our defense was actually our weaker point back when we had, the big three, right?
Yeah.
Big Ben, Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell. But now it looks like we're going back to the tried and true Steelers sort of, hey, our team's going to be based off running backs and really, really good defense.
And I think one of the most underrated transactions of free agency was you guys getting one of the 3 Watts, adding to your Watt arsenal, and getting Derek Watt, who is a hell of a fullback.
Yep.
He's really good at blocking. If you need him to catch the ball out of the backfield, he can do that as well. So you guys are getting more into that run game, kind of help age Big Ben a little bit. But good for you guys there. And for some reason, they still have his big board on the screen.
What if he knows what he's doing? He's just trying to throw off.
His son is yoked, though. I mean, his son is just jacked.
Oh, yeah. You could.
He does not miss leg day either. He's got some big old calves on him. That guy knows what he's doing. But it's got to suck having your dad be John Gruden.
Oh, I'm sure it does. I would want to be out of that house as quick as I can.
Maybe that's why he's so yoked, is because he just doesn't want to be near his dad.
So he's like, I'm just living the gym.
But
that's a good possibility.
Yeah, but Josh Jacobs is there. We'll see if they draft Jordan Love at 19 or if they stick with Carr for another year. But he's getting paid by Old Spice. He has an Old Spice.
So do you think the Raiders would go Love even though they just got Marcus Mariota? I don't think Mariota is the answer.
No, I feel like Mariota is going to be a backup. Period.
I
can see them drafting a quarterback just because it sounds like he's not a big fan of Derek Carr. But yeah, I feel like I feel like that's the best move for them. I can see them going Love there. I can also see them going maybe Jacob Eason, just because Gruden is a weird coach and Mayock's a weird GM, so I could see them going there. But I do see them going quarterback with their next one, just depending on who. I mean, if Wolf's is still there,
you might as well, right?
Might as well just pick him up. He's the best
available.
Available. But here, I definitely see this going. Unless they trade out, they have Adam Schefter on right now. Let's see. Yet to see a single trade. We'll see. Looks like they're interviewing Schefter. Let's see what he has to say.
We thought there would be other teams that would move. No one did in the top 10 picks for the first time since 2015. We're now at a pick right now where the 49ers are going to trade. They're going to trade with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tom Brady's Bucs are moving up one slot to come up in this draft. There's still a tackle on the board to get Tom Brady more protection. That would be a logical pick for Tampa Bay to make, with Tampa Bay coming up to get that pick. And that's the trade. Tampa to 13.
All right, Adam, thanks very much. Guys,
very interesting. Move one spot. Let's see what they gave up.
Tampa Bay has plenty of weapons. They just signed Rob Gronkowski. He's going to be there ready to roll. It is protection, right? They gave up 47 sacks last year, Louis Riddick. I get it. Some of those were because Jameson hung onto the ball too long. But we've already seen a couple of tackles go off
So
the
it doesn't
board.
say what they gave up, unfortunately, right now. But this is going to be one of the tackles.
Won't be a wide receiver, obviously.
Nope. We were saying CeeDee Lamb, but I mean, we still don't know what they gave up.
Hi guys, I'm back. By the way, Niners no longer on the clock, so I'm back.
And Owen's back in the way. Owen, come here.
Yeah,
come here, Owen.
It is interesting because it looks like
come on.
the 14th pick
was not traded. So it looks like maybe they got a couple of day 2 picks.
Yeah, I can see that.
But it still hasn't shown what they gave up yet.
Well, you have to think that they definitely probably gave up at least a second or third round pick.
Do you think maybe this is O.J. Howard getting traded to you guys?
No. No, we went for a first round pick. If for a first round pick, they should have gave us Mike Evans.
Imagine. Oh, Tom Brady would be so pissed.
So San Fran is at the 14th.
Okay, so they did swap 14.
So we just essentially moved back one. Okay.
You probably
Which
got the
makes sense
14
because we can
and
still,
a second or a third. So
which makes sense because they can still get like whatever wide receiver they want between CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy. They still have the option for Worth if he doesn't get drafted here.
I just don't understand Tampa Bay moving up one spot.
Because I don't think San Francisco was going to get was going to get worse anyway.
Well, here's the thing. John Lynch has been smart about this before. Remember when he got the Bears to trade up one to get Mitch Trubisky?
Mm-hmm.
He could have convinced them that they were going to go after Worth, and it does make sense from the standpoint of, again, Joe Staley is getting older. You know, they will have to replace him. He has 2 years left on his deal. Although he said he's willing to play it, he wants to play it out. He did deal with a broken leg and somehow still played the season. That's the ultimate tough guy football mentality, playing with a broken leg. But it's up there with Terrell Owens playing in the Super Bowl with a broken leg.
So do you think this camera angle is because that looks like a old Ravens flag?
That looks like a Ravens flag. That's what I was gonna say.
Hey, we got a couple likes here, guys. Hey, keep giving us likes. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Save some money. Promo code SLUMP at manscaped.com. You know, we haven't talked about the crop preserver in a while, guys. Now, obviously, we've been sitting here for a while, so I'm assuming a little bit of swamp ass is starting to develop.
Oh, I get swamp ass because I walk like 10,000 steps a day with my job. I'm out in the sun, so
now here's the thing.
I can't wait to try that.
This couch would not smell near as bad as it will in 2 hours if either one of us was wearing the crop preserver right now. So just, you know, for future reference, whenever we do these live streams, these get-togethers, you know, we all got to come prepared. We all got to slap that stuff on there, you know, and protect that crop.
Exactly. You know, just keep it smelling fresh and, you know, nice and clean and
nice, clean, acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the only way you find a suitable mate, Bus Excellent.
Just you. But get the best tools for your family jewels. Use promo code SLUMP for 20% off and free shipping.
Free shipping, that's the key there, guys. Shout out to the post office. You know, my dad's a postal worker, FedEx, UPS, all those guys out there still delivering stuff. You know, we always think about the frontline workers, but, you know, we kind of don't pay attention to the people who are still out there giving us, like, great items, through packages and whatnot.
And thank you to all of our service members.
All right,
for your
let's see what they traded up for.
sacrifice on behalf of our country.
I'm thinking that it's worse.
Yeah,
The
it's
San
worse.
Francisco 49ers have traded the 13th pick
Got
to the
that.
Tampa Bay
There, that's
Buccaneers
Tom Brady, right?
with the 13th pick
Okay, so I
of
guess
2020
go
NFL Draft. The Tampa Bay
Go back.
Buccaneers select Tristan Wirfs,
There he is.
tackle, Iowa.
And back to IG Live, Juju
Well, now we're
goes.
seeing this
is
run
there
on offensive line.
back.
Which I think that CeeDee Lamb was going to San Francisco anyway. So if I was Tampa Bay, I would have just held out for
Yeah, unless you had just such a good bluff job on them, or the Tampa Bay Bucks thought that somebody was going to trade up for that spot, to get that tackle. But I just don't understand why you would give up for one spot when you kind of almost knew that they were going to go receiver here.
Mm-hmm.
They still haven't come out with what the trade was for yet, which I really want to see. There you go. He was all-state in wrestling.
And
I
track
mean,
and field.
he from Iowa. So, I mean, that's what you boys do in Iowa.
Exactly. No, it literally is, right? Is Iowa's basically Iowa and Pennsylvania are the meccas of wrestling. This is a big boy.
Hang clean, 450 pounds.
And just pumping it out. You know, I am surprised that Wirfs fell this far, and you know, I think you're right. Is that was probably the threat is other people moving up to get him? Because you and I, we both said, you know, we think Wirfs was probably the best of the.
I feel like he's going to have most of the other guys are going to start day one, but you're going to have Tom Brady helping you out. Tom Brady gets the ball out fast. He, you know, everything's real precision, so you don't have to hold those blocks. You don't have to worry about him running or anything like that. So. I feel like he's gonna excel in that spot, and he might even be a Joe Thomas type where you don't really hear about him, but at the end of the day, he's gonna have a Hall of Fame career.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's gonna be Joe Thomas where he's not gonna miss any games. I'm just saying, no, you don't really know Joe Thomas until like they started. The end of his career came up, and it was crappy team, but the player himself was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of want to see some of his wrestling tape now.
I do too.
That he's all state in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he didn't wrestle at Iowa because those boys are ridiculous.
I know.
But
and what sucks for Iowa's wrestling team, just to go off on a tangent, is they were predicted to be the national champions this year, and then COVID-19 happened, right?
So let's talk about that. So wrestling for the NCAA, their tournament. So they did have a little bit of wrestling. So I think they're going to be like basketball, where they're not going to get the credit like baseball is, where they're going to get the extra year.
Yep.
Which kind of sucks for those guys. But Wisconsin has already come out and said that they're not going to give their spring athletes the extra year.
Because it's unfair to.
I don't know what their reasoning was, but they just said that they weren't going to do it. I kind of think that the NCAA should have stepped up here and said, something specific, and not said, "Oh, it's going to be a school by school opportunity." I feel like if their school doesn't allow them to come back, they should be able to transfer with no penalty.
I agree.
But then we're getting into scholarship situations and stuff like that, recruiting.
Yeah.
So it's I feel bad for all those guys. Some of those, especially baseball seniors, maybe they were coming into their own, and now they're not going to get those scholarships. Maybe the track and field guys aren't going to get that extra coaching before maybe trying to do the Olympic career and stuff like that. I don't really know of any other spring sports.
I think those would be the main
Is
ones.
lacrosse a spring sport, or is that more of a fall sport?
Yeah,
but I know baseball is the biggest one being affected.
Like softball too, right? For
especially now that they don't have a pro league or even a Olympic career opportunity. Kind of stinks more for them as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just one of those things. But kind of got off on a tangent. But,
yeah,
we already know Niners are going receiver here. I don't know why they're taking forever, unless they're trying to trade this one.
And
another
just
trade.
Some picks.
I still want them to come out. Let me see if I can find maybe some of these details on this trade, because there's nothing out here right now.
And so if they trade out of this spot, who do you think trades in? And who do you think that they're going after?
Really, I don't see why you would trade out of this one. You probably already got a pick or two out of that.
Yeah. And they need another receiver.
They do. Let's see. Let's go to NFL. Why are you guys still on the clock, which I don't get?
We are using the appropriate amount of time.
They're doing 100% due diligence, apparently.
More due diligence than David Gettleman. So, again, no prospect is saying they're touched by the hand of God.
Yeah, I still can't find any.
Yeah, all we know is that
they traded,
and they essentially swapped first-round picks. But I'm guessing San Fran wouldn't do that out of the goodness of their heart,
probably had to get a 2 or a 3. They need a day 2 pick. I don't think they have anything 2, 3, or 4 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
I think their next pick would be the 5th round. So let's kind of see.
Yeah. So then I guess in the meantime, San Fran, they have 1 minute left, or just under a minute. Do you think that the addition of Wirfs to Tampa Bay makes them a sure plug for the playoffs?
Yeah, let's just say they're still guaranteed they're no less than a wild card team.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it just solidifies Tom Brady being protected and not being hit as much as Jameis Winston was.
Yep.
But the Niners pick is finally in. It took them 17 years to
Yeah, they literally used up almost all of
They
their
used
time.
up
Last
all their
30 seconds.
Well, they used up all their time the last pick.
Yep.
They used up all their time this pick. So they've had 20 minutes to make this pick for no reason. So
I personally think they were trying to make another trade. That's why they let it get all the way down to within this last 30 seconds. And there's nobody else willing to jump up that maybe wanted a CD Lamb type player,
But
or Jerry.
it doesn't look like CD Lamb is on the phone. Maybe they told him to just kind of relax. Not sure here. Doesn't look like Jerry Jeudy. But let's kind of wait. Looks like, there's the phone call. Jerry Jeudy is, I'm going to say, is the pick. Looks like he's on the phone.
Looks like he's just looking at the phone.
He's talking on the phone. Maybe. No. Maybe.
60%.
He's on the phone.
So not only did they, take forever to make this pick, the NFL Network and ESPN are taking their
Kyle Shanahan was on the phone. He's still on the phone, so he's talking to one of these players. See, even Julian said he was getting a phone call.
Okay.
So it looked like he was getting a phone call.
Yeah. It's looking like it's probably Jerry Jeudy. All right.
As well.
Here it is.
But the pick is in. Let us see what San Francisco did. They moved one slot back so Tampa could move up. Where is San Francisco going?
With the 14th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle. South Carolina.
D-tackle.
Well,
Wow.
perhaps another.
So they're just swapping a expensive D tackle for a cheap D tackle.
Yeah.
That's essentially what they did.
So,
I mean, it's you want to just solidify your defense. You lost a big part of your defense. You just essentially fill that hole that you shipped out for essentially a lot cheaper because you were going to have to pay that guy quite a bit of money.
yep.
And so they're just filling that need that they just shipped off.
And
Decent pick. Let's see.
this makes me think that they really were trying to trade out of that spot as well, right? That's why it took so long. They got down to the last 30 seconds.
So it looks like they
That call.
finally came out with the options. Tampa Bay got 13th overall, and they gave San Francisco 14 and 117. So they didn't even get so they got a first and a third to move back one spot, it looks like. So you guys got 14 and 117.
I'm back.
So it looks like you guys got their first one spot back and a third round pick to get your defensive tackle, which I feel is a really good pickup for you guys. You just fill the hole you just shipped off, so you're saving yourself money. You're giving yourself 5 more years of cheap D tackle play.
Yep. And especially probably the second best D tackle, right, in the draft behind Brown. So not bad. It makes me think that you guys really were trying to ship off this draft pick too, though, to try to move maybe back even a little bit further in the first round.
Get a couple more
second or thirds. Just because, CeeDee Lamb is available, right? Jerry Jeudy's
Yeah.
there. And I know there's some other teams that probably would have wanted those guys.
Well, let's look kind of at the teams left here. So, I mean, Denver, they don't really have a wide receiver at this point.
They have Cortland Sutton.
Cortland Sutton, he's developing still, but they could work on that a little bit. So I mean, when you're trying to find homes for CeeDee Lamb, trying to find homes for Jerry Jeudy right now, Atlanta, obviously we know they're set with Julio, they're set with.
They're probably going to go something on the defensive side.
Dallas, they're fine with Amari Cooper, who they just paid. They're fine with what's his name, Michael Gallup, who they are pretty high on as well. I mean, hey, you never know too. Like a team could trade back into this, like these next couple spots to get one of those guys too, because they're like probably surprised they're still on the board at this point. We know that John Elway is happy to trade off those picks. Last year he traded back to get Fant.
Yeah, pick up a couple more picks.
Yeah, so he's not afraid to pick up the phone and say, "Hey, let's move on." It's interesting though. This is second year in a row that the Niners drafted with one of the first couple picks, a South Carolina guy. So got a good little connection there. But I don't know if Kinlaw's next going to match up with what DeForest Buckner brought to the team. You have to consider with DeForest Buckner, with Eric Armstead, you're talking about the Twin Towers there.
Yeah.
You're talking about two guys that are 6'8", that are physical. Now, I think Kinlaw's stout. He's ferocious and he's aggressive. So, I mean, those are all great tools for a defensive lineman, but I do think that he is going to have some time to develop. He's not going to necessarily come in and beat Buckner.
Yeah, I feel like this is, you like to use this word, a net negative or a net,
a net neutral.
Net neutral for you guys. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't help you. It's essentially you shipped out Buckner for a cheaper D tackle.
When you look at what they're going to do,
money wise,
they might shift Solomon Thomas more to inside the line, which this is a big year for him. If he doesn't produce, then Solomon Thomas, he's done. He's gone. Now, they have other pieces there like Ronald Blair, who they resign, Julian Taylor, who's another big guy for them that will probably start over Kinlaw, I think, in his rookie year. I don't think Kinlaw's necessarily going to come in there and just start. It's a tough, competitive defensive line, and all those guys I mentioned have had success when Buckner or Armstead or Bosa had to take snaps off.
Yeah. So, fantasy-wise, I feel like it's going to still make your guys' defense still one of the top defenses to own.
But we can already start out. We can already start with that argument. You don't go out of your way to draft defenses.
Yeah.
Like if they fall to you in those last 2 rounds, great. But generally, year after year, DST production is never the same.
No, I don't think there's been a number one year that's the same number one the following year.
No, it doesn't happen. I think the last time, if I recall, happening was Legion of Boom Seahawks.
Oh, here we go. Elway
The Super Bowl
flexing on everybody with the with his 3 Super Bowl
have the trophies
lined up.
Yeah.
So.
All right, so we don't know if the Steelers are going to be taking over at some point. You got to pick which team are you going on IG Live for? Which team are we making you go on IG Live for?
I feel like we should make him have to go for one of his rivals.
No, because we already got Bobby from the Patriots.
No.
For like the Ravens.
The Ravens. So here we go.
With the 15th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jerry Jeudy,
They went Jerry
wide
Jeudy.
receiver,
Okay,
Alabama.
Well, if you're Drew Lock, you got to like that you have 2 very talented first-round wide receivers to throw to now with Courtland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy, and both have different skill sets too. Like you could consider Courtland Sutton's more of like a deep guy, and then you look at Jerry Judy's ability route running.
You also have Fant, hopefully still continuing to develop, and now you have Philip Lindsay and Melvin Gordon.
Yeah,
rounding out a decent offensive core for them.
Well, you want to talk fantasy, like when we're talking Niners, I think this is probably a more interesting fantasy argument. Like talking about the next year's Broncos team here. So Drew Lock, we did see he came in. There was a couple games there where he was a top 20 quarterback, a top 15 quarterback in terms of his fantasy production. Now, getting a receiver like Jerry Jeudy, you have to expect that it's going to go up. That tells you that they probably want to throw the ball a little bit more. Now, they definitely they do have a defensive head coach, so it does run counter to the little bit more of a conservative play style. But if they air it out, I don't think it will cause any harm.
No, especially bringing in Melvin Gordon. Melvin Gordon is a pretty good receiving running back.
That's true. Another weapon they added.
So you have Philip Lindsay, decent, but I felt like he wasn't
I think he was falling out of favor a little bit there with Fangio and that squad.
But you bring in Melvin Gordon, that's a decent 1-2 punch. Both can catch the ball out of the backfield. You have a receiving tight end. You have 2 really good receivers.
Yeah.
So I could see them trying to air it out more, kind of give Drew Lock a little bit more leeway. You said you do have a defensive head coach, but you have an offensive GM.
Yeah.
So I could see them airing it out more.
Well, with Jerry Jeudy there, is Courtland Sutton still going to be a wide receiver 1? Because towards the end of last year, he was.
No, because now you're going to have CeeDee Lamb you're going to have Jerry Jeudy eating up some of that target share.
But it could mean he draws less coverage.
Very true. No, I'm still going to put him, finishing it at the mid-range to higher wide receiver 2. I don't see him hitting that wide receiver 1. this year. I feel like Drew Lock still needs a little bit of time to develop into, being able to make 2 wide receiver ones on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
Or the ability to make one on a weekly basis. So I still feel like Jerry's probably going to be more of your, wide receiver 3, and then Sutton more of a wide receiver 2 at this point. So.
Okay, that's fine. Well, is that with Drew Lock? Are we probably more a quarterback 2? Yeah.
Oh, he's going to be a quarterback 2. There's going to be weeks.
There's going to be bye-week replacement.
Bye-week replacement. There are also going to be, terrible defenses that he plays against where he can put up those quarterback 1 numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But I do see, it is a big bump for them. I can see all of them kind of benefiting from these moves fantasy-wise.
Mm-hmm. But
I still don't think they're in the conversation of, wide receiver 1, quarterback 1.
Yeah. Speaking of another interesting offense in terms of fantasy, so we're talking about the Falcons on the clock here now. I think probably – so their defense started to come together.
Their defense did start to come together.
They probably could use a little bit more on that back end.
They could, but they also shipped out their running back, Freeman.
Yeah, but
so now it's 16 too high for
a running back. Yeah. Jonathan Taylor, you probably get him in the second round too.
So they're probably going to go safety or DB at this point. If they were drafting maybe 20 to 25, I could see them taking a running back, but 16 I feel like is just a little.
Yeah. When do you think with this running back class? When do you think will be our first running back off the board? I think there might be a second round.
I'm going to say one of the running backs is going to go to one of these. Maybe even Kansas City.
They could, but
end of. So I feel like
they could get cheap production out of Damian Williams, though. They don't really
late. If a running back does go in the first round, it's going to be one of the last 5 picks in the first round.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But Falcons pick is in. You have your big board of available talent still.
Let's see. So people that are available.
Maybe this LSU DN. I'm not even Levon or Clavon.
Clavon.
Say that name 10 times fast, or even
yes, Henderson's already off the board. We know Ruggs is.
Yeah, one of these cornerbacks.
Let's see.
Xavier McKinney.
Yep, because they do need a DB. So
I could see Xavier McKinney going right here. Stupid commercials. Just give me the pick.
Yeah, dang ads. Right.
So, do you think this is going to be the most viewed NFL draft, given that it's literally the only sport?
The only thing going on, yeah.
We literally went from nothing to having the MJ doc and the draft in the same week. So, I think that, this is probably going to pull up huge rating. The MJ doc actually only one NBA game all season outrated those first 2 episodes.
Really?
So.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I wonder if the Rodman episodes are going to be even more popular, given how crazy that Rodman is, right?
Yeah,
and also with the news that his
Kim
best
Jong-un
friend is
in the hospital.
What is with that? The week that we're supposed to get the Rodman documentary, Kim Jong-un goes hospitalized. Talk about a hell of a coincidence.
Pulmonary issues. So, I mean, his dad died of a heart attack. I think his grandpa died of a heart attack. So.
Well, we got Tua, we got Herbert. They're still getting their moment with the commissioner. How would you hate that?
You know what? The coronavirus was made by Commissioner Goodell because he didn't want to get knocked over like he did with the guy last year.
I don't remember. That guy was a little too chipper there.
Almost knocked him over.
So Mel Kiper, out of the
Xavier
remaining
McKinney.
juniors, he has Xavier McKinney as the best. Of course, CeeDee Lamb above him, though. Like we said, the Falcons probably don't need a wide receiver.
So I could see Xavier McKinney going here. Then they need help on that back end. Way too early for a running back, which is an offensive need for them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they just showed the Arizona symbol for the Falcons. There might have been the first mistake of the draft. I will rewind it here in a second so we can just watch that again.
I was gonna say, it
looked like a Arizona Cardinal and not
It's a red bird.
Right. So how do we like the gradient jerseys? I'm not a fan of their gradient jerseys.
I don't really notice the jerseys too much. Like your guys is probably the most obvious jersey change.
Hell yeah, it's the best jersey change.
Ooh,
I mean, we gave it credit, so settle down.
All right.
Here it is.
I'm gonna start finding
Round of the
every time
draft.
you mention
The
Chargers
pick is
outside
in.
of a specific
Let's
Chargers
find out
discussion.
what they're doing.
Chargers.
Here's your team.
$5.
Dad joke.
With the 16th
Here it
pick
is.
in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select A.J. Terrell, defensive back from Clemson.
Okay.
So Alan, he's a solid lockdown
So
guy,
they went
defender,
more
you know.
corner than safety. I think he was the best available corner.
Yeah, you could argue the LSU Fulton was also available, right? Obviously, those two guys are not as good as C.J. Henderson, who already went earlier,
Or Akuda.
or Akuda.
All right, I just want to double check something here real quick because I want to make sure I wasn't losing my damn mind.
But yeah, as predicted, though, they did end up going with a DB, right? They ended up going corner, though, rather than safety.
I mean, this is probably the Falcons' main weakness from last year. So I rounding that out, I think that's more than fine. That's a solid pickup for them.
They did.
Yep, Aris was right.
They have the Redbirds, you know.
Cardinals into the Falcons.
Close enough, you know.
All right, we'll go back to live TV. Make sure we didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
Dallas.
I gotta say though, I will say I like the Niners going with Kinlaw from a pure football perspective, but I guess from a fan perspective, it's kind of a bummer because it's kind of boring.
Yeah, it's like those. Tampa Bay really can't get super excited about picking up a tackle. Cleveland can't get real excited about picking up a tackle. It's just those. It's like the Dallas Cowboys when they went 4 straight years of drafting offensive linemen. They're not sexy picks. They're just. But then, but then when you 4 years later you look and it's like, holy shit, the Cowboys have the best offensive line in the league. Yep. How? Oh, they didn't make the sexy pick in the.
Well,
in the first round.
You got Armstead still there. You have Kinlaw. You slide in the middle. Thomas again. Hopefully he comes through. And Nick Bosa. Say he's healthy. I mean, I'll say that because.
How many years is this in a row now that you guys have taken a D lineman in the first round?
It's not years in a row anymore, but I think it's like basically 6 out of 7 years. Because you got to consider. So we went we went Armstead, Buckner, then we went Solomon Thomas, took a year off to draft Mike McGlinchey, so we went offensive line, and then Bosa, and now Kinlaw. So actually 5 out of 6.
All right.
So,
it paid off though, right?
You build up your front, and it's not necessarily the same regime though when you consider that because this is Lynch's 3rd draft.
Yeah.
So Lynch has went 2 defensive linemen, 1 offensive lineman in the first round. So you can tell where his priorities are. Now it's funny because you look at that second round. So let's see. So we don't have a second round actually. We gave ours to the Chiefs. We still have that 31st pick. They could go wide receiver there. Because if you look at their draft history the last 2 years as well, they went with Dante Pettis and then they went with Debo Samuel in the second round.
Is CD Lamb going to fall past Miami? Is it going to fall past Vegas' second pick? Some maybe these other needy.
I don't see that, but they do. They are pretty high on some other talent at the wide receiver position. They've had contacts with Mims. Why did I always space on the USC? So I'm not big on either.
So their biggest need for Dallas is edge.
Well,
but Dallas is who knows what Jerry's going to do.
Is that true though? Because you have DeMarcus Lawrence, and they took a chance on Aldon Smith. If Aldon Smith is right in the head,
but what if he's not though?
Well,
we've seen more often that he's not than he is.
But if he is, then you already got 2 physical freaks on the edge of your line. They don't really have any talent in the middle of their defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Maybe get a big boy there. They also have to replace Byron Jones in the back end of their secondary, too.
Yep. Yeah, that was going to be the other thing, because they need a corner. So we'll see who they go with. Guys that are remaining that sort of fit all of this. So there is, we mentioned him, Clavon Chasen, right, from LSU. would be that edge that they need. Cornerbacks. I mean, Xavier McKinney is still there if they wanted a safety, but
You could see them go CD Lamb. It's not.
Jerry would do something like that.
Well, I mean, he's an Oklahoma guy. Oklahoma is basically just down the road from, Dallas, there, Fort Worth area. And hey, it doesn't hurt to have multiple weapons, albeit that's also considering what are you doing at quarterback with Dak Prescott.
Yeah, but do you really want Dak Prescott to – I know you right now you're weighing, do you want to pay Dak Prescott or do you want to win?
CD's not doing bad for himself if you look to his side.
Oh, my God.
Just saying. Mike McCarthy.
Why is Mike McCarthy's camera
he's
right
got a
on
weird
his
angle.
face?
in his face.
His eyes are going in two different directions too.
What happened when you spent the entire year in a barn?
In a barn just reviewing film.
A barn, and then you have to go spend the night at Jerry's house.
Yeah.
There's worse places to spend the night, right?
I mean, they do have a very nice house from the looks of it. Like, it looks gigantic, but
Yeah, look at this place. Are we sure he's not just in the city?
I have no idea where this guy's at right now, but
Maybe his owner's box.
I don't know where he's at. It's looks nice though.
Brother Jones.
Cowboys, I just don't know because
One of the
we
weirder
don't
things.
really know
yeah.
with Jerry.
Yeah.
One of the weirder things about the fraternity I was part of college, Jerry Jones is one of the notable alumni. So Brother Jones, I believe in. I got him.
Oh wow! Does that make you a Cowboys fan?
No, but
A Cowboys supporter?
No, because
You can't support your brother. You have to support your brother, or no?
you gotta boo your brothers. You gotta build them up through negative reinforcement only, and through that, eventually building them into better men.
All righty, the pick is in. Let's see who the Cowboys go with.
It could go offensive line too, because they did just have their center retired.
With the 17th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select CD Lamb, wide receiver, Oklahoma.
That would be like a crazy thing.
Well, Dak Prescott just got another weapon to throw
That's
to.
the thing, right? What are you
CD
doing
Lamb
with
is a
Dak?
weapon.
Yeah.
You have all these wide receiver weapons: Gallup, CD Lamb, and now
He's probably checkmating Dak. Like, if you can't do anything with this,
You don't deserve
Yeah.
the money that you're asking for.
Yeah, if
essentially.
you can't do anything, if you can't win us a playoff game or 2 playoff games with Zeke, CD, Amari,
Let's talk about that situation though. So Gallup was turning into a nice wide receiver too last year.
he'll go more into the slot, CD and Amari on the edges.
Well, you do have to replace Randall Cobb, his production, in the slot. CD though, the great part about CD though is he can take a short pass and turn it into a big play.
Yeah, he's Amari Cooper. They already have that. Amari Cooper can take a slant and go to the distance.
I think Cooper's a little bit better route runner. So there is, CD's a little bit less refined, but Mike McCarthy, he is a good coach, despite what people will say. And he is an offensive mind. So I definitely do think that he can use a guy like this.
Mm-hmm, definitely. I could see, this isn't really going to boost fantasy-wise, boost Dak up that much.
Well, see, you have to consider where Dak was last year. Dak was actually a top 10 fantasy quarterback because Dak, he threw for almost 5,000 yards, had over 30 touchdowns. That's all the statistics you need to hit. Is Dak's production going to stay the same? Because I'm happy with it. If it's the same, that's good.
It's going to
because I'm not expecting him to have a 5,000 yard, 40 touchdown revolution. He's not going to be Patrick Mahomes.
No.
But Dak Prescott's one of those great value picks.
Mm-hmm.
You pick up late in the round,
late round 10, round 11.
Yeah. And you figure this helps them as far as now that we kind of know more or less where the rookie wide receivers are, those top 3 guys. Let's start talking who do you think's going to have the best rookie season? Was it going to be Ruggs in Oakland? Is it going to be Judy in Denver? Or is it going to be CeeDee Lamb here in Dallas?
I'm going to say CD is going to have the best. Well. He's in the best opportunity.
Assuming Dak plays.
Dak's going to play. Dak's going to sign the contract. I guarantee. I don't think now that he has this weapons around him,
See, guys,
look at Michael Irvin. He is just so happy
I'm going to
right
actually
now.
disagree with you guys, though. I think Ruggs is going to have the better year.
You think Ruggs is going to have a better
And
year?
why I think so is because if you look at the current Raiders team, I mean, he's competing with Tyrell Williams. You know?
I mean, Tyrell Williams,
Yeah.
Charger. Not.
He's also a Charger to sign with the Raiders. So.
He's a very good, but he's
But
more of a
couldn't-
deep threat.
He couldn't stay on the field that last year.
Yeah, he's
So-
a deep threat.
So when you look at if you consider this, Carr was having a great year with Tyrell when he was on the field as his deep threat. Well, if Henry Ruggs III can stay healthy on the field, he could be potentially the number one guy in his first year as a rookie.
he'll probably start out too, but I could see by week 6 him developing into that number 1 for that team.
Hey, speed is a killer. You know, speed,
Especially for the Raiders.
Yeah.
We've already seen the Raiders only like speed.
You know, it's funny because we make fun of the Raiders with speed, but now it's like they were kind of ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Because now, like,
Tyreek Hill.
everyone's crediting the Chiefs, but what the Raiders went wrong is that if they get all these speed guys, they couldn't catch the ball.
Exactly. They
Ruggs-
just sprinters.
Yeah, Darius Hayward-Bay or Michael Crabtree in 2000.
How do you like Darius Hayward-Bay on you? Exactly.
We've had better.
So, you know, you get a Henry Ruggs III, like he had great production out there in Alabama. You know, he could hold on to the ball. He can get open. He is a little shiftier than, you know, people kind of give him. He's not just a straight line runner.
Yeah. I mean, I don't dislike the pick, and I don't absolutely like it, but I mean, it's
So in terms of like fantasy production, I might take Ruggs out of those 3. And because maybe not for a dynasty league, but like for like a single season, a redraft league, makes a lot of sense because on any given week, I believe Ruggs can go off.
Dynasty. If we're talking dynasty, I'd probably go Judy, just because we don't know what the Cowboys are going to do at quarterback, though.
But you're also we don't know how good Drew Luck is, so you know, like
we also don't know.
None of these three teams have a set quarterback situation moving forward. But if I was to bank on, you know, like who can have the biggest impact in year 1, I think it could be Ruggs. As far as year 1, season 1, I mean, route running is a great tool to have from the get-go.
Yeah.
So I do think that Judy probably has long-term staying power, and probably in a dynasty league, I would go ahead of those other 2 guys.
Well, Dolphins pick is in.
Okay, so I mean,
what are we thinking here at 18? I still think it's too early for a running back. You need everything else.
Pretty much, they don't have much talent on the defense right now.
Is there another maybe a
Well,
fourth
they
receiver?
picked up some good defensive players in free agency.
They got all the.
They signed Van Noy, right?
Patriots, yeah.
I was going to say because I think Kenneth Murray, Oklahoma linebacker, is not a bad pick at this point in the draft.
You still have Miami had I think they were the last in the league in sacks. You still have the LSU edge rusher there.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go D line. They're gonna they have to do something with that D line.
Yeah, I mean, it's too early to go on at that next tier wide receivers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still a little early for the tier 2 of DBs as well.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they go the safety in Xavier.
For COVID-19 relief
We'll
efforts
see.
join players, teams, fans, and communities.
I guess we're not there just yet. Come on.
Mine's the fan.
I know. It's just all this coronavirus talk that they're doing.
Yeah. I can also see maybe going offensive line, right? Like, so Josh Jones from Houston is still available. If they want to be able to protect, Tua Tagovailoa, who we saw them already take.
See, but now are you going to redshirt Tua and play Fitzpatrick? And I'm sure you guys already talked about this, but now what do you do with Rosen?
Yep, we already hit on that. And, it might not be the worst thing in the world for them to keep Rosen, just because you don't know about Tua's health, right, until you can get him fully evaluated with your medical staff.
All right.
The second overall
pick is in. Let's see.
In the first round. They took Tua Tagovailoa with the 5th overall pick. This is the pick they got when they traded away Minka Fitzpatrick to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
the pick they got back there. And look, the Steelers are very happy with that trade. Minka made a huge difference on defense, but the Dolphins are in rebuilding mode right now. Mel, as you look at what's available here to Miami, what makes sense to you?
We'll have to talk about the Jaguars.
You got to take offensive tackle. You got to protect Tua whenever he's the starting quarterback, and that offensive line's a big issue. You got to believe, even if you have to reach a little tray, offensive tackle.
All right, we'll see if that's the case. Brian Flores.
They went to the graphic where the pick was in, and then they didn't do the pick.
Well, Goodell's getting set. Maybe he runs it.
Here we go now.
Here we go.
Oh, he's trying to hype up the Miami.
We got good news for Tua here. We got good news for Tua.
So offense,
So
maybe.
it sounds like offensive line or offensive.
With the 18th
Or
pick,
watch him go running back.
2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Austin Jackson, tackle, USC.
Keep him on his feet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to keep him healthy because that's his biggest question mark right now is health. This just shows that they are devoting everything to Tua. We're going to get you an offensive line to help protect.
Yeah, let's see here. So Austin Jackson's little report here from Phoenix, Arizona. Obviously a USC grad. Grandfather Melvin won 1974 national title at USC. Tells you how far USC has fallen off in recent years. Donated bone marrow to his sister Autumn. That is awesome. And congrats on that, like, honestly.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. A lot of publications had Austin Jackson ranked actually fairly low, even falling down to the second round, right? So he would have been around those 50s, right, or 40s range.
Yeah.
So I am a little bit surprised that
It's a bit of a reach.
it's a little bit of a reach, though I understand.
We have
their need
3
for it.
picks in the first round. Is anything a reach?
That is true. Like when
Yeah.
if you believe in a guy, it doesn't matter when you draft him.
Mhm.
We do this with stuff like fantasy football where it is more of a value-based drafting strategy we're looking at. But if they truly believe that Austin Jackson is the best left tackle in the draft, then why are you not drafting him?
Yeah.
You know?
No, I mean, I agree. I still think, it's a little bit of a reach, but like I said, they wanted to protect their new investment.
Again, it's just like if he's better than the other linemen on the board in their minds, then we're going off what? Mel Kiper, Todd McShay.
Yeah, a lot of there's several publications, right, that had Austin fairly low. So I think it's an aggregate of what everybody was thinking. But like you said, if they think that that's their guy, right? And I think the bone marrow thing tells you as well that not only is he a good guy, right? He's willing to go through pain and all that stuff.
And
character. So,
which is something that you could see Brian Flores valuing.
Is that character?
So. Yeah. So I do wonder if this is a signal that they do expect Tua to play, right? I mean, you can always use an offensive
It's not.
line.
You have him as a first-round pick, for the next 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
You have Tua for the next 5 years. So I think that it's more than likely Fitzpatrick will start and finish this year because, you never know with the hip. I think that this is one of the few situations in the league in which it's more possible for them to sit on the QB.
Yeah, especially with the uncertainty of the season. You don't want to get them hurt with no fans in the stands.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Which I think the Dolphins fans are actually okay with it at this point, I think there has been a shifting of the guard, kind of like the Dolphins fans' mentalities after that kind of like end of the year they had, where they were definitely more down on themselves coming off of, what they were expecting. Tag Purdue 0-16.
Especially the first couple.
Those first few weeks when they were just getting blown out of the water, and then suddenly they're beating the Patriots in week 17 on the road.
Yeah, and like I said, it was after they shipped off a bunch of talent as well, right? And
Minka Fitzpatrick.
Mm-hmm. And in my opinion, maybe this is just like good karma, right, for the Dolphins and Brian Flores, and that.
Or
like,
he's
hey,
just shipping out the people who, like we were saying with the Lions, who weren't really buying in.
If you're Flores, though, too, it buys you another year, too.
At the very, even if this season, I think they regress. I don't think they will, but even if they do, I think Brian Flores still has some leeway, right? Until he could say, "Hey, now my quarterback's fully healthy."
I'm willing to invest in teams that play hard. Even if they lose, if they play hard, there's something to it. If you look at, for example, like the Niners before this year, they were playing hard under Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
They were losing games by 3 points or less. You know,
Here at pick
if
19.
they're just out there blowing out
As the
every week,
Las
then
Vegas
okay.
Raiders welcome
And
their
Raiders got
second
this one in
selection.
quick.
They did.
Make a special announcement. As you may know, we are scheduled to host the draft in in Vegas this year. And we thank so many for the effort they put forth to prepare that possibility. And we think you deserve another shot. So we're happy here to announce that tonight, the Las Vegas Raiders will host the 2020 NFL Draft. Congratulations to
Yeah,
Las
we are
Vegas.
the 2020 draft.
The Raiders Nation.
Unless you're just saying we're just up for May
Look forward to
2020.
being there in Las Vegas, and congratulations.
I'm okay
And
with
now,
that. That makes
with the
sense.
19th pick
Yeah.
I want to
in
go
the
to Vegas for that.
2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Damon Arnett, defensive back, Ohio State.
Okay. Well, I mean, their secondary has been like in dire straits for the last few years. So,
Kid, second team All Big Ten from Florida.
yeah, I mean, hey, the Ohio State, they definitely have a good defense, you know.
Oh, they had him ranked low, 64 on the big board.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it tells you that Mayock and Rudin will go after their guy.
Their
no matter
own
what.
Yeah.
guy. Yep.
They
I
went
mean,
after
we were surprised
Farrell
that
last
Cleveland
year.
Farrell went as high as he did. But I think the strategy for like Mayock and Gruden is pretty clear. We're going to go after guys from like big name schools, big
that
time
we think will
programs.
be.
Because Mayock said it last year, he could have drafted a whole team from strictly Clemson and Alabama, and he thought it would have been a very good team.
Mhm.
Now, you know, Ohio State, also one of those premier teams. Gosh, who did they take with their first pick in this one?
Vegas or
Oh, yeah, they
They
took
took-
Henry Ruggs.
yeah,
So
Ruggs.
Alabama, you know, it tells you, like, you know, I mean, hey, if they just strictly watching the college football playoffs, that's
That's how they do their scouting.
how they do their scouting.
But what's interesting is, so there's still the LSU corner, right? So Christian Fulton and Diggs from Alabama. So if we're talking about, big time schools, those guys are still available.
Yeah, I do see that as a possibility, but and I could see Diggs, take both guys from Alabama, right?
Yeah. But I mean, I think it's interesting. Like you said, I think their mindset is we know the players that we want or the type of players that we want in the Raiders organization, right?
I mean,
even if
Mayock's
they're
happy about it. If you look at him on the screen, he's
Yeah.
got the biggest grin in the world on his face. And, again, we saw Mayock had a very good draft last year, arguably the best rookie draft of in the entire NFL.
Yeah, you had the Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year.
And the main things to consider from last year's draft, Jonathan Abrams obviously got hurt week one. Josh Jacobs started to wear down during the year, but as these guys stay healthy, if they stay okay, then hey, maybe Mayock continues in year two. Only time will tell. I could also see Mayock playing some mind games with the mock drafts, too.
Putting out his own, but under somebody else's name.
Yeah, just kind of stirring the pot a little bit.
All right. Now we have the Jaguars, whose pick is already in, but it has not been announced yet.
All right, Dre, pick a team. Who are you going Insta Live for?
I don't like any of these teams, people.
Too bad.
Bob going for the Patriots.
Yeah, Bob will go for the Patriots.
Right there, 28.
Nah.
You're going 28.
Nah.
Come on, 28.
No way.
Eagles,
What do
21.
you need?
Or Minnesota. Maybe even Seattle out of your division, or the Saints.
We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, so Jaguars right now. We're going to move on.
Probably-
so they went defensive back with their first pick. Let's see, still on the board.
I don't even know, man. You still got edge rushers.
They need everything.
If you get an edge rusher that gives you more leverage to get rid of Ndake or however
I
you
can
say
go
his
Kenneth
name,
Murray here.
I could see that. You still have Xavier McKinney, safety. They're getting rid of all their secondary. They try to bolster it up with a couple young guys in the first round. offensively, there's really traction with a Fournette trade at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But
Kind of amazing. We haven't seen any veterans move so far.
Like I said, I don't think we're going to get any veterans traded in the first round. It'd be more day 2 tomorrow, where we're going to see a lot more trades, I feel like. Because it seems like everybody's, minus Tampa Bay moving up one spot. It seems like everybody else's, their pick is falling to them, or kind of who we figured or their best need fell to them.
Yep. Yeah, and there's been those few one-offs, right, where it's like, hey, they picked somebody that we thought was maybe a little bit of a reach, but they felt it was their best pick, right, and their guy. So.
Promo code Slump.
Yeah.
Why do they take so long?
Hey, you gotta get the advertisements in. We gotta talk about, Manscaped the 1.0, Lawnmower 3.0, which is the perfect, tools
For your family jewels.
Let's see, where are we at? A 5 on the dad joke counter? I can't think of one right now.
Vegas will host the 2022 draft, not the 2020 draft.
Your
Or
source?
2021?
No, NFL just released it. But the commissioner said 2020, and this one now says 2022 draft.
Built on a web of lies, Mr. Goodell.
So then where is 2021 going to be? Has that already been decided?
Good question. I don't know.
It's kind of interesting. I was looking forward, though, to the whole Vegas spectacle. Like, it would have been cool with the boats and all that stuff, right? And Vegas is just a cool city.
How mad do you think Joe Burrow is because he was going to be the first one to go through that? And now he's just sitting at home with no barber.
Exactly.
No barber.
There's no suit. He's just surrounded by mom and dad, and that's it.
Now, guys, are you ready for Dre here to go full fro? Because we're on the brink of it.
That's basically what's going to happen. I mean, my hair's probably already at least an inch long,
Yeah.
I should go find my elementary yearbook with your big old fro.
Now, I know this is technically not the use for them, but I think we might have to get those lawnmowers and just start going to town on
that's it. Maybe I could do a fade or something with the lawnmower 3.0.
And maybe, on the bright side, it has the protective skin protection technology. So no nicks down there, no nicks up here. You're good to go.
They could go Justin Jefferson here.
They could. You can't be too dismissive for me.
They choose something, to throw at.
Jordan Love to the Patriots at this point.
Here's the thing: they're not building around Minshew.
That's the thing. I don't know what the Jaguars what their plan is. Nobody really knows what their plan is. They're just
to move to another city. Is their plan.
They'll be happy to sell Minshew Mania merchandise, but I don't get the sense that they're thinking he's their guy. And by all means, they're going to ride out the fact that they don't have to pay him much as a 6th rounder.
Yeah.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Kovan Chason, linebacker, LSU.
So Ngakwe's gone.
This just gives them the opportunity to send him somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Where? At this point, we're not too sure.
Well, here's the thing. If you look at Ngakwe, you have to consider what does that trade package look like. So Ngakwe to me is comparable to Cool Mac. Cool Mac went for 2 firsts. Now we're moving past this draft, so it's harder to trade him now knowing that.
But also now you have the character stain that teams can use against the Jaguars with the Twitter beef with the owner's son. To just say if you were Bill Belichick, you could use that against him as trade leverage.
You're still going to want to ask for a 1st rounder, regardless. I think he's realistically a multiple first, or at least a first and multiple seconds kind of guy.
Yeah, I can see that. Philly now is on the clock. I can see Jefferson going here. Their receivers last year.
All right, Trey. So
nobody.
I know who you're going to talk about. You're going to go explain the value of a
Kirk Cousins for us.
I'm gonna explain the value of a Kirk Cousins.
That one, I could see them going safety at Minnesota. Or if Jefferson falls past Philly, maybe getting Jefferson to fill that hole from Diggs leaving. And then you have Bob talking about New England here in a couple picks, but let's see what Bob thinks. I could see Jordan Love going there, maybe Jacob Eason, maybe them getting a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. But I'd say Philly, they do need receiver help. Jefferson's still out there. It would be the smart thing to do for Philly. So we'll see. How does it say their biggest needs are? Wide receiver, offensive line.
Then linebacker.
Yeah, because their secondary was horrendous last year. It was literally whatever receiver was playing Philly.
But they did shore that up with Big Boy Slay, as you said.
That is true. They did get that.
They also had 0 wide receivers.
Hence what I said. Jefferson makes it a smart play, especially if you are sold on Wentz being your guy.
Quarterback going forward.
You need to have, you have aging Deshaun Jackson, Alshon Jeffrey, who's been hurt. Outside of your 2 tight ends, you have nobody. So
And they have a good enough line, too. They're on the phone. Roseman, Doug Peterson. Very good duo there.
let's fly.
Doug's got his kid in the back.
Yeah, see, look, they're putting up the receiver depth. They're going to have to.
Craig Ward. That was a fun fantasy ride for a couple weeks, but
Fantasy darling at the end of the season to help you through the playoffs.
fantasy darling doesn't necessarily always equate to wins or losses.
Because wasn't he like bagging groceries a couple weeks prior to that or something like that?
And good for him for getting back into the league. But I think once you need someone who's catching big plays in big games, and I think that might be Justin Jefferson.
Yep. I'm actually surprised that they didn't maybe make a run at the San Francisco pick to get like a CD Lamb, right? Or
one of the big
one
guys.
of those top 3 wide
That's
receivers.
possible. So, let's see.
Whose house is this? They're in Louisiana, so yeah, it looks like Jefferson.
It's on the phone.
Unless is there
He's rocking that very nice suit too.
That one is a nice one, and he's got the watch. That
We really
looks
went
nice.
really went above and beyond for this one. Kudos to you, Jeff.
with the shag carpet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there it is. Looks like Jefferson is coming off the board. Got to, of course, go to see what the receivers have to say. Jesus. I just want to hear what he has to say.
And not stop no matter where he lines up.
All right, we'll see what happens again.
Of course, we lost at the end of it. But yeah, it looks like Justin Jefferson's the guy here, which makes sense if you are completely sold on Wentz. And they gave him that big old contract.
Here's an interesting thought. Should they double up on wide receiver? Because their depth chart is trash.
They should.
Like, if they have an opportunity in the second round to also go after, like, Mims or Rager.
Yeah, I could see. I mean, they need to, because outside of Alshon Jeffrey, who, when healthy, is a decent.
And you gave
receiver.
Wentz that deal, so he's locked in there long term.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no question marks at the quarterback position. You just need him to have the proper guy.
The only question mark is, can he stay healthy for a full season?
That's true.
But it's always been freak injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Like getting speared in the back of the head in the playoffs. The diving and your knee getting bent 7 different ways.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's not like he's injury prone. It's always like the same hamstring or something like that. It's, these weird little.
Unrelated.
Yeah.
Yep.
And when he was healthy, that Super Bowl run, he was an MVP candidate. So, makes sense to just, if he could stay healthy, get him some weapons, get back into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Eagles select.
Down the smug face.
I want to personally thank our fans for your contributions to the NFL Draft-a-thon. If you're able to give, we encourage you to go to NFL.com/relief to contribute to those most in need. And we thank you again for
I'm
your
interested.
support.
I think this is the first pick where they didn't
With
have
the
the fans
21st
in that
pick.
draft.
In the 2020
Oh, there
NFL
they are.
Draft,
Okay.
the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Reagor, wide receiver,
Okay,
TCU.
well, went a bit higher than I was thinking.
So then it was
Well, this is a
Justin
player and a
Jefferson
name,
on.
guys, who has been rising up a lot of
Yeah,
draft
this is
boards
quite
since the
a
end of the season.
surprise.
And you're thinking,
I mean,
Rager, that name?
But yeah, no, I mean he's fast. I'll say that about him. Like if you watch
He
some
ran
TCU,
track.
watch some TCU games, he definitely has that type of speed that can separate, get some distance on you. When he hits that switch, he's gone. But there is a danger with, I should say, Big 12 wide receivers. A lot of those schemes are definitely obviously conducive to offense, and
There's no
I think no
defensive
defense
players.
in the Big 12.
and a lot of these guys generally come in a little bit like raw. And I feel like if you're looking at, again, Carson Wentz, it would be preferable to have someone who has a little bit more of a, defined like ability, like his traits locked in. The most we know about Rager right now is he's fast, he's elusive.
Yeah, he's like Deshaun Jackson.
I mean, if you look at that like go route he just ran.
Yeah.
Stop and go.
And they did mention his height, right? He's only like 5'10" or 5'11".
Yeah, so you also probably want to consider getting a big body for him as well.
Mhm.
Wide receivers I like. Laviska Shenault off Colorado is still out there.
Mm-hmm.
He's a tough runner. They have seen Colorado use him out of the backfield times. That's someone I would consider if the Eagles still have the opportunity to draft him. Though Laviska has been in most mocks going around the early second round, so they might have to consider trading up to get him. Like I said, it depends what they want to do. You mentioned it, the secondary and at wide receiver is probably like their two biggest needs. Now we're looking here at Minnesota. As far as Minnesota goes, they could add more to their interior line potentially.
There is I forget what school it is, but there is a interior lineman. I want to say maybe from a Pac-12 school. Highest rated guard is still out there. So there's not been any guards taken or centers taken right now.
They did just
tackles.
They obviously just shipped off Diggs, So
you have Jefferson still on.
He was on the phone with someone, So.
Yeah.
They also did just get rid of.
And the family seemed pretty happy too. So
they did just get rid of. What the heck is his name? Xavier Rhodes. So maybe a cornerback at this point.
But what with Rhodes, they were cutting him because he was terrible for them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like they're.
Which is crazy because 2 years ago he was one of the best in the league.
Yeah, he can bounce back in Indy. I do think that's a possibility. But he was getting burnt. And getting burnt bad. When people hit the switch on him, he just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But I could see Jefferson going. We did see him on the phone. Family going nuts.
Yeah.
So maybe they jumped the gun on.
Maybe they hurt. Maybe it was basically Vikings basically would call and say, "Hey, so
if you're still there, we're taking you," type deal.
Yeah, we got some word. It looks like Philly's not going to. Just going to go here. We're going to go with you. Next pick up then. Which, all things considered, probably, I don't know if it's probably harder for those quick rumors to transfer over. I don't know with this setup.
Yeah. I don't know how the information gets disseminated across the different draft rooms.
Because you hear a lot of these conversations, just over dinner, it's where you'll get your tips and stuff you're a Kuiper or McShay,
Mm-hmm.
Without that, you're talking about just kind of having to text them and hope they're telling you the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's easier to lie over text.
Very easy, right?
Yeah,
because there's
sarcasm
no
does not
emotion.
convey over text. There's a lot of fights that happen over text because you were meaning one thing, but the words came across. It's not that meaning.
Exactly. If you just text okay, right? It could be okay, yeah, that works for me.
No, there's a big
okay.
difference between K.
There is, but what about okay?
K is pretty much fuck you.
Yes, that I agree with. But okay can be several different ways, right? So if I just say okay, Like it could be like, okay, that's what we'll do. Like there's nothing to it, or it could be okay, like I don't care. So
That's why I just resort to Indeed.
indeed,
Indubitably.
always the best, always the good.
Potassium.
So
K on the.
Well, let's make one for you.
Okay.
Hey, let's get one for you. Now you're making random Chargers references and dad jokes, and now it's a double fine. Man.
What is up with Mel Gordon's hair?
It looks like he has his dreads doubled over. Like they're long, and then it looks like he just doubled them over so they weren't as long.
Yeah,
Tim Jordan does not rocking the crazy mustache today.
It's in there. You can
I mean,
see it.
That's a Fu Manchu right now, kind of on top of his beard. But I'm saying he doesn't have the curls. Like,
Very true.
He usually comes with that thing on point. Maybe he doesn't get an opportunity to see his mustache guy right now.
Nobody has their ability to see their guys. Oh, come on. I hate this. Damn. Just give me my. I want it now.
Listen, man. They kind of have to feed us in slowly, like heroin addicts, just like that little.
No, just
Little
give me a
fix,
taste.
right to the head. Let's go.
Listen, when we want this to go slow, because when this is over, we got nothing. We're fucked.
We've got the other few rounds though tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, and there is a ton of great players that will get picked up over the next couple of days. But let's not front and say that we're out there watching diligently in round 7.
I will be because I have nothing else to do.
Yeah, I think there's nothing else for anybody to do.
Are we all just gonna become like draft experts right now?
Yeah, exactly. It's just I have a lot of computer work to do this weekend for my actual work. So
We're
it's
gonna
like,
figure out who the best wide receiver is at ITT Tech.
no, it's South. What's from accepted? What's the school? South Harmon Institute of Technology.
University of Phoenix. They have a great wide receiver right here.
What are you talking about? The greatest wide receiver from the University of Phoenix is Larry Fitzgerald. Everybody knows this.
Pitt. He
Graduated from University of Phoenix, so suck it.
No. He graduated from Pitt. Don't let these Neanderthals tell you anything otherwise.
He told me himself in a commercial for University of Phoenix, and Larry Fitzgerald would not lie to me.
You sure? I feel like that's a phony smile that Fitz has.
You think he's
Too much
devious?
Too much
All
teeth.
right, the pick is
That
in.
smile.
The Vikings. I think they're going with Jefferson. They need a wide receiver.
Roger Goodell is going full skull with the Vikings fans.
Go. Come on, let's go, Viking fans.
Yeah, it doesn't really have to switch up his color scheme if he does.
In the 2020
Could be the
draft,
easiest Photoshop.
Minnesota Vikings select Justin Jefferson.
Yep,
There it
there
is.
it
Wide
is.
receiver, LSU.
Good placement for
Here's where you're about to
Diggs.
find out that
Well, I mean, Diggs definitely has a different skill set than Jefferson, Like, obviously, one great thing you'd say about Diggs is his hands are like super glue.
Holy cow, grew from 5'7" to 6'1" junior year of high school.
He's a good athlete, that's for sure. I think Diggs is a little bit better of an athlete. Jefferson's going to take some time to develop. Luckily, they do have Thielen, and they're going to depend on their run game more with Dalvin Cook anyway. I think that's what Zimmer wants.
Oh, let's go. Chargers are on the clock. I got to go.
Pick to the Chargers. Okay.
Wait, who the hell are we drafting here?
Eric, go.
I'm going.
Yeah.
I wasn't
who are
expecting
you
this.
Sorry. Hey. I wasn't expecting to go back-to-back either, man. Things happen. The Chargers.
Yep. So that would
And now we can
have,
finally talk shit about him again.
Hey, no
Exactly.
shit.
I know.
interestingly, so that would have been the Patriots pick.
You were not.
And so now the Patriots are moving back, which we already saw, like their team is sort of falling apart. They've lost a lot of talent, right?
I mean, falling apart's all relative.
It is, right? Especially when we're talking about a Bill Belichick team.
I mean, Bill knows how to put together a team. I think that, and if they win, it's basically Bill waving his stick around and saying, I'm the best coach in the league.
Exactly. Like I was able to do it. No first round pick, right? I got rid of my quarterback. I didn't need to re-sign, a Hall of Famer tight end.
I mean, yeah.
Like,
Traded a guy who's retired.
Yeah.
Just to get a fourth rounder out of it. Not too bad. I would completely discount the Patriots potentially from being able to still do something this year. I mean, it's all right to do. We think that the Bills will be able to officially take that next step.
mhm.
Do we think the Jets are ready? Probably not. And the Dolphins, I think even with the moves we're seeing so far, they seem like about a year off from being able to realistically be competitive.
Yeah. So it looks like the Chargers made their selection pretty quickly. So
Yeah, Bailey's in.
they not only traded up, but they must have had their eyes on somebody that they're really liking. We know that they already got Herbert, right? So
Yeah, I mean, well, they got a pretty stout defense already, so they don't necessarily have to continue building on that end. It's mostly about adding depth if they were to go that route. They loaded up their offensive line this offseason, so they don't necessarily need to go there. I mean, I don't know. Could they go crazy, go 2 QBs round 1, get Jordan Love?
If we go 2 QBs,
there's no way, especially with Tyrod already.
that would just be dumb.
No, I don't think they go 2 QBs.
Well,
I-
quarterbacks are valuable.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they'll probably go deep.
All right, so God, look at what the Patriots managed to pull off here. They got a 2nd-round pick this draft and a 3rd-round pick from trading away their 23rd overall pick. So that's a pretty good deal if you're Bill.
Yeah.
And if
agree.
you're the Chargers, you have to make this one count here because you're giving away your next 2 rounds of picks.
Mhm.
So Anthony Lynn definitely has to be sold on this guy, Tom Telesco.
Yeah, and it has to be somebody that they're probably thinking doesn't slip any further, right, than the 23rd pick. And so some of the guys that are still available, we talked about their offensive line, though they've already bolstered that, but Josh Jones from Houston still out there. Jordan Love, of course, though we don't think they'll go 2 quarterbacks in the first round. They've got Gross Matos from Penn State as one of the edge rushers. There's Xavier McKinney is falling pretty far, safety from Alabama, but they don't really need.
Let's see. I mean, they could go Diggs potentially, and I think that would be okay because I guess you would be just building up an elite tier defense with those guys.
Yeah,
I don't know. Anthony Lynn looks very regal, very stoic.
he does. He hasn't moved.
No, he's got a little bit of smile going. And it's gone.
So there's also a few linebackers still up on the board, right? So they've got Kenneth Murray, Patrick Queen are still up there. So like you said, bolstering up that defense.
It's so interesting seeing the GM's families and everything too. Wow, they actually are showing Jordan Love on the screen here. Can you imagine? No,
There's no way.
There's a nil.
23rd pick to the Los Angeles Chargers. With the 23rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Kenneth Murray.
Okay,
It was
Kenneth Murray. Okay.
Linebacker.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I mean, they did suffer with the linebacker category, and Kenneth Murray is honestly, he's a good still at this point. I think that's a solid one. Let's read a little bit about Kenneth Murray. Hometown, Missouri City. Youth football team had 4 other D1 athletes. Well, could you imagine?
That's incredible for a youth team.
Saved woman's life with CPR last year. Learned CPR at age 12. Okay, so he's a lifesaver. Aris is probably hoping he's going to be a lifesaver for his team. The Chargers almost thinks that we shit on him, but, they were in some games last year. If they could just turn those close losses into close wins, that's the difference between being a double-digit win team and whatnot. But I just am not sure because I don't know when they're going to insert Herbert versus Tyrod.
Yeah.
How that's going to go. I think there's going to be pressure on them to start Herbert.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially everybody's already seen Tyrod, right? And we want something shiny and new. Aris, what do you think about your pick? It looks like Murray is probably the second best linebacker on the board.
It's a definite need for us. Linebacker the last couple of years has been a very, very weak point for us. If you remember 2 years ago when we had to play the Patriots in the playoffs, we had one healthy linebacker. at the end of the season. So healthy, really good linebacker to go sideline to sideline. I mean, I like the pick.
I mean, he's the size of a DB.
It's probably they were probably thinking that he wasn't going to get past these, this end of the first round. That's why they had to trade up. But now we have no day 2 picks, which kind of stinks. So looks like we're going to have to go more,
Well, yeah. I mean,
three.
you guys didn't really have anyone in your middle linebackers last year. That was kind of like
we had Denzel Perryman. He's a really good linebacker, but again,
gets hurt
when he's healthy. We got Drew Tranquil last year, who developed it. He's developing into a pretty good linebacker from Notre Dame last year. So him and Perryman were going to be our linebackers, and now we can kind of slot maybe him at that third linebacker slot out, opposite of Melvin Ingram, who's technically a linebacker, but plays that D end role, kind of like Von Miller, where he's technically a linebacker, but he's a D end. So this is I like the pick. It solidifies our defense. I feel like we could have got Isaiah Simmons though, and not had to trade away two, a second round and a third round, and just had the best linebacker in the draft at 6. But they felt like they needed a quarterback a little bit more than they needed Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, I like it. It's a neat pick for us. Just sucks that we had to give up, 2 additional picks for it.
I do wonder if Herbert would have fallen down that far anyways.
No, I doubt it.
You don't think so?
No,
somebody would have traded up, at least in the top 10 to get him.
Someone traded up, or at minimum, there were still some teams that could have just drafted him in the top 10. Like I said, even Jacksonville, I couldn't have seen like Herbert falling too far behind them.
Definitely. I think if he would have been there for the Raiders' first pick, I could have seen them taking him.
So like the Chargers had to make that pick from pressure as far as someone else would have had to draft him.
Because we probably would have had to given up a lot more to move back up into the top 10 to pick him.
Athletic linebackers like Kenneth Murray, you can't underrate them.
No, and I did watch a lot of Oklahoma games just because my family is a huge Oklahoma fan. My grandpa has like this little miniature stadium in his house. So I did watch a lot of those, and he did flash. He's a really good linebacker.
It's hard not to flash when you're surrounded by trash, right?
I mean, look at Jordan Love. I mean, he's arguably the best player on his team. I mean, name another Utah State player. So it's
looking at the Saints pick though. Yeah. Jordan Love still on the board, huh?
Jordan Love is still there. I would have thought maybe the Patriots, but maybe they're going to get him, maybe Jacob Eason at that first pick in the second round that they have now from the Chargers. I could see Jacob Eason or maybe even Jake Fromm with that pick.
Jake Fromm's not going to pull anything, man. No one's sold on him.
Yeah.
You never know.
What I do find interesting, I wonder if you guys sort of screwed up New Orleans' plans because they do need middle linebacker probably.
Maybe that's why they traded up to get him. But like I said,
he wouldn't have lasted too far.
But like I said, I feel like we could have gotten Isaiah Simmons, a better linebacker. But again, it's just the quarterback pressure to sell tickets. You have a Cali kid now at quarterback.
Yep.
Yeah, I think 6'6" can't teach that.
And you can't play with it apparently because
just because
the last 6'6" person,
just because we've seen Osweiler with trash doesn't mean anything. Osweiler also had some terrible, mechanics. We saw Joe Flacco succeed at that high. Peyton was a tall boy. Tom Brady's surprisingly tall himself, and apparently breaks into homes in the Tampa Bay area as a home invader. He's just living an outlaw lifestyle right there.
He's literally embodying a Florida man. You get kicked out of a park, you stroll into the wrong house.
Could you imagine though, like the guy writing a citation for Tom Brady, or the guy that has his house broken into by Tom Brady?
Now the question is, would Tom Brady have gotten kicked out of the park in Boston?
No. When Tom Brady. When this whole thing blows over, Tom Brady retires,
20 years, they might have to rename Boston. I don't know.
Tomville.
State or something.
I mean, I that's ultimately why Tom left New England, because he couldn't like turn their name into a clever pun, like Tom Brady or
TB12.
He does love Tampa Bay. Like that.
Is that why he picked Tampa Bay? Was it
And
because of the
honestly,
TB?
No, he literally said, he put out the tweet, and it was a legitimate tweet that like, I don't understand why Drew Brees never like put a trademark on Drew Orleans.
Yeah.
So like Bob there like was throwing out there on Twitter, he was like, damn, like, is that why you left us, Tom? Because you couldn't make a pun out of our name?
So yeah, it looks like the Saints pick is in. We're just waiting for the announcement from the commissioner.
I have a feeling it's Jordan Love, man.
Do you think Jordan Love here?
Because when I think about it,
Yeah.
Taysom Hill is not a franchise QB.
No,
I don't
and
care
plus,
what
if
they
you
tell me.
have Jordan Love, you can groom him to take over and still use
True.
Taysom as that like gadget guy.
Because
Yeah.
when Drew gets hurt, you can't use Taysom Hill in the same way.
Mhm.
Taysom has to be quarterback. He can't be at wide receiver. He can't be at tight end and everything.
Well, especially when he got hurt and they had to use Teddy, they still couldn't use Taysom because if he got hurt, then you're screwed at quarterback if Teddy gets hurt at that
Listen,
point.
Drew already has a deal at NBC when he's retired, so they need to think about the future.
Of the 2020 draft.
All right.
With the 24th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Cesar Ruiz, center, Michigan.
Okay, now they're just loading up the middle.
So
Okay. Well,
Interior offensive line kind of help out Drew Brees these last couple years. It's a decent pick.
hey, you have like Carolina out there getting a big boy in the middle early in the draft. Well, how do you neutralize that? Get another big boy on your side of the field. And then you look at Tampa, they got a pretty decent little pass rush there themselves with Shaq Barrett, among others. So, you got to keep protecting the guy. I don't know how, like I said, I think you have to start thinking about the future here. I mean, and I think that Jordan Love kind of makes sense with Sean Payton.
Yeah.
You need a guy who's like a surefire offensive mind, that can really develop and groom him. Because I don't think Jordan Love is nearly as good in, let's just say, I'm trying to think of like a defensive-oriented team. I don't think he's the same quarterback in Denver type of thing that he would be
and
in
especially
New Orleans,
because you got to think he can't develop. He can only develop as well as the people he has around him. And at Utah State, they're not getting the best athletes. The best athletes in that state are going to go to Utah. They're not going to go to Utah State. So he's not getting the top tier receivers. He's not getting the top tier offensive line. So he kind of had to, he was capped already going into it.
So we talked about Jordan Love as Patrick Mahomes' life, right?
Yeah.
Well, even people that drafted Patrick Mahomes would say Patrick came in very unrefined, and they had to fix a lot of his throwing mechanics to get him that level. There was a reason that Texas Tech wasn't in any national title pictures when winning the Big 12.
But
because Patrick wasn't nearly the quarterback he is today. Now, part of that, he got drafted by the Chiefs and Andy Reid.
And Andy Reid is going to groom you. Like he had
Alex Smith to teach him too.
Alex Smith. He had Donovan McNabb at the beginning of his tenure in Philly. So
for any rookie QB, it's all about where you go, who's the coach, who's the coordinators. Which it's interesting. So I mean, go back to your situation a little bit. Herbert, Anthony Lynn,
he's more of a running back guy. He's not really.
So it's going to be tough when you have a guy who does have these mechanical issues. Can Anthony Lynn be the right guy to get him going into other situations? So Brian Flores, luckily Tua is already a known quantity. He doesn't really have to add too much to his game. Joe Burrow, he had the 1 year wonder at college, which is going to be interesting. But on the bright side, you look at Zach Taylor. He was a former quarterback himself. He, comes from that Sean McVay family tree. Still, question marks into that. Like, who knows? I mean,
maybe he just got stuck with Goff, who's absolutely terrible.
Yeah. So I mean, Joe Burrow or Goff.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could say that Burrow had the biggest college peaks. Though I mean, Goff was at a D1 program himself.
at Cal. Although we don't really think of Cal as like anything, but I mean that's also we don't think of
Pac-12
that far. I mean, Pac-12 has really fallen off in recent years. And
ever since Pete Carroll left, I mean, really,
Yeah.
it's been downhill from.
Well,
since then.
Chip Kelly too when he was at Oregon.
Oh, very true.
Now we don't know if UCLA is going to make any comebacks. They look pretty bad, and it seems like part of Chip's problem is everyone's doing Chip's thing.
And he doesn't
now
have
they're doing
700
Yeah.
uniform combinations to assist his.
And now they're
Vikings trade
okay
to the Niners.
Okay, guess I'm instant living, guys.
Alrighty, who do the Niners take
To the
here?
first round of ever.
Running back.
Yeah.
What are the Niners' biggest needs at this point?
So the Niners.
Let's see. Do a couple of research.
Um,
So they already took D-line here. Receiver. I mean, receiver's really their best option at this point. Let's see. Okay, I could see. Julian just said Stephon Diggs' little brother.
Corner.
Yeah, he's a corner, kind of help out aging. What's his name? Aging Sherman.
Yep.
But the funny thing is like these guys were worried about not having enough day one pick or enough picks throughout the day or the draft. Their next one was until like the 5th round or something like that. So it'll be interesting to see what they gave up. Maybe that 31 and the 3rd for a DB would be kind of. It seems like everybody's kind of doing just 2 picks instead of multiple first rounds to get back into the first round.
Yep.
Which is going to be nice for kind of these teams trying to get back in. It's not going to be a huge price tag to get back into the first round. So let's see. We'll see what they gave up to see how well it is. But I mean, O-line, there's not really any O-line people available.
Josh Jones from Houston, though he's fallen a little bit.
Yeah, 17th ranked on the big board. I could see maybe them going O-line, but they don't need an edge anymore. Xavier McKinney's still there. They need a safety, so maybe that's who it is. So we'll listen to the pick now.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 25th pick to the San Francisco 49ers. With the 25th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver.
Arizona State. Okay, so we got the receiver to help out. I don't know much about this guy. I didn't watch a lot of Arizona State. Where's he at on the big board?
So 30 seconds.
So he's going right about here. Maybe they didn't think he'd last past Miami or Baltimore because they are at 31. So we'll see what they gave up for that. But moving up, what is that? 6 spots to get their guy. It's probably a decent trade. We'll see Julian's what his point of view is here whenever he gets done.
Yeah. And I mean, the Seahawks are right there too. The Seahawks
don't really need receivers. I mean, they
got
have
Metcalf
and the little guy that they have, number 16. I can't think of his name off the top of my head for some freaking reason. But yeah, they have a decent receiver core. But I'm thinking that Miami, they didn't think he could go past Miami. Maybe Baltimore, and who else is after Baltimore? Tennessee, I could see them. Or the Packers. He's not getting past the Packers. Packers need weapons. So, yeah, they probably didn't think that they were going to get past, Packers for sure, who would have needed a receiver. So we'll see what they gave up, but it looks like the move that was needed to get their guy.
Yep.
But
no, and I think this will really help Jimmy Garoppolo, Jimmy G, right? Is we got rid of Sanders this offseason. Now you bring in a young talent for him, help out their offense. They've got a really well-rounded team. I think we might possibly even see them back in the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be them and the Seahawks fighting for that championship in their division. and also going into wild card for sure. I can see one of them or both of them making the playoffs again in that division. But Julian is back. How do you like the he wasn't getting past the Packers. He might not have even got past the Dolphins here, who would need some weapons. So
yeah, well, here's the thing about Ayuk. So you at this point in the draft, when you look at the wide receiver still on the board, so you have Mims, you have Pittman, you have let's see, I know there's another good prospect coming out like
USC.
Yeah, well, that's Pittman. Yeah. So I'm surprised that they felt the need to go up and grab him a little bit, But I mean, again, I guess I can't really fault like guys for going out there and if they want to go get their guy.
And it seems like that's what's happening this draft is people are getting their guy because they're maybe not being able to have all these interviews with the people in person. So they're just going based off of the film and who they felt like was the best for all the coronavirus.
Now, when you think about it, so Ayuk obviously comes from Arizona State. Herm Edwards is down there. Herm Edwards, former NFL coach. So I do believe he's been coached right at the minute. And I do think it's a big statement when a guy who is an offensive play caller like Kyle Shanahan tells you he's going to trade up to go grab you. I think that's him saying, but although he did trade up to get CJ Beathard too, so but Ayuk has speed. That's something for sure. He does have that ability to get deep on you. And when you look at it, so they're probably not going to keep around Marquise Goodwin.
No,
he's probably going to be a cap cut. So you have Goodwin, you have Deebo Samuel there. Of course, the offense is mostly going to run through Kittle. As far as like the passing game, so. The outside is arbitrary. You're just looking for guys that can get open in space and do something when they have the ball in their hands. So, if anything, Ayuk can do that.
Yep. So now we're back to Miami's third pick of the first round. Looks like their biggest need are running back, safety, and edge rusher, which plays in pretty well to their hand. You saw Xavier McKinney, safety. You also have the edge rusher from Penn State. I'm not going to try to say his name. If you want to try to say his name, you definitely can. But the Penn State guy, the edge rusher from there. You also have your running backs now at this point.
Yetur Gross-Matos.
What type of accent was that? Was that like Greek or something?
I don't know.
Lebanese?
I was Greek in college.
different type of Greek.
But yeah, so I can see, Xavier McKinney, best safety on the board. That guy from Penn State, best edge rusher on the board. And then you get into your running backs. You have DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Taylor.
I would have loved if they went and won Trayvon Diggs, though, the Niners.
The Niners.
I thought that was why they were trading up, because I could have seen Trayvon Diggs had gone to any of the teams in the next couple picks here. Miami, they have already a decent one with Xavier Howard back there, so they didn't necessarily need to go corner. I'm intrigued to see what the Dolphins do with this pick here.
Yeah. I think they're going to go Xavier McKinney. So they could use the safety. Xavier McKinney is one of the best remaining players.
Yeah, I mean, because they have
they signed
Byron Jones, but he's more of a cornerback. Xavier McKinney's more of a safety. They got rid of Mika Fitzpatrick at the safety position.
True.
So the safety is a big spot for them.
True, but the main thing too is I think we do need to not get too hung up on necessarily corner versus safety, because what you notice with a lot of teams, what they're doing right now is just getting those hybrids in general.
Well, yeah,
which a lot of these guys are. But
Miami doesn't really know how to use hybrids because they were trying to use Mika Fitzpatrick as a slot corner, whereas he really flourished at the safety position in Pittsburgh. So it does matter. It is a huge difference stylistically.
Certain guys do find their homes in certain places. Yep. But, there is a little bit of element to the positionless football that we're starting to see now.
It does look like they're taking a while, so I wonder if they're trying to work out a trade, possibly.
Well, maybe you're
or
right.
They're just mulling over a couple different people. I'm not sure.
Maybe you're right. Ayuk was maybe like their guy or something like that, and the Niners put him in a predicament where they're trying to, search for someone here.
Mm-hmm. But
I mean, they did just trade Kenny Stills last offseason, so they lost that element of that deep speed guy.
they lost the element of all receivers because
Well,
they
they got Devontae Parker.
and they traded.
They did
so
trade it. So
let's see to the Packers.
All right. Drake, go talk about the Packers.
I don't even know how to use Instagram Live. So
Well, Aris,
nor
your phone.
do I want to.
This
we're going to have you talk about Baltimore then.
Talk about okay, fine. I'll talk about Baltimore, that trash team.
All right. It'd be entertaining.
Let's see.
I'd also be Baltimore trading out of the pick.
So it's interesting though, because the Packers have the 30th pick as well, so they're moving up to get
Jordan
somebody.
Love, maybe.
That-
Sit behind Aaron
Aaron
Rodgers for a
Rodgers?
couple years. It looks like his girl is crying, so could this be quarterback to groom for the future?
I don't think that Aaron Rodgers would love that too much.
I don't think he would like that
I
either.
think that would be like, but he did the same thing to Favre.
Yeah. He definitely did.
But with that said, Aaron Rodgers is still in his, early 30s.
And they
mid-30s.
reached the conference championship. I mean, they didn't do well, but
Yeah, but with that said,
like they reached it.
with that said, you have to think like how much is adding a quarterback that's going to sit on the bench going to
Gonna help you out.
go with
Mhm.
when you have a guy we were in the conference championship game. How about you get us some pieces that could help us win that conference championship game?
Yeah.
Not have Raheem Mostert run for 200+ yards on us, 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, exactly. And that's I think the point that I'm getting at is like, with Aaron Rodgers, they were just in that conference championship. And he arguably had a very bad season, maybe the worst of his season statistically, outside of when he's gotten hurt.
Well, I guess we'll
but
see
he can
here.
still play.
Guess we'll see here what they're doing. They still can also fix that wide receiver.
Here is Green
Yeah, they
Bay.
need
Let's
to.
find out
MVS
where they
didn't
go.
really shine.
Let's
They
go.
put even St. Brown didn't really shine.
The Miami Dolphins have traded the 26th pick
So
to
we
the
need to go
Green
with
Bay
Higgins, maybe.
No, they're going to go run.
With the 26th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love, quarterback.
They did
Utah
select
State.
Jordan Love.
The development
This is
quarterback.
fascinating because
Wow,
I
this
think
is
Aaron
gonna
Rodgers
be,
is the same age
This is going to be a shitstorm.
Brett Favre was in 2005.
Oh,
When
don't
they
know if our
selected
listeners
Aaron
heard that,
Rodgers
but
in the first round.
history repeating itself.
Yeah, they just said that
Jordan,
Aaron
yeah.
Rodgers was the same age as Brett Favre when Aaron Rodgers was drafted. So,
And then a newer coach, LaFleur versus Mike McCarthy, still more kind of like in that respect. Now I get the idea in principle of
bring him
getting Jordan Love,
behind,
but
redshirt him for 2 years.
what we're saying here, is the Packers can argue we're in win now mode.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you using one of our top picks, they traded up for this pick, but why are you using assets
Mhm.
to get a guy who's not going to be on the field? Or, in theory, he's not going to be on the field.
Especially like we said, they were one win away from making it to a Super Bowl. Granted, we didn't think that they had a shot
We
at
didn't think-
beating.
They were
The
the
Niners.
worst, one of the worst 2 seeds I feel like. I've
Yes.
seen.
Mhm.
And that's to say, like, we look at some teams and like their record isn't the best, but no, their record was pristine. There was just some games where they just went by. When I looked at that NFC Championship game against the Niners, I thought, okay, the Niners beat their ass the first time. They'll probably come back a little bit more motivated. And no, it was just obvious there was a talent gap there.
Mhm.
The Niners were far and away better than them. And if you played that game 10 more times, the Niners probably would beat them 10 more times.
Yep, I agree.
You have to give Aaron Rodgers at least one.
Okay, 9 out of 10.
But
I mean,
Aaron Rodgers disappeared in both those games. That pass rush just ate him alive. So, and then the thing is, like, you look at this. Okay, Jordan Love. Again, people call him Patrick Mahomes light, right?
Yeah.
He does have similar skill sets with Aaron Rodgers. He's got a great arm. He's probably a little bit. Well, Aaron Rodgers in his youth was a little bit more mobile. He started to fall down.
He's less mobile with age.
But I feel like if you're looking for something to fracture a relationship, this is it.
Oh, yeah. Because now you're telling Aaron, like, yeah, you're at the twilight, but guess what? Now we're going to accelerate the end of your career, or at least your end of your time
This is
with
gonna
us.
this is gonna be where we find out how much Aaron Rodgers loves football, because there is a certain segment of fans out there that are convinced that Aaron Rodgers, yeah, he'll play the game.
He's not in love with the game, though.
Yeah, like he's good at the game, but because you look at, he always just has that pissed off look in his face, you know, and that like feel sorry for me face kind of thing, you know, in some of those games. And
And for the past few years, right, he's always been saying, like, what more can I do? Like, it's just my team. Like,
blame the
they just don't
coach,
have
blame the
it.
receivers.
And the fact that you use a receiver at running back.
Yeah. So, I mean, and some of those are legitimate gripes. I can't like completely say it's not a result of bad front office decisions there. But I do think that Aaron Rodgers has also become somewhat of a malcontent. Look what happened with the Mike McCarthy era. They got that ended. And then even now, you look at some of his decision making. Yeah, he won't throw an interception. Great. He also sometimes will take a sack, throw the ball away, or it's a 3-and-out. You know, like I start looking at those like empty calorie stats that Aaron Rodgers hasn't thrown an interception in 400 plus attempts. You know.
Yeah, it's just because he's either eating it or throwing it out of bounds.
Yeah. So you know, it's interesting. Aaron Rodgers, does he finish his career in Green Bay?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Are we just going to call it now?
I would say he would go to San Francisco, but
Isn't that funny? Every time
they're set though. Like
I think
I feel like you guys are set on Jimmy G for at least 2 years, because I could see Aaron going 2 more years.
Well, let's start some speculation here. Let's see like some fits here. So if not San Francisco, because let's say Jimmy G like holds on to that position, he's fine the next couple of years, because I do think he'll at least be in Green Bay for a couple more years, right? The Rams, you know, they signed Goff to that deal, but maybe they're still not sold on him. Now they like Sean McVay. What if, you know, management told Sean McVay, "Hey, we could get you Aaron Rodgers."
Yeah, I could see
in
that.
Los Angeles. You know?
Another Los Angeles team if Herbert doesn't, but I feel like they're going to give
I
Herbert
think
5
they're
years at least.
They're stuck on that one.
You still have Jacksonville, but I doubt
Raiders.
he'd pick the Raiders. I don't think he'll pick the Raiders.
I can see the Raiders. John Gruden there. You know, John Gruden, I have always been very complimentary of him. And I think
help coach him.
And I do think that you have to consider that Aaron Rodgers likes people that stroke his ego.
Very true. Let's see. You have Jacksonville, but I don't see him picking Jacksonville.
What about a New England?
The Cowboys. He always plays well in Jerry World anyway.
He does.
Maybe New England, but I don't see
him being a fit with Belichick.
Yeah, and plus Belichick is more. Okay, I see. Maybe you have 1 year left in you. I'm going to get rid of you now instead of waiting. You know, I don't feel like he would be.
Get the old.
Like, oh yeah, we're going to bring in Brett Favre. You know, like I don't see that happening. So, I don't think he's going to finish in Green Bay. I think they're going to move on from him before he's done, kind of like with Phillip Rivers. But I don't see him finishing.
2024, he will be the starting quarterback of the Los Angeles Rams. You heard it here on this podcast.
Book it.
Lock it down.
That is
Seahawks pick is in now. O-line and
Seahawks
edge rusher.
Seahawks never draft in the first round. They probably go edge rush because you have to figure Jadeveon Clowney's not signing back with them. That you need to replace him on their team.
Yeah, they've kind of taken the Patriots philosophy where they just draft or trade out of the first round, collect a couple more picks. I think last year when they picked up their rookie running back was the first time they drafted in the first round in the last 6 years or something like that. So we'll see. It's probably going to be the edge rusher or maybe that offensive lineman from Houston, Josh Jones. Or you could try to say the edge rusher's name from Penn State.
Greek words that Juju was
also say they don't have really too many corners back in secondary.
Yeah.
I think Flowers was their best corner.
Flowers, and then the other the twins,
And
the
that's
Griffin twins.
Well, they're linebackers.
one's linebacker, one's a corner.
Shaquem, yeah. Yeah, so with that said, they were getting beat up on that part of the field last year. So maybe they consider cornerback here.
Xavier
maybe
McKinney
Diggs.
or Diggs.
I would say Diggs. I like Diggs, you know?
Fulton from LSU still out there.
Mhm.
So let's just wait till this pick is in. There's just maybe technical difficulties on the commissioner's part, and that's why they're taking forever. But
I just picture like dad like eating or something like that.
Oh,
like,
nice.
wipe you put it off his face as we come back from like his screen. He's like, yep. Chef Mateo Cassin.
is he the one that had the? It wasn't the Dragons the one that Seattle Dragons
The guy hit with
the coronavirus? Did they have that?
Yeah. Oh man. Poor XFL, man. Like, talk about being snake bitten.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. First season
And then
back.
they were doing good. They were doing good. I can literally say I went to the last weekend of XFL football.
Mhm.
The crazy part is I was reading up on
Glad I bought that shirt when I did.
what the heck is it called? The lawsuit and hold on.
Thank you to everyone working so hard in Seattle and all over the country to take care of our most vulnerable. It's great to see our teams and stadiums helping those who need it the most in our community. So with the 27th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jordan Brooks, linebacker, Texas Tech.
Okay. You know,
Well,
interesting,
this is
you know. Put him alongside Bobby Wagner, I guess. But
Yeah. Where's he at on the big board?
Let me find him.
but I do think that they needed more help on the back end in their secondary and at minimum or at least a pass rusher.
Oh wow.
So that one does seem like a little bit of a reach.
139 is his rank. So 139, so that's the third round. Get a third round grade on him.
Maybe this is why they don't pick in the first. I mean, we've said it time and time again, right? Like, go get the guy that you think, right, is your man. But that does seem like a little bit of a reach, especially that there's Patrick Quinn there still from LSU, Zach Bond from Wisconsin.
It does seem like he has good vision, like to chase down the runner, but I do think you have to consider. You do have to consider here, Big 12, like obviously not known for their defense, their defenders. I don't know. Let's see. Looks like he has decent form on those wrap ups.
So I do have some breaking news.
What's that? Oh, Drake, go.
49ers, he's going to have to use your phone because I have this right now. But 49ers, in order to acquire the 25th overall pick, they gave up their 37th pick, the 117, and the 176. Right. So you guys gave up 3 picks.
So we've got
in order to
the team that
get your receiver. So you acquired a couple picks, and then you gave a couple picks away.
Interesting. Well, let's see. Hit that one more time for me.
So you guys got the 25th overall. You gave up the 37th, 117, and the 176. So the 117 is the pick you guys got from Tampa Bay. So essentially you guys gave up the 37th and the 176th to get the 25th.
Okay, gotcha. Well,
so it looks like you might have still, unless it's a typo and you guys exchanged the 31st pick.
It has to be the 31st.
Instead of the 37th pick.
You could have had the 37th. I don't know how we would have had.
That's what, 6th pick in the 5th pick. So it's a pick from Miami.
Yeah. So
you guys didn't trade with Miami. So
no, we didn't have a second round pick because we gave that up for D4 last year.
Yeah. So essentially, you guys traded away
Manscaped.com. Pro code.
Goes up 20% off and free shipping. So essentially, 176 was that going to be right around your 5th round pick, probably.
Okay.
So essentially, you gave up your 1st and your 5th to move back, move up a couple spots for the receiver. How do you feel about that?
I don't love it
because maybe haven't seen too much Ayuk, to really consider him worthy of being traded up for, compared to some of the other wide receivers that were on the board. I guess his skill set stands out a little bit more than Mims and Pittman, because those guys are more bigger frame wide receivers. You could definitely consider with Ayuk, again, a speed demon. So it makes sense he's running for the Sun Devils, but I think it's fine. That's not even.
No, I mean, come on, that's kind of a dad joke.
That's not even.
And then
that's more
got
of
the details on the Jordan Love trade as well. Green Bay got the 26th pick, and they gave up the 30th and 136. So it looks like a third round pick for them. Or no, fourth round. That's about a fourth round pick. So gave up a fourth round and their first round pick to move up a couple spots to get Jordan Love.
So what are these Ravens doing here? What are we feeling they're going to be doing?
I mean, let's see.
They kept Judon, Darrow.
So they could go the offensive lineman
and
from
that was
Houston.
That was a big piece of their success last year.
It was that offensive line. So I could see them going with Josh Johnson. For the offensive line to assist, or you can go the Penn State edge rusher to assist.
Here's the thing, though: are they doubling down on Lamar Jackson as a runner or as a quarterback? Because if you are hoping that Lamar can take another step as a quarterback, you could consider adding another weapon for him. They did lose, I believe, Hayden Hurst in free agency this year, so maybe adding another athletic tight end. Adding an athletic tight end that maybe does a little bit different stuff than
kind of like
does.
Evan Ingram.
Yeah, because they, I do think that is kind of the game they want to play. I would say like wide receiver would make sense too, because they have obviously Hollywood Brown there, and then they have Willie Snead is like their next best wide receiver.
Yeah, so really, I mean, I feel like the first round there isn't really any highly touted tight ends.
Yeah.
So you would have to go receiver if you wanted to assist him in the passing game.
You still have like Mims, you still have Pittman there.
We're seeing a huge run on receivers.
Those are big guys.
Yeah.
Those are big frame guys too. They might be okay. Well, let's see here. Pick is in here, so we're going to get some answers. Hope Dre's enjoying talking about his most hated rival.
Arch nemesis.
Well, your Steelers didn't have a first-round pick, so we had to make do.
I was fine just relaxing.
Antoine Winfield Jr. still out there.
So, still commercials. Again, it is in.
I'm still hung up on that Jordan Love deal, though.
And maybe they're just thinking like, hey, Aaron, you probably have 2 to 3 years left, and we're going for the future. We don't think we can get another highly touted quarterback. Maybe they felt like if they're able to develop him, they could give him better than Eason, Fromm, or Hurts.
Yeah,
give them, and they're not. They're not really sold on Field, or they don't think they can get Trevor Lawrence because they'll be too far back.
I mean, well, listen. A couple of years ago, when Aaron Rodgers did get hurt and everything like that, they had to put in like Deshaun Kaiser and Nick Hundley. So, I guess when you look at and consider that, just even having just the valuable backup quarterback over Rodgers long term.
Yeah, that's pretty much what the Chargers did with Rivers. Is they bet now, and then they're like, all right, screw it, this isn't working, so we're just totally resetting. So maybe they're trying to get on top of that and get the quarterback now to develop.
And Aaron Rodgers also thinks his hair is looking old.
Yeah.
Your award is our highest honor, and you, Calais, are truly a role model to all of us. And congratulations on being a Raven. With the 28th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Patrick Queen, linebacker, LSU.
Okay, so they're doubling down on that defense.
Okay, well, Dre talked about the arch nemesis. So that should probably do it for us in the first round, unless any surprises come about. So stay tuned. Check us out on YouTube Live. Wow. as I'm talking on YouTube Live. So that was like a little picture. Inception. Yeah. I mean, you can still check us out on YouTube Live if you're watching us on YouTube Live. Just what does that really mean? Are you paying attention? Are you paying attention more to these guys? Mel Kiper, all them? What do they know? They've only been in the business for 30 plus years, 40 even.
All right, so Titans are up now.
Yeah, so, okay, yeah. So the 31 is Minnesota right there, so. Yep, looks like we are done with IG Live.
Unless
Titans.
Chargers don't have any sort of draft capital to get back into the first. I don't think you guys have any capital to get back into the first.
No,
not unless we trade a veteran.
Yeah, we'd have to trade a player at this point. Same with you guys. So we'll go ahead and get back into breaking these down, maybe predicting a little bit because we'll see how we're doing.
Yep.
Titans' biggest needs right now. I'm going to say offensive line. They lost Conklin to, I want to say the Browns. So O-line would be a big need for them. Also looks like edge rusher and cornerback. So, I mean.
Well, let's see. So they're already set at wide receiver. They got A.J. Brown over there, and then they have, what's his name? I'm forgetting. Wasn't because he's busted the last couple of years.
Oh, I know.
Corey Davis.
Corey
Davis, the bane of a lot of fantasy owners' existence.
They don't have any tight ends, so there's not really highly touted tight ends. At least in the first round, second round.
But if you like someone, go get them. You like a tight end here.
Don't really need any running backs. Possibly a receiver. Give Tannehill another weapon just in case. Or maybe try to shore up that defensive side of the ball with your defensive-minded head coach.
Potentially.
Maybe you got Mr. What's his name from Penn State. I'm not trying to say that. We're going to call him Gross Matos from Penn State. Gross Matos, as Julian wants to call him. But we'll have to wait till he actually gets drafted to see how you say his name.
I've seen some tape on him. He's nasty. Someone's for the 80s. Gross.
There it is.
There's another one.
That one. I'll admit to that one.
Okay. I was going to write this one down, but he said no. He said, he's a speed demon. He does play for the Sun Devils.
That is not a dad.
I say that's a dad joke. Chalk it up.
All right.
Put that at
that's
8.
8.
All right.
Okay. Well, 8 pick a date.
So we'll see. Titans still on the clock, right? So we're getting into
perfect time to mention
45.
Bigger Than Goliath. Shout out to you, Anthony.
Yeah, Anthony.
You know,
thanks for the song, buddy.
Who can say?
Tighten up.
Who can sing the official theme song?
Not me.
Not me.
Nah.
I can.
Anthony
lyrics.
I can pull up the that song's.
Yeah. As far as the pick that I think they go, I do think they'll probably go edge rusher. And the from Penn State is still available, right? He was projected to be a top 20 player. I think just talent-wise, you almost have to pick him. So that's who I think that they'll go for.
What do you think is the standard for the Titans this year? I mean, they're obviously coming from an AFC champ, but are we looking at them as a team that could legitimately get back there? Or are we looking at them like the Jaguars team from a couple years back where it could all fall apart? I mean, they went out there, they franchise tagged Henry, and I don't blame them for doing such because we haven't seen too many long-term deals work out at running back, specifically for the type of player that Henry is.
Yeah, I do think that they were a little bit of a one-trick pony, though, in the playoffs, right? And that
came back to bite them against,
against the Chiefs, right? And that, like, you can only run the ball down people's throats so much, right? And if everybody sort of knows that's your game plan, I don't think that that's going to work again. I do think that they're also limited at quarterback, so I know that
it's like they're frozen.
Oh, somebody's lagging.
Why is this guy in a Mr. Free or Frozone single?
Unless Mike Vrabel's just
Where's my super suit?
Mike Vrabel just doing this to fuck with us.
Just to extend the clock like he did.
No, that's true. He did. He was pretty crafty with that.
Yeah,
one.
was playing around with the clock in the playoffs.
Oh, he did Belichick's.
Yeah, just get the penalties on purpose,
Mm-hmm.
and then you run down the clock. So, which honestly was a pretty ballsy move because had the Patriots gotten up right and scored, it would have bit them in the ass because then everybody would have been like, now you didn't have enough time to
How do you? What do you think, like Anthony's thinking about his team right now?
I don't know. Let's call him.
Let's call him.
He's going to always say that it's a good pick, though. Knowing Anthony, he's always excited for anything that the Titans do.
Possibly, potentially, maybe. Probably
All
right.
Let's see. Want to get some audio?
Yeah, he'll probably just throw him under the.
With the 29th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Isaiah Wilson, tackle, Georgia.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
All right, Anthony, you are live on the pod. How do you feel about your draft pick?
I love it. We need Jack Conklin. We got to fill that hole at right tackle. Isaiah Wilson's an excellent pick, man.
Great rapper.
Awesome rapper here.
Awesome.
But we just wanted to call, get your, how you were feeling about your team getting us offensive linemen. So you guys are doubling down on your run game now.
We also want to see if off the cuff you could just rap the theme song since we
Oh wait, now you gotta ask.
All right, so we also want to see since we can't since we're doing the live stream here, we couldn't add in like the intro song. We just want to see if you could improv the intro song from start. You are on the clock.
Can't do it. All righty, buddy.
Okay.
We just wanted to get a live reaction from a Titans fan who's also a friend of the show. And you're part of the family because you have our intro song. So we wanted to get your honest reaction. Seems like you love it, so.
I'm super excited about it. I was nervous we weren't going to fill the need at tackle. And we lose Conklin, we got big money, and we were able to fill that need right away. So I love it.
Awesome. Well, there you have it from our friend of the show, Anthony, a.k.a. Bigger Than Goliath. Go check him out. You want to plug all your stuff there for us, buddy?
I got a brand new single out, 2 Cents. It's on all platforms featuring Clay. Go check it out. Got a pretty awesome sports reference to my boy Jason Tatum for NBA.
Whoop, whoop.
All right. Well, there you have it. Thanks, Anthony. We'll hit you up later, buddy. Have a great rest of your night.
Hey, guys, love the podcast. Keep up the great work.
All right,
All
bud. See you later.
The hounds are restless in the background. They grow hungry, Aris.
Yeah, they've been out there for 5 hours now.
No. Let's see here. So, we're going up on 4 hours on this live stream. Now, guys, I gotta say though, like I'm happy we did this. I think this is a cool new thing. I'm happy that the listeners, viewers can finally see our face. We're real people,
All together too, right?
We're not completely ugly.
I'm the sexiest out of all of us. I don't know why you're putting your hand on me.
Nah, he's in a relationship, lady. So he's tied down. Don't worry about it. He's married.
Still doesn't mean that I'm not the sexiest.
Yeah, no. I mean, it takes like some points off. It has to.
I will say the sexiest on the show is Julian, just because he is the most available. So, by
I
default.
thought you were going to say the porn stash.
Swipe.
Has it.
Is it right? Yes. Swipe right.
Swipe left. Just because he doesn't know which way to swipe.
No. Just swipe up, super like that bitch, and we'll take you on a nice tour around. Now I can't even take him without anywhere. What am I even saying?
Yeah, I mean, you can take him on a tour.
No.
Have them be in their car, behind your car, and you guys are on Bluetooth through your cars or something. I don't know.
Now you might get wrong. I don't know.
You might.
We're
You
not,
definitely might.
You know what? One thing I need to podcast.
New Mexico True, hit us up. We are a, 20, 40, 60% New Mexico podcast.
I would say maybe if you half and half, me.
So like 80%
70?
because we have
The
New
only one
Mexico
who's
Light,
The only one who's technically not New Mexico is Chris, and he's in El Paso.
which is you
See
said
money?
New Mexico,
Yes, it's
or
New Mexico Light.
Texaco,
It's New Mexico adjacent.
just like I'm ghetto adjacent.
Exactly.
Full circle. Full circle.
No, listen, I like El Paso, but you legitimately go to down. It is completely different than like your Dallas, your Austin, your San Antonio, your Houston. It does not have the same like big city vibes.
No, yeah, we're
I mean,
a small city.
It kind of comes off like Albuquerque,
Yeah,
But actually, they actually know how to get their shit together. So
Albuquerque does not. Our state flower is the construction cone.
Pretty much. Getting back to football. So what do we think Miami does with this pick?
We were having fun in our tangent, goddammit.
I'm just saying. So they've already got Tua.
Why
They've
so
already
serious?
they've already got their offensive
Because
tackle.
he's bored because he hasn't had to do anything all day because he hasn't had a draft pick.
Yeah, all
I
he has to
know.
do is like just hate on like the Ravens. That's
Exactly. That was
much
my
we
one
could
thing.
get him. I mean, listen, they have
30.
tons of needs they can fill.
Yeah, you got. This is probably where you could see a running back go.
I mean, yeah, they didn't
Also-
have any running game, so maybe you can say like a Jonathan Taylor. Or
Yeah.
Their
that's
offensive
awesome.
line is also one of the worst offensive lines, so they can double down and get another offensive lineman.
Oh man, look at that rug on Herbert. Yeah, he's got that California.
He's already got the flow going for
He's ready to go-
California.
he's ready to
So
go surf. He's ready to go
look,
surfing,
this
bro.
dad.
Ready to go
They had more
surfing.
people there. Look, they had more people there.
For we're doing instant replay.
We're doing instant replay. Watch, the dad tells him all the weight.
He's all, no.
Tells him all
stop
the weight.
it.
We're on camera. Tells him all the weight.
You know that they're having a big old party. They got like 30 people in there.
It was a bad look for the NFL if you have more than 5 people on the screen. So the
Yeah.
dad was like, "You guys hold on there for a second. All right, let's party."
We don't get hatred just being in this distance here.
This is 6 feet.
Only 3.
This is 6
3
feet.
Yeah.
We could be David Gettleman. I could go get my surgical mask.
Get the mask and wear it inside. See, yeah, Xavier McKinney is still up on the board. That's who I actually think that the Dolphins are getting.
Oh, there we go.
So.
At least one of us is being responsible. Relatively. I hate the mask.
I can go get my actual mask for work. That's a respirator that's
I get it.
N95. So
I get it, but I'm over it.
I just want sports back.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna lie. There's a part of me that's like, man, wouldn't we be okay? Just to catch it, just to get it over with, you know? But here we are. All right, pitches again. Let's see what you do in Miami. Don't let us down. Come on, Miami.
He looks extremely sweaty.
It's
Yeah,
like
that
the
dude-
AC. It's like the AC broke in his house, and you just kind of.
I'm thinking like you could just crack a window or something, like get some air in there.
Let's see. I feel like I haven't heard a lot from Shefty tonight.
No, let's see what Shefty has to say.
Up at 30. Kansas City up at 32. And you have the top running backs all on the board still. DeAndre Swift, J.K. Dobbins, all out there at this point in time, waiting to be picked. We'll see whether one of these teams pulls the trigger on one of those running backs right now. But there is some running back talent on the board without a single
Towards the end
running
of the
back
first round,
being
kind of made me think
selected
of
so
something.
far in the
Can we stop like acting like Lamar Jackson wasn't drafted in the first round, people? I mean, I'm just saying he was drafted in the first round.
Yeah,
Am I
I'm
not
saying
right?
that he's not.
No, but like if you look at like Bleacher Report today, it's like you see all the picks like Lamar Jackson was the last quarterback drafted. Everything is like he was in the first round.
Yeah.
We're not talking about a 6th round pick here, guys. We're not talking about pick 199 Brady here. Just saying, it kind of bugs me.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
Yeah, Brian Flores put the kids to bed. It looks like got rid of them.
You know,
Yeah,
if
it's
Brian Flores
almost
told me to
midnight
go to
in
my
It is late over there.
Brian Flores told me to go to my room, I'm not disobeying that man. Like
He does look pretty serious and scary
Yes.
right here in that picture.
he'll trade you. He doesn't care.
No.
Yeah.
Man,
Trade his kids.
He'll get a first.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're not going to bed?
He'll
You're out.
actually get a first round for you.
Yeah.
Unlike Billy Dum Dum over
Think
there.
Tank Pursuit ends on the field? No. It doesn't end even when he goes home.
I'll trade you for a 3rd round pick if you don't go to bed.
Could you imagine?
Goes up to, like, I don't know, the fucking bagel.
Take this kid. Give me a 3rd.
Do you think that was part of the Godfather package they were offering for Justin Burrow or Joe Burrow?
I'll give you one of my kids, 2 firsts and a 2nd.
Are you missing a kidney? I got one of those, man. Man, just, drinking that mug,
You
too.
just got that desk.
How much do you want to? How much do you want to bet there's alcohol in that mug? You just can't have an actual glass of alcohol on NFL Network.
I don't know. I mean, like you said,
Who's drinking coffee at midnight?
It's pretty late out there, though.
I mean, but if you look at most NFL coaches, do they ever really sleep?
Very true. There it is.
30th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. Miami Dolphins select Noah Igbenogany, defensive back, Auburn.
Goodell was thinking, oh, gosh. It's like,
All right, where was he at on the? I want you to type in Igbenogany.
No, that ain't good.
38.
Okay, so it's not too much of a reach.
So, let's see. There's a lot of syllables getting drafted in the Miami Dolphins locker room.
Oh, that locker room's got to suck. Tua Tagovailoa, Noah Igbenogany.
Well, I'm
Igbenogany.
I'm just thinking about the poor woman that has to stitch on all those letters onto the jerseys.
I mean, no matter how crazy you get, it's never going to get worse than Chris Fuamatsumala.
That's pretty bad. This is exactly like that Key and Peele skit where they just got random names.
But let's see.
Oh, some of those names were wild.
Hingle McCringleberry, Penn State.
Tavares, something like that. It was,
Yeah.
The artist formerly known as Mouse Cop. And it was all started because they were talking about names that are actually in the league, right? Like Brickashaw Ferguson.
Yeah, Brickashaw Ferguson. You had O.C. Human. You're Brandon Molly Una.
Where do you get to Brickashaw?
Exactly. I guess they even asked the mom, and she's like, "It's a family name." No, Brickashaw is not.
Brickashaw is a badass name.
Yes.
If I could get away with Brickashaw Martinez, I would.
Do it, just tell your wife, make her sign the documents that say, I should name
my great grandfather was named it, Brickashaw Martinez II.
I would be terrified of a man named Brickashaw, especially if he's a gigantic dude.
Let's try this out. Brickashaw win?
It doesn't flow as smooth as the Brickashaw Martinez.
The Brickashaw Blakeney?
Okay, we're gonna get this right. Blake like Slaughterburger. Okay, Blake knee, like your knee. Blake knee.
Blakeney.
Oh my god! Alrighty. So Minnesota's up.
This is
it
why
looks
we
like
just refer to you as Aris.
Aris. That's Canadian for Aris, guys. Gio, looking at you.
Yep.
We appreciate you, face off. Just say we appreciate you.
Y'all are just mad that I know more hockey players than you guys, so you guys had to call me Aris the whole time.
You were shit on that memorabilia.
Dude, that memorabilia was all over the place in my defense.
Yeah, I admit that. I can't believe you buy a jersey for $80.
Yeah, I was like, this signed jersey, signed replica jersey for less than $100. I was
That's
like, what the heck?
Yeah, you're thinking at least $500.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I can't get anything less than that for normal jerseys.
Yeah, if you bought like that off the rack,
this would be like $100. Yeah, at least $100. 150 is
plus tax. Yeah, when everything like that. Yeah, no, that's easy. And I don't know. I I hockey member because it still is a big sport. It's part of the core four.
Yeah, because I was all over the place. But oh well.
So I mean, gotta check those numbers.
Oh, I like Mike Zimmer's Zimmer Ridge. Yeah, that thing's pretty dope. But here is Minnesota's pick.
I can see Mike Zimmer's big time.
So they went wide receiver already. Do you think they go corner?
With the 31st
Get
pick.
Diggs' cousin, her brother.
Yeah.
NFL draft. Minnesota Vikings select Jeff Gladney, defensive back, TCU.
Okay.
Yep. So they
I still
did.
think it would have been hilarious and petty for them to go Diggs.
That would have been funny. Jeff Gladney wasn't too far, right? Like,
Would they have
People had him-
33?
yeah. So there's still Christian Fulton, right, from LSU, right there around 24. Trevon Diggs, right, from Alabama, right there at 30. So 33. So that's right around the range. And so I think they definitely thought,
Mhm.
hey,
Now I
this
want to
our
wish
guy.
this on him, but do you think if he ever experienced a knee injury, he would be called Jeff Sadney?
There's another one.
Oh my God.
Actually, I didn't catch his first name. What was it?
Glenn.
Glenn Sadney.
I don't know. Glenn just sounds good.
Wish you nothing but perfect health. But I will use that pun if I need to.
Alrighty.
It's
So,
like that movie. What was that? The Comeback to It Not with like they got
Oh,
an ACL tear.
a seal Terry.
A SEAL Terry. Yeah.
Sir, it's a seal Terry. Okay, ACL tear.
But I mean, all that like I don't know. I quoted that movie, but it's a bad movie.
Jeff. His name is Jeff, not Glenn.
Yeah.
All right. So, last pick of the first round.
So I was right
have-
about his name is Jeff.
We have
His name
Kansas
is Jeff.
City. My name Jeff.
His name is Jeff.
My name Jeff.
Yeah.
All right.
I think they'll probably go on the defensive side of the ball. So we saw that their
Defense
offense
or go running back.
or running back.
All right. Can we just do the second round? I don't care.
Second round's tomorrow, though.
Yeah, I'm saying like it's just.
Just
Marathon
start it right
thing,
now. Just
you know.
I actually have to work tomorrow, Julian.
Yeah.
I have to be at work at 7.
Oh yeah, you got to be up early.
Yeah, I got one at the Pueblo too, so it's gonna be a long day.
Yeah, they could go running back, but I mean, Damian Williams is fine for them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I really think
Who's
their
the
defense started
fastest receiver available?
Let's see what receivers are still available.
They were still getting beat
T.
up.
Higgins.
They were still getting beat up on the back end of their secondary. I mean,
Yeah, that's why I think they'll probably go corner. They still do. They could also use some linebacker help,
they
but
could.
um,
It's a question of like who's still there to grab.
mhm.
It's worth the value.
Patrick Queen.
No, he went off earlier, right? So that was Baltimore. So Patrick Queen actually is gone. So Zach Bond is still there from Wisconsin, though Christian Fulton, like I said, from LSU.
They could go Fulton because obviously they're covered with Honey Badger at safety
Mhm.
back end.
Andy Reid.
Rocking the Hawaiian, classic Andy.
Is that his hair? Like
I'm
slicked
very
back?
disappointed that he got,
Oh
got
no, okay,
that big
that's
old
not like,
cheeseburger, as he said. Called it.
His wife is just chilling in the background.
yeah, sort of off, like off screen a little bit.
She's gotten so used to shenanigans by now.
It's like, oh, whatever, Andy. Just go over there and do your fucking work.
I think
I'm very surprised that we're not getting a running back in the first round.
I mean, it wasn't a great running back draft.
Still, it's surprising that you wouldn't get at least one, even though it's not a great draft.
Yeah, because Ohio State had theirs. What is it, Dobbins?
Dobbins, you have Dobbins, Swift from
Swift.
Georgia, Clyde,
And
And Taylor.
Hillary,
Yeah,
John Taylor. So like, there's 4 like starting caliber running backs. Just not superstar caliber.
Mm-hmm.
But I just like I said, I'm surprised that there isn't.
I just thought about something. So you called him John Taylor just now. Why is it that John Taylor is, so we talked about shortening names earlier from Theodore to Ted,
Mm-hmm.
and yet Jonathan sounds better than John.
I think John's easier.
But Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor sounds better than
Yeah.
John Taylor.
I guess.
Jonathan Stewart sounds better than John Stewart.
The only one is John Elway. I don't know if his name is actual
Jonathan
Jonathan Elway.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it just depends on the person. You have to look at their face and say, like, hey.
You're John. You're Jonathan.
Like, we talk about this all the time with Slumpbuster Bob here. You know, it's like, you know, are you a Bobby? Are you Robert? You're a Bobby. So,
He's a Bob.
You're a Bob.
He's a Bob.
He's turning into a Bob. You know?
See, but I feel like Bob is like 90-year-old.
Well, yeah, I feel like when your back starts to hurt and your knees start to get out a little bit, that's when you
That's
start
when you're
talking
Bob.
Oh,
Yeah.
pick is in for the Chiefs.
All right. Last pick of the first round.
Okay, let's see. This will do it, guys. This is it for draft coverage. Stay tuned. Daniel Jeremiah. It's a big choice for Andy Reid and Brett Beach. Yes, it is.
Anybody? Do. Oh, we'll probably get taken down if I do that.
No.
Copyright.
Copyright. Sorry.
Singing in the rain.
But yeah. So overall, what do you guys think of the draft? Do you guys like the format with the Zoom? Did it make a difference?
I really
I
didn't.
mean,
make
I
much
would
of a
prefer to see
difference.
them like on the stage, you know, because that's like
I was really looking forward to the boat ride, seeing how
Boat
that
ride,
was going to do.
yeah.
So,
Yeah. I think also the viewing of everybody getting the phone call ahead of time almost ruins the moment.
I like how they stopped doing that.
Yeah.
How they stopped checking into the draft room and whatnot.
Well, yeah, we didn't even see any technical glitches, but I mean, with that said, you know, it's a long day for the next 2 days, you know, for those later round picks. So we'll see if that starts to happen.
2021 draft will be held in Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, well, that's gotta suck. To go from Vegas to Cleveland, Ohio.
Wow. I mean, LeBron didn't even want to stay there, but
Yeah, exactly. He just happened to be born there, so
Aris
he
doesn't
had
even know where that is.
It's in Ohio,
great state of Cleveland.
in the great state of Cleveland, in the city of Ohio.
All right.
Like I said, if you know, you know. Uh-oh. Let's see.
Let's go. Come on.
Let's see.
With the 32nd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs select Clyde Edwards-Helaire, running back LSU.
There it is. Running back.
Interesting.
Sometimes you just have a hunch. Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a fascinating running back for them this past season. How
Okay,
about this?
Cincinnati, you're back on
Back
the
on the
clock. All right, guys. Well, that is it for like as far as the picks go. But I guess let's just kind of recap. You know, let's see here. Dre, you want to do us a favor? Pull up real quick the list of the picks as they went.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've already got that chosen.
Alrighty, so at number 1 overall, the Cincinnati Bengals select quarterback Joe Burrow from LSU.
Now it's Joseph Burrow.
Yeah,
Better.
so let's trade off here, guys.
All right, so second overall to the Washington Redskins, Chase Young, defensive end.
Yep. Number 3, going to the Detroit Lions is Jeff Okudah, probably the best cornerback in the league or in the NCAA.
As far as number 4 overall, so David Gettleman went after his guy, which is Andrew Thomas, the offensive tackle out of Georgia. Big boy to protect Daniel Jones.
Yep. Number 5, Tua Tagovailoa goes to the Miami Dolphins.
At 6, Chargers selected quarterback Justin Herbert. I'm still kind of wishy-washy with that one.
So 2 quarterbacks in the top 10, or 3 quarterbacks in the top 10. At number 7 overall, Derek Brown, defensive tackle out of Auburn, went to the new regime of Matt Rule over there in Carolina.
Yep. Number 8, Arizona Cardinals take Isaiah Simmons, outside linebacker.
At number 9, C.J. Henderson of Florida went to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Baker Mayfield gets a little bit of protection as the Browns end up selecting Alabama offensive tackle Jedrick Willis Jr.
Yep. Sam Darnold also gets some protection. Mekhi Becton from Louisville.
And first receiver taken off the board went to the Vegas Raiders, Henry Ruggs III at 12.
Speed kills. Let's see. Tristan Wirf. The Buccaneers traded up to go grab him, protect Tom Brady out there. Big offensive tackle out of Iowa. He is going to be playing in Tampa next to Gronk.
This one too.
Yeah, I guess so. Niners also decided to go defensive line. They traded back that one pick. Went with Javon Kinlaw, South Carolina defensive tackle, replaced DeForest Buckner up the middle.
And with the 15th pick, Denver, they take Jerry Jeudy, the second wide receiver off the board. I think this is definitely going to help their offense.
At 16 overall, Atlanta Falcons take A.J. Terrell from Clemson, quarterback, kind of help out that secondary that was pretty lacking last year.
CeeDee Lamb, he goes on to Dallas, so we'll see what Dak Prescott gets, where he gets paid $35 million and whatnot. You can't complain about not having enough weapons between him, Cooper, and Gallup. That's a nice little wide receiver group there.
At pick 18, the Miami Dolphins take Austin Jackson, USC, to protect Tua or whoever their quarterback will be this year.
At 19, Damon and was that Arnett? Was that an M or an N?
That's a Met.
Arnett. Okay, from the angle I was at, I couldn't tell. But cornerback out of Ohio State.
All right, so Kevon Kiasan out of LSU. I don't know. Kiasan, LSU. He went to the Jaguars. We'll see what they're doing. They're rebuilding there.
Eagles decided to go with wide receiver, getting Carson Wentz the much needed help that he needs on the offensive side. Jalen Reagor out of TCU.
Wide receiver Justin Jefferson does not have to change his color scheme whatsoever. At 22, he went to the Vikings.
Want to go this one too?
Oh, yep. So the Chargers traded back into the first round. Got Kenneth Murray from Oklahoma, linebacker, help out that defense.
Want to go that one, Dre?
Sure, I could take it. So the Saints, they ended up going with the center, Cesar Ruiz out of Michigan.
All right, that leads to Brandon Ayuk. So the Niners picked up a wide receiver after all in the first round, decided to trade back into the first round, give up that 31st pick, get Arizona's big speed team out of Arizona State. So he could definitely add some elements to Kyle Shanahan's offense.
On this one, interesting headline. So with the 26th pick, the Green Bay Packers actually traded up to grab quarterback Jordan Love.
To Aaron Rodgers' dismay.
Yep.
And a second Jordan went right after that. Jordan Brooks out of Texas Tech to Seattle at the 27th pick.
Some would say a reach.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Patrick Quinn. So one of the better inside linebackers in college football went to the Baltimore Ravens, adding to that defense. To see if they could get Lamar Jackson some more help in day two.
Titans ended up going with Isaiah Wilson, offensive tackle from Georgia.
Dolphins got cornerback Noah out of Auburn. Indagana. Hey, I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
All right. Jeff Gladney, TCU cornerback. He is also staying in purple, so I guess that might be a theme for the Vikings.
Just draft the guys that play purple.
Yeah. Clearly, they're used to the color scheme.
Yep. And our last pick of the evening, we had Clyde Edwards-Helaire, running back from LSU, was the first and only running back to go in the first round this year.
Okay, let's kind of talk though. Like a big surprise. What was the biggest thing that caught you?
I did to the curb almost, and having their quarterback in waiting. So that's probably got to be the biggest draft of the draft move.
I agree. I think that move right there was sort of sending weird signals, right? In that, Aaron Rodgers, a lot of people have always said, hey, he's one of the best quarterbacks there is. Statistically, a lot of people would say he's better than, a Tom Brady, even though Tom Brady had the wins. We did see a little bit of statistical decline from Aaron, though there are a few games when he needed to pull it out. He definitely could get them the wins. And again, he was in the conference championships. At no point did we ever think he was going to win that game. But it is really interesting to see them move up. They must have a lot of good feelings about Jordan Love, given that, they probably could have waited even, 2 more years to get another quarterback, but they decided to go with Jordan Love this year and even trade up for him.
Okay, last year's offensive and defensive rookies of the year both came out of the first round. When we look at this draft, this first round, do we see those names on this list? Do you feel as though these guys are going to be
the offensive
defensive rookie of the year, I'm gonna go Chase Young. It's easier to have those flashy numbers as a defensive lineman in your first year rather than maybe your middle linebacker or your corner or safety, unless they set a record for picks or coverage or something like that. So I feel like Chase Young's gonna be the defensive rookie of the year. Offensive rookie of the year is gonna be hard. It's generally been a running back recently. It's just a lot easier to have, immediate impact as a running back than it is as a quarterback, unless you set some records as a quarterback. So this one, it probably, if you go based off trends, it'd be Clyde Edwards, but I don't see him having a huge impact on that stacked offense.
I do, because if you look at this, so when people mention that Kareem Hunt was Andy Reid's highest drafted running back in his time. Well, can't get any higher than a first round running back. So I definitely do think that's Andy Reid signaling he's going to use Hilaire. That's why I could see him easily being the offensive rookie of the year. If you look at what Kareem Hunt was able to do in that offense, if they believe that Hilaire is half the runner that Hunt was, then I could see him filling that role. And as you mentioned, from the running back position, that's probably the best impacts that. So when you look at the the quarterbacks, so Joe Burrow is the only one that we feel is probably going to start the year.
Mm-hmm.
So I do feel like he's the only real competition for Hilaire. If Joe Burrow does have a hot season, then the edge always tends to lean towards quarterback.
Yeah.
But I don't anticipate that just because Cincinnati does still have some holes to fill.
Yeah.
So what about Henry Ruggs, though, right? Being wide receiver, I know it's a little bit harder.
It would be extremely hard for a receiver to get rookie of the year.
And I don't think Ruggs necessarily is going to be able to Ruggs' game is not like a possession receiver, rack up the receptions. He's going to have games where he pops off. And I do think when we look at his end of the year numbers, they're going to look really nice. Maybe, I'm going to say rookie numbers, 800 yards, 6 touchdowns, something like that, which is going to be fine, but it's going to be also on 40, 50 catches.
Yeah.
So that's not nearly enough to win Rookie of the Year.
I'll probably wait to see where kind of some of these other running backs land. If they land in, a better opportunity rushing wise, I could see maybe one of them winning it, but I'll probably wait till day 2 to say offensive rookie, but defensive rookie for sure, it's going to be Chase Young.
Yeah, defensive rookie. I could very easily see that. Like you said, Okudah, players like that, they could just as easily just stay off, your side of the field and not really throw it that way, which is, a good measurement of it.
And plus, you're going to be going after.
But I'm actually going to go with Isaiah Simmons.
Okay.
I do think that generally, not everyone necessarily has that Nick Bosa year where they flash with the big play stats and everything. And I do think if you are a team going against the Redskins this year, you're definitely going to want shade protection more towards chasing inside anyway, because they don't really have too many additional weapons on the defensive front.
Yeah, no, only reason I was saying that is you're going to be going after Daniel Jones, who is very, fumble prone.
Yeah.
So you could rack up the stats just against him, force fumbles,
Picking on
fumble
Daniel
recoveries.
Jones here.
It's just towards the very end. Mike Zimmer in his hunting room, he had the nice fireplace. He had the animals mounted. He had the nice little emblem for his ranch. I'm gonna go with him. That set was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see that with Zimmer.
I think I'll go with actually Jerry Jones, man. I don't know where he was. He might have been in his owner's box, but yeah, it was freaking next level, right? He was in the year of 3000. Everything was nice, clean, white. So I really like that setup.
I'm gonna say Cliff Kingsbury though had a sweet ass.
Oh, that house was nice.
That house was really, really nice.
Yeah. So
I'm just going Zimmer just because I love the mountains. I want
the
mountains.
trophies.
Yeah,
on the wall.
His house is probably in a nice area.
If Kirk Cousins doesn't produce, that's gonna be his head on the wall.
Yeah, exactly. Especially after getting paid again.
That's 10.
Alrighty. No, that's not. That's not even a dad joke. That's not a pun or. Anyway, guys, you know where to find us at Slumpbuster Podcast on Instagram, at Slumpbuster Pod on Twitter, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Google Play Store, our YouTube channel, which you're watching right now. And you can hit subscribe because we're trying to push towards that 100 subscriber mark.
Thank you so much for the support. Guys, any closing words?
Yeah, we also have Juju Talk Sports, Instalist Dre, the Fantasy Aristotle 12. We have Slumpbuster Bob, C Money Reacts. Go follow our main pages as well. I'm trying to spread the word with those as well.
Mm-hmm. I just want to thank everybody for tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed it, right? We know that it's a little bit long, but this is about the only entertainment that we've got going on. So hopefully you're staying safe, happy, healthy.
All right. Catch you later. And stream. Maybe.
Oh, another one.
It's like a safeguard.